Naughty or Nice. A cozy, paranormal, romantic comedy of curses, crafts, and second chances. The Mistletoe Mix-Up, Book 1. By Wynn Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco, formatting with vellum. Chapter 1. Holly. The dawn air bit at Holly's cheeks as she hurried through Tinselcroft's cobblestone streets, her arms cradling a basket overflowing with enchanted scarves. Frost crystals caught the first rays of sunlight on her mismatched mittens, one emerald green with silver snowflakes, the other ruby red with golden stars. She'd stayed up half the night finishing the last of the warming scarves for today's market, her fingers flying across the needles, while humming every carol she could remember. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. The words tumbled out under her breath, creating little puffs of visible air in the crisp morning. The scarves practically hummed with stored warmth, ready to keep their wearers cozy through even the coldest winter days. Mrs. Pemberton had already requested 3 for her grandchildren, and Felix at the bookshop wanted one in midnight blue with constellation patterns. The town square opened before her, the massive Yule tree rising from its center like a sentinel. Holly's cheerful humming died in her throat. The golden runes carved into the ancient bark were flickering, not with their usual steady, welcoming glow, but with the uncertain wavering of dying embers. Weak pulses of light struggled across the spiral patterns, fading in and out, like a heartbeat grown irregular. The basket slipped from her arms, scars tumbling onto the snow in a cascade of jewel-toned wool. Holly barely noticed. Her knitting needles were already in her hands. She always kept a pair tucked into her hair like chopsticks, and she was rushing toward the tree, her boots slipping on the frost-slicked cobblestones. No. 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 She pressed one palm against the rough bark, while holding the needles in her other hand, trying to summon the diagnostic spell Grandmother Marigold had taught her last spring. The needles should have warmed in her grip, should have started their gentle click, click, click as they mapped the magical currents flowing through the tree. Instead, they felt heavy, sluggish, like trying to knit with needles made of cold honey. Holly squeezed her eyes shut and pushed more intent into the spell. The needles twitched but refused to cooperate fully. A few faint sparks of light materialized at their tips, then sputtered out like wet matches. Whatever was affecting the tree's magic seemed to be dampening her craft magic too, creating interference she'd never encountered before. Her stomach clenched, twisting into a knot that had nothing to do with skipping breakfast. The protective enchantments woven through every street and building in Tinselcroft, the warming spells that kept the snow perfect instead of treacherous, the shields that hid their magical community from unwanted mundane attention, all of it depended on the Yule tree's power. The tree was Tinselcroft's heart, and hearts weren't supposed to flicker and fade. Come on, come on. Holly tried a different approach, one her grandmother used for diagnosing blight in magical plants. She wove the needles in a specific pattern, creating an intricate cat's cradle of golden thread between them. The thread should have responded to the tree's magic, changing colors to indicate the problem's nature. The thread turned gray, then purple, then flickered between both colors while simultaneously showing streaks of sickly green. The needles grew warm, then cold, then warm again in her hands. Completely contradictory readings that made no sense whatsoever. Holly's hands dropped to her sides, the magical thread dissolving into sparkles that the morning breeze scattered across the snow. She backed up several steps, tilting her head to study the entire tree. It stood 3 stories tall, its branches spreading wide enough to shade half the square. Tiny lights that usually danced along its boughs like captured fireflies now barely glimmered. The star at its peak, which should have been blazing with concentrated magic, looked tarnished and dim. This wasn't simple magical exhaustion or seasonal fluctuation. This was something fundamental going wrong with enchantments that had stood strong for centuries. The kind of deep, wild magic that had nothing to do with craftwork or hedge witchery. The kind of magic she had absolutely no idea how to fix. A name surfaced in her mind, unwelcome as a pebble in her boot. Rowan Thorn. The reclusive bear shifter who lived somewhere up in the mountain forests, emerging only for essential supplies before vanishing back into the wilderness. The man who possessed knowledge of wild magic and ancient enchantments passed down through generations of shifter guardians. The man who wanted nothing to do with anyone. Holly's optimism, usually as reliable as sunrise, wavered like the tree's dying runes. She'd heard the stories. Everyone had. Rowan Thorn didn't just prefer solitude. He actively avoided people. When the Johnsons' youngest had gotten lost in the woods last autumn, Rowan had found the boy and returned him safely, but had disappeared before anyone could offer proper thanks. When Mayor Elderberry had personally trekked up the mountain to invite him to the Harvest Festival, Rowan had apparently looked at him, said no, and shut the door. Cleo at the blacksmith shop claimed he'd once told her that people were exhausting and unnecessary when she'd asked if he wanted to join the town's volunteer night watch. Felix had tried to engage him in conversation about rare magical texts, only to receive monosyllabic grunts in response. Holly knelt to gather her scattered scarves, her hands trembling as she plucked them from the snow and brushed away the frost. The soft wool usually comforted her, but now it just reminded her of how inadequate her magic felt against whatever was threatening the tree, against the town, against everyone she loved. But surely Rowan wouldn't refuse when the entire town's safety hung in the balance. No one could be that isolated, that indifferent to their community's survival. People's homes and lives depended on the tree's magic. Children played in streets protected by its enchantments. The elderly relied on its warming spells to make winter bearable. Even someone who'd chosen to remove himself from town life couldn't ignore a crisis this severe. Could he? Holly! Holly Jolly, thank goodness you're here. Mayor Elderberry's voice boomed across the square, his usual jovial tone notably absent. He hurried toward her, his mayoral chain of office bouncing against his burgundy waistcoat with each step. His face had gone pale beneath his silver beard, and his eyes were fixed on the Yule tree with an expression Holly had never seen on the eternally optimistic mayor's face. Dread. Mayor, Holly stood, clutching her basket of scarves like a shield. I've been trying to diagnose what's wrong, but my magic isn't... No time for that now. He pulled out his pocket watch, consulted it with shaking hands, then looked directly at her. Emergency town meeting. This evening, 6 o'clock sharp. I need to notify everyone, organize the council, contact the neighboring communities in case we need to evacuate. Evacuate? The word came out as a squeak. Mayor, surely it won't come to that. Look at it, my dear. Mayor Elderberry gestured at the tree, his hand trembling. Those runes have burned steady since before my grandfather was born. If they fail completely, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Holly watched as other early risers began appearing in the square. Mrs. Pemberton from the bakery, carrying her first batch of cinnamon rolls for the day. Thomas the greengrocer, pushing his cart of winter vegetables toward the market stalls. Young Lily Wickham, probably heading to open her parents' shop. One by one they noticed the tree. One by one, their faces transformed from sleepy morning contentment to shock and fear. The protection spells. Mrs. Pemberton pressed a flour-dusted hand to her chest. My greenhouse enchantments are tied to the tree's magic, Thomas said, his voice climbing toward panic. If it fails, everything will freeze. 6 o'clock, Mayor Elderberry repeated, his voice trying for authority but landing somewhere near desperation. Tell everyone you see. We need all hands, all minds, all magic working on this. He hurried off toward the residential streets, already calling out to wake other townspeople. Holly stood amid the growing crowd, their frightened whispers washing over her like cold water. These were her neighbors, her friends, her family in all the ways that mattered. She'd knitted baby blankets for half their children, crafted warming spells for their homes, spent countless evenings in their shops and parlors sharing tea and laughter. She couldn't let them down. She couldn't let the tree fail, but she also couldn't fix this alone. Her gaze drifted toward the mountains rising beyond Tinselcroft's borders, their peaks sharp against the brightening sky. Somewhere up there, in a cabin she'd never seen, lived the one person who might have answers. The one person who'd made it abundantly clear he wanted nothing to do with any of them. Holly took a deep breath, the cold air burning her lungs. Then another. She straightened her shoulders, adjusted her basket of scarves, and tried to summon every ounce of determination she possessed. She would have to find Rowan Thorne. Would have to convince him to help, somehow. Even though convincing people who didn't want to be convinced had never been her strong suit. Even though the idea of hiking into the wilderness to confront a grumpy bear shifter felt rather like walking into a dragon's lair armed with nothing but knitting needles and misplaced optimism. But what choice did she have? The tree flickered behind her, its dying light casting uncertain shadows across the snow. Her neighbors' worried voices rose in volume, fear spreading through the square like ripples on a pond. Holly turned away from the crowd and started toward her shop. She'd need proper hiking boots, not her market day shoes. Warmer clothes. Maybe some of those emergency warming scarves she kept in stock. Definitely more than one pair of knitting needles because, if her magic decided to cooperate, she wanted to be prepared. And perhaps, though her stomach churned at the thought, perhaps she should practice what she'd say when she found him. Assuming she could find him at all. Assuming he didn't slam the door in her face the moment he saw her. Assuming the entire town's fate didn't rest on her ability to convince the most antisocial person in Tinselcroft that sometimes, whether we liked it or not, we needed each other. The frost crystals on her mittens had stopped sparkling. Chapter 2. Rowan. The log split with a satisfying crack, both halves tumbling to either side of the chopping block. Rowan set another piece of wood upright, hefted his axe, and brought it down in one smooth motion that came from years of practice. The rhythmic work suited him. No need for thought, no complicated emotions, just the solid reality of steel biting into wood and the growing pile of split logs beside him. His breath fogged in the cold mountain air, and sweat dampened the collar of his flannel shirt despite the temperature hovering just above freezing. The physical exertion felt good, necessary even. For the past 3 days he'd been unable to settle, prowling around his cabin like a caged animal, his bear restless beneath his skin in ways he couldn't quite explain. Another log. Another swing. Another clean split. The work should have quieted the unease, should have centered him the way it always did. Instead, the restlessness only seemed to build with each piece of wood he added to the pile. Rowan positioned another log, raised his axe, and froze mid-swing. Something was wrong. Not wrong in any way he could see or hear. The forest around him looked peaceful enough, evergreens dusted with yesterday's snow. The sky that crystalline winter blue that only happened in the mountains. No unusual sounds disturbed the morning quiet. No predators lurked at the edges of his clearing, but the magic felt wrong. He lowered his axe slowly, his bare instincts prickling along his spine in warning. The wild magic that normally flowed through these mountains in steady currents had developed an irregular pattern, stuttering and jumping, like a heart struggling to maintain its rhythm. He'd been vaguely aware of the disturbance for days. That probably explained his restlessness. But he'd written it off as seasonal fluctuations or perhaps his own imagination. This was neither seasonal nor imagined. Rowan stood perfectly still, extending his magical senses the way his grandfather had taught him. Most people thought of shifter magic as purely physical. The transformation, the enhanced strength and senses. But that was only part of it. Good shifters, properly trained, could read the land itself, could feel the pulse of magic running through soil and stone and living things like a vast network of veins carrying life force through the world. Right now, that pulse felt arrhythmic, chaotic, like something fundamental had gone wrong with the underlying pattern that held everything together. A memory surfaced, unbidden and unwelcome. His grandfather's voice, patient and teaching. When the wild magic falters, boy, it means something's failing at the source. Could be a ley line collapse. Could be a ward breaking. Could be. Rowan cut off the memory before it could go further. He didn't need to hear his grandfather's voice right now. Didn't need the grief that came with remembering. But the disturbance in the magic persisted, demanding his attention. He set his axe against the chopping block and ran a hand through his hair, feeling the dampness of sweat at his temples despite the cold. His gaze drifted toward the cabin, and specifically toward the shelf he could just see through the window, where his grandfather's leather-bound journals sat in a neat row, their spines cracked from years of use. 5 years of gathering dust now. 5 years since he'd been able to bring himself to open them. Those journals contained decades of accumulated knowledge about magical patterns in these mountains. Careful observations recorded in his grandfather's precise handwriting. If anyone had documented symptoms like this before, it would be there. But opening those books meant seeing that familiar script again, meant being reminded of every lesson learned, and every conversation shared, and every quiet evening spent reading together by the fire. Meant remembering everything he'd lost. Damn it, Rowan muttered to the empty clearing. The magical current stuttered again, more pronounced this time. He felt it ripple through the earth beneath his feet, felt the trees around him shiver despite the complete absence of wind. The evergreen's needles rustled with borrowed movement, snow sifting from their branches in small cascades. Rowan's hands curled into fists at his sides. That pattern, the way the disturbance pulsed and spread in concentric waves, triggered recognition. His grandfather had described something similar once, years ago, when Rowan was still learning to read magical signatures. Something about a catastrophic failure in... what? A ward system? A protection spell? He needed those journals. The thought of walking into his cabin, pulling one of those leather-bound books from the shelf, Opening it to his grandfather's handwriting made his chest tighten. 5 years should have been enough time, should have made it easier. Instead, the grief sat as fresh and raw as ever, carefully avoided through the simple expedient of never looking at anything that might trigger it. Another pulse of wrong magic shivered through the forest, stronger this time, more insistent. Rowan turned toward the cabin, then stopped. A new magical signature had entered his awareness, approaching through the trees from the direction of town. Bright and warm, like sunlight through honey, with an almost aggressively cheerful quality that made him grimace in recognition. Holly Jolly. Of course it was Holly Jolly. He'd know that particular magical signature anywhere, had felt it often enough over the past year as she made increasingly frequent trips toward his territory, always with some excuse about needing wildflowers or mountain herbs or inspiration for her knitting. Always with that determined optimism that seemed constitutionally incapable of taking a hint. Rowan considered his options. He could duck inside the cabin, let her knock on his door and simply not answer. He'd done it before. She'd eventually leave, though not before spending 20 minutes chattering at his closed door about whatever helpful thing she'd brought him this time. Last month it had been a scarf, hand-knitted in shades of forest green and charcoal that admittedly matched his usual wardrobe perfectly. The month before, a basket of herb bread and jam that had sat on his doorstep for 3 days before he'd finally brought it inside and eaten it. Before that, God's help him, she'd tried to organize a community dinner at the town hall and personally invited him, showing up at his cabin with an actual written invitation decorated with hand-drawn snowflakes. He'd said no, politely but firmly. She'd smiled as if he'd merely said maybe, and told him the invitation remained open if he changed his mind. He never changed his mind. Holly Jolly seemed to view his desire for solitude as a problem, requiring her particular brand of cheerful intervention. She couldn't seem to understand that some people actually preferred being alone, that isolation was a choice, rather than a circumstance to be fixed with enough knitted goods and persistent friendliness. The magical signature drew closer. She was hiking through the snow with typical Holly determination, probably wearing one of her handmade sweaters and those ridiculous mismatched mittens she favored, probably humming some Christmas carol, even though December had barely started. Rowan imagined the inevitable scenario. Her knocking brightly on his door, presenting whatever she'd brought today with that hopeful smile. Him explaining, again, that he appreciated the thought but didn't need anything. Her looking slightly deflated but trying to hide it. The awkward moment when she'd try one more time to draw him into conversation or invite him to some town event. His refusal. Her eventual departure, leaving him feeling like he'd kicked a particularly enthusiastic puppy. He didn't enjoy hurting her feelings. Despite everything, Holly meant well. But meaning well didn't give someone the right to force their company or their help on people who'd made their boundaries clear. The magical disturbance pulsed again, powerful enough this time to make the snow on the ground ripple in concentric circles, spreading from some distant epicenter. The trees groaned, their roots disturbed by whatever was happening in the underlying magical structure. Rowan's analytical mind cataloged the symptoms. Increasing frequency, growing intensity, emanating from a specific source point in the direction of town. His grandfather's warnings about catastrophic magical failures echoed in his memory, whether he wanted them to or not. Knowledge shared is knowledge doubled, but knowledge hoarded is knowledge wasted. His grandfather had said that constantly, usually while insisting Rowan come into town for festivals, or help neighbors with their problems, or generally engage with the community in ways that had grown increasingly difficult after he cut off that line of thinking. The point was, his grandfather had believed in using knowledge to help others, in being part of something larger than just personal survival. Rowan had different priorities now. had learned that getting involved with others only led to pain when they inevitably left or died or decided you weren't enough to make them stay. But those two facts couldn't be coincidental, which meant Holly wasn't coming here to bring him jam or invite him to some damned community event. She was coming because something had gone wrong in Tinselcroft. Something magical. Something serious enough to drive her into the mountains to seek help from the one person she knew avoided town involvement, something that probably required the specific knowledge sitting in his grandfather's journals, gathering dust while he avoided his grief. "Son of a bitch," Rowan said to the forest. A chickadee in a nearby pine gave him a judgmental look. He let out a long breath that fogged in the cold air, watching it dissipate. His bear wanted to retreat to the cabin and bar the door, wanted to protect himself from whatever complicated situation Holly was about to drag him into. The human part of him knew that was the coward's choice, knew his grandfather would be ashamed, knew that sometimes responsibility overrode personal comfort. Didn't mean he had to like it. Rowan straightened his shoulders and turned toward the cabin, his boots crunching through the snow with a finality that felt like accepting a sentence. He had maybe 10 minutes before Holly reached his clearing. 10 minutes to pull himself together and prepare for whatever crisis had sent her seeking his help. 10 minutes to steel himself for the inevitable complication of his carefully maintained isolation. The magical disturbance pulsed again, and this time he recognized the pattern with absolute certainty. He'd seen his grandfather's sketches, read his descriptions. This was what happened when a major ward system began to collapse. When protection spells woven into the very foundations of a place started to unravel. Tinselcroft's Yule tree. It had to be. Nothing else in the area had that kind of magical infrastructure, that deeply embedded network of protective enchantments. If those wards were failing, the entire town was in danger. Every spell tied to the tree's magic would start breaking down. Heating enchantments, preservation wards, the protective barriers that kept avalanches and magical predators at bay. Holly would need answers, would need his grandfather's research, would need help from someone who understood wild magic and ward structures, and the delicate balance that kept magical communities stable. Would need him, specifically, whether either of them liked it or not. Rowan reached his cabin door and paused with his hand on the latch. Through the window, he could see those leather-bound journals on their shelf, innocent and terrible in equal measure. Behind him, Holly's magical signature drew steadily closer through the trees, bright and determined, and completely unaware that he'd already figured out why she was coming. The rest of him knew he wouldn't, knew he couldn't, not with an entire town's safety at stake. His grandfather had taught him too well, had instilled too strong a sense of duty toward the magical community, even if Rowan himself no longer felt part of it. Knowledge shared is knowledge doubled. Yeah, Rowan muttered, opening his cabin door. I hear you, old man. The journals waited on their shelf, patient and inevitable. Holly's footsteps crunched through snow somewhere just beyond the tree line, getting closer with each passing moment. Rowan stepped into his cabin, feeling like a man walking toward his own execution, but unable to ignore the growing certainty that everything was about to get infinitely more complicated. The magical disturbance pulsed through the floorboards beneath his feet, regular as a failing heartbeat, counting down to a disaster he couldn't yet see, but could already feel approaching like a storm front rolling over the mountains. He had a feeling his peaceful isolation was about to end, whether he was ready for it or not. Chapter 3. Holly. The path up to Rowan's cabin wound through the forest like a silver ribbon, and Holly's boots found every crunchy bit of snow-covered pine needles as she climbed. Her breath formed small clouds that hung in the crisp air for a moment before dissolving, and she found herself talking to them as if they were an audience. Hello, Rowan. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but... No, that sounded too apologetic. She tried again. I know you prefer your privacy, however... Too formal. She was overthinking this. She was absolutely, completely overthinking this. And the yarn ball in her pocket that she'd been squeezing for moral support was starting to felt. A chickadee landed on a branch above her head and tilted its tiny face as if to say, "You're still talking to yourself, aren't you?" "Yes, I am, thank you very much," Holly muttered. "And I'd like to see you try asking Rowan Thorn for help without preparing a speech first." The chickadee flew away, which Holly chose to interpret as agreement with her method rather than judgment of her sanity. She rounded another bend in the path, and the trees opened up to reveal Rowan's cabin, nestled in a clearing like a perfectly placed jewel in a crown of evergreens. Holly stopped, momentarily forgetting her nervous rehearsal, as she took in the sight. The log cabin was exactly what a cabin should be, sturdy and honest, with hand-hewn beams that fitted together with the kind of precision that spoke of patience and skill. Every joint was carefully notched, every corner square, despite the organic curves of the logs. Smoke curled from the stone chimney, and the whole structure seemed to grow from the mountain itself, as natural as the pines surrounding it. It was the kind of building that made Holly want to knit it a cozy blanket, which was absurd because buildings didn't need blankets, but the impulse was there nonetheless. She spotted him then, near the workshop attached to the cabin's eastern side. Rowan's broad shoulders moved with economical grace as he stacked firewood, each piece placed with the same careful attention he'd clearly given to building his home. Even from this distance, Holly could see the silver-shot beard, the weathered flannel, the way he moved like someone completely comfortable in his solitude. All her carefully prepared speeches evaporated like her breath clouds. She was about to interrupt the most reclusive person in Tinselcroft, the man who'd perfected the art of polite refusal, the bear shifter who'd chosen isolation over community and clearly preferred it that way. And she was going to waltz into his peaceful clearing and ask him to dive headfirst into town business, the very thing he'd been avoiding for 5 years. Holly squeezed the yarn ball in her pocket so hard her knuckles cracked. Then she remembered the Yule tree's dimming runes, the way the protective magic had felt threadbare under her fingers. The thought of what would happen to Tinselcroft if those ancient wards failed completely. She remembered Felix's worried face, Cleo's uncharacteristic silence, the weight of responsibility that came with being the person everyone turned to for magical fixes. She couldn't fix this one alone. Holly straightened her shoulders, pulled her hand from her pocket, and approached with all the cheerfulness she could muster. "Good morning, Rowan." She waved one mittened hand, the purple one, which was slightly bigger than the green one because she'd gotten distracted thinking about pie while knitting it, and hoped her voice sounded more confident than it felt. It wavered slightly, betraying the weight of what she needed to ask, but at least it didn't crack. Rowan turned toward her with the wary expression of a man who'd just spotted a well-meaning neighbor approaching with a casserole and an invitation to a committee meeting. His hazel eyes, more green than gold in the forest light, narrowed slightly, and Holly could practically see him calculating how quickly he could finish this conversation. She didn't give him the chance to speak first. "The protective enchantments are failing," Holly said, abandoning all pretense of small talk. Her usual optimism cracked like ice over a rushing stream as she launched into explanation. "The Yule tree's runes are dimming. The golden ones first, but I noticed some of the silver starting to fade too. And you know what that means for the secondary ward structures. I've tried every diagnostic spell I know, and I know you're probably thinking that's not many, and you'd be right. But I did try everything in Gran's books too. But the problem is beyond craft magic." She was rambling. She was absolutely rambling, but Rowan was still looking at her instead of walking away, so she counted that as a win. The protective barriers that keep the avalanches at bay, the heating enchantments, the preservation wards on the food storage, all of it ties back to the Yule tree. Holly heard her voice rising with barely suppressed panic and forced herself to take a breath. If we don't fix this, Tinselcroft could become vulnerable to magical storms, unstable enchantments, all the wild magic that the tree normally filters and redirects. Rowan shook his head, a firm, immediate gesture that made Holly's heart sink. I don't get involved in town business, Holly. Find someone else. His voice was gruff, final. The tone of a man who'd had this conversation before and knew exactly how to shut it down. He turned back to his woodpile, as if that settled the matter. Holly felt her heart drop somewhere around her knees. She'd known he would refuse. Everyone knew Rowan refused everything. But hearing it still stung. The careful stack of reasons she'd prepared on her walk up the mountain threatened to collapse into a heap of inadequate words. There is no one else, she said quietly. Rowan's shoulders tensed, but he didn't turn around. Felix knows his way around preservation charms and archival magic, but this isn't a book that needs protecting. Holly took a step closer, her boots crunching in the snow. Cleo can shift and track and hunt, but she can't diagnose ward structures. Gran knows hedge magic and growing spells, but she's 73, and her arthritis makes it hard to channel the kind of power this would require. Mayor Elderberry is a bureaucrat, not a magical theorist. You're the only one in Tinselcroft with knowledge of wild magic, Holly pressed. The only one who studied ward structures with your grandfather. The only one who might actually understand what's happening to the tree. Might, Rowan said, still not turning around. Might understand. That's not exactly a ringing endorsement of my expertise. It's more expertise than anyone else has, Holly shot back, then immediately felt bad for the sharp edge in her voice. She softened it, tried again. Please, Rowan. Without the tree's protection, Tinselcroft could face magical storms, unstable enchantments. All the wild magic from the mountains flowing unchecked through the town. The barriers that keep us safe would fail, Rowan finished, finally turning to face her. His expression had shifted from reflexive refusal to something more complicated. Reluctant consideration warring with determination to maintain his boundaries. He crossed his arms defensively, but his eyes held a flicker of concern he couldn't quite hide. I know what happens when ward structures collapse, Holly. I've read the accounts. Then you know we need help. Holly met his gaze, refusing to look away even though the intensity of those hazel eyes made her want to fidget. I need help. The town needs help, and I'm asking, not as someone who's trying to fix you or drag you to potlucks or whatever it is you think I do, but as someone who's genuinely terrified of letting everyone down. Something flickered across Rowan's face too quickly for Holly to identify, but his arms stayed crossed. The children, Holly continued, her voice breaking slightly with genuine fear as she thought about the youngsters who played in the town square, who built snow forts under the Yule tree's protective branches. Mrs. Greenwood and her newborn twins. Old Mr. Thornberry who can barely walk, let alone evacuate if there's a magical emergency. Everyone who depends on those protective barriers, who trusts that the enchantments their ancestors laid down will keep them safe. The wind whispered through the pine boughs above them, carrying the scent of snow and wood smoke. Holly watched emotions play across Rowan's face. Resistance, concern, what might have been old grief, and finally, something that looked like resignation. I can't let them down because I was too proud to ask for help, she said quietly. I can't be the person who knew something was wrong and didn't do everything possible to fix it, even if that means bothering the one person in the valley who's made it very clear he wants to be left alone. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the soft whisper of wind and the distant call of a raven. Holly's hands were shaking inside her mismatched mittens, but she kept her chin up and her gaze steady. She'd said her piece. She'd asked for what the town needed, as clearly and honestly as she could manage. Now it was up to Rowan. He stared at her for a long moment, and Holly had the uncomfortable feeling he was seeing straight through all her carefully maintained optimism to the scared, desperate person underneath. His hazel eyes, definitely more gold now, seemed to catalog every detail of her face, reading things she hadn't meant to show. Then he exhaled heavily, and his shoulders dropped fractionally. "I'll examine the tree this evening," Rowan said, his voice carrying the weight of reluctant commitment. "After the town meeting. I'm not promising miracles, and I'm not promising long-term involvement in town affairs. I'll look at the problem, consult my grandfather's journals, and give you my assessment. That's it." Relief flooded through Holly so suddenly, she felt lightheaded. Thank you, Rowan. That's all I'm asking." "But I mean it, Holly." He held up one hand, cutting off her gratitude. "I'm not joining committees. I'm not attending festival planning meetings. I'm not becoming the town's go-to magical consultant. I'll help with this specific problem. Because the alternative is people getting hurt. But that's where my involvement ends, understood?" Holly nodded so enthusiastically, her knitting needles, tucked into her hair for safekeeping, nearly fell out. "Understood. Absolutely understood. This problem only, no committees," even though she could already imagine how useful it would be to have someone with his knowledge available for consultations, and how the children's magical education program could benefit from his expertise, and how the Preservation Society had been wondering about the wards on the old mill. No. Stop it. She was doing exactly what he'd warned her about, already mentally recruiting him for a dozen projects. This was why people found her pushy. This was why she needed to learn boundaries. "This problem only," she repeated, more to herself than to him. "I promise." Rowan studied her face again, and Holly had the uncomfortable suspicion he knew exactly what thoughts had just run through her head. But he didn't call her on it, just gave a single nod. She was rambling again. Definitely rambling. 7 o'clock, Rowan confirmed, the faintest hint of what might have been amusement touching the corners of his mouth. "I'll be there." "Right. Good. Thank you." Holly took another step backward, her boot finding a suspiciously crunchy patch of snow. I'll see you then, at 7. For the meeting, which you're coming to." She was making this worse. She was absolutely making this worse. But her mouth seemed determined to keep moving, even though her brain had clearly left the building. Rowan raised one eyebrow, just slightly, but enough to make Holly's cheeks burn. "Okay, I'm going now," she announced, spinning on her heel with as much dignity as she could muster while wearing mismatched mittens and yarn fluff in her hair. "Thank you again, Rowan. Really. This means everything." She didn't wait for a response, just headed back down the path at a pace that was definitely too fast to be casual, but not quite fast enough to qualify as fleeing. Behind her, she heard the soft thunk of wood being stacked, the sound carrying clearly in the cold air. He was already back to work, already retreating into his solitary routine, probably grateful to have the chattering craft witch off his property. But he'd agreed to help. Grumpy, reluctant, hedged with a dozen warnings and boundaries, but he'd agreed. That was more than Holly had dared hope for when she'd started up the mountain this morning. Her boots found the path almost automatically, muscle memory guiding her feet while her mind spun with everything that needed to happen before the evening meeting. She'd need to gather her notes on the diagnostic spells she'd tried, sketch out the pattern of rune dimming for visual reference, maybe prepare a list of questions about ward structures, though she'd have to be careful not to make it look like she expected Rowan to answer all of them, because that would definitely count as recruiting him for consultation services, and she'd promised. A branch snapped somewhere in the forest to her left, and Holly's attention snapped back to her surroundings. She paused, listening, but heard nothing except the wind and the distant chatter of a squirrel scolding someone for invading its territory. The magical disturbance she'd felt at the Yule tree pulsed faintly, a discordant note in the otherwise harmonious magical signature of the mountain. It was getting worse. She could feel it even from here. A gradual unraveling of protections that had stood for generations. Holly quickened her pace, her earlier relief giving way to renewed urgency. Rowan had agreed to help, yes, but that didn't mean they had unlimited time to solve this. The runes were dimming. The wards were failing. And somewhere in his grandfather's journals might be the key to understanding why. And more importantly, how to fix it before Tinselcroft's protections collapsed entirely. She just had to hope that Rowan's knowledge and those journals would be enough. Though really, was it her fault if solving one problem naturally led to discovering other areas where his expertise would be invaluable? Stop it, Holly told herself firmly, addressing a passing pine tree since there was no one else around to witness her internal struggle. You promised. This problem only. The tree offered no opinion, which was probably for the best. Chapter 4. Rowan. The walk down the mountain shouldn't have felt like marching toward execution, but Rowan's shoulders tensed incrementally with each step that brought him closer to Tinselcroft's cobblestone streets. Holly chattered beside him, something about the different types of enchanted yarn she'd ordered for Springstock, and he found himself grateful for the one-sided conversation. It meant he didn't have to contribute beyond the occasional grunt of acknowledgement. Saved him from thinking too hard about what he was doing. The first hints of lamplight appeared through the trees as the path descended into the valley. Those enchanted street lamps that adjusted their warmth based on proximity. Rowan had always found them unnecessarily fussy. A lantern either provided light or it didn't. No need to get fancy about it. Oh, we're making good time, Holly observed, checking the small pocket watch she pulled from her coat. Though, I suppose you walk this route fast because of the... She stopped herself, glancing sideways at him. Because you're tall, long legs. That's probably it. Because of the shifter metabolism and mountain-bred endurance, she'd been about to say. But she'd caught herself, which suggested she was more observant than her cheerful rambling implied. The trees thinned, giving way to the cleared land around Tinselcroft proper, and Rowan's jaw tightened as the first buildings came into view. Warm light spilled from windows, creating golden rectangles against the deepening twilight. Smoke curled from chimneys, carrying the scent of wood fires and cooking dinners. Normal evening activities for a normal town. Except Tinselcroft had never been normal. And right now, its magical heart was failing. Holly's steps slowed slightly as they reached the first street corner, and she shot him another sideways glance. We could take the back way to the square if you'd prefer. Less direct exposure. I'm not ashamed of being seen, Rowan said, more sharply than he'd intended. Her eyebrows rose. I didn't mean... I just thought you might appreciate fewer people making a fuss. She was trying to help. Of course she was trying to help, because that's what Holly Jolly did with every waking moment of her existence. The knowledge didn't make it any less irritating. The fastest route is fine, he muttered, starting forward again. The cobblestones were uneven under his boots, worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. Someone had swept them recently, clearing away the day's snow accumulation, so the enchanted warmth underneath could keep the path clear. Practical magic, the kind that served a useful purpose. Rowan could respect that. What he couldn't respect was the way curtains twitched as they passed the apothecary, or how Mrs. Fernwick slowed her walking pace outside the bakery, her eyes widening as she took in Rowan's presence beside Holly, or the way two teenagers actually stopped mid-conversation to stare, their mouths hanging open, like they'd spotted a cryptid wandering through town. Is that really Rowan Thorne? One of them whispered, not quietly enough. Rowan kept his gaze fixed on the cobblestones ahead, counting the cracks and worn patches as they passed. Focus on something concrete, something that didn't involve making eye contact with curious neighbors who'd apparently forgotten what he looked like. Haven't seen him in town for months, someone else murmured from the doorway of the general store. 6 months, Rowan thought. 6 months and 3 weeks since the last time he'd ventured into town proper, and that had been for his grandfather's memorial service. Before that, longer still. Beside him, Holly hummed a Christmas carol under her breath, something about decking halls, though the halls in question seemed to be getting quite enthusiastically decked based on the upbeat tempo. She didn't seem bothered by the attention they were drawing. If anything, she waved cheerfully at Mrs. Fernwick and called out a greeting to the teenagers. "Love the new scarf, Danny. The color suits you." The kid in question, Danny apparently, touched the green knitted scarf around his neck and flushed with pleasure. "Thanks, Miss Holly. My mom got it from your shop. She has excellent taste," Holly assured him, somehow managing to keep walking while maintaining the conversation. "Tell her the matching mittens came in if she's interested." This was normal for her, Rowan realized. This easy interaction with townspeople, this comfort in being seen and known and part of the community's daily rhythm. She moved through their attention like a duck through water. Natural, effortless. Probably couldn't imagine any other way of existing. The thought made his shoulders tense even more. The town square opened before them, that circular space at Tinselcroft's heart where all the main streets converged. Under normal circumstances, it would be beautiful in the gathering dusk. The enchanted lamps creating pools of golden light, the shop fronts decorated with their year-round garlands, the mountains rising in the distance like protective sentinels. But Rowan's attention went immediately to the Yule tree. It dominated the square's center, easily 30 feet tall and ancient beyond measure. Its evergreen branches spread wide, creating a natural canopy that should have glowed with magical warmth. The golden runes carved into its massive trunk should have pulsed with steady light, casting intricate shadow patterns across the snow. Should have. Instead, the runes flickered weakly, their glow stuttering like dying candle flames. The tree's magical presence, that constant hum of power that should have resonated through the entire town, felt muted, strangled. Wrong on a fundamental level that made Rowan's bare instincts growl in distress. "Oh," Holly breathed beside him. "It's gotten worse since this morning." She was right. Even from here, Rowan could feel the deterioration. The wrongness radiated from the tree's trunk in discordant waves, disrupting the natural magical harmony that should have permeated the town's foundations. His feet carried him forward without conscious decision, crossing the square toward the massive tree. The conversations happening around the square's edges faded to background noise. Someone called out a greeting. To him or to Holly, he wasn't sure. But he didn't respond. All his attention focused on the tree. The bark felt rough under his palms as he knelt at its base, ancient and weathered but still vital, still alive despite the disturbance. The tree itself wasn't dying. That much was clear immediately. But something was cutting it off from its power source, strangling the flow of magic that should have fed its protective enchantments. Rowan closed his eyes and extended his magical senses downward, following the tree's root system through the earth. His bear nature made this easier, gave him an instinctive understanding of underground networks and the flow of life through stone and soil. The roots spread wide and deep, anchoring the tree to the bedrock beneath Tinselcroft, connecting it to the underground springs and magical veins that crisscrossed the mountain, or should have been connecting it. There, his awareness snagged on the disruption. Something was blocking the flow, creating a magical dam that prevented the spring water from reaching the tree's roots, like an artery clogged with plaque, cutting off vital circulation to the heart. His expression darkened as he mapped the extent of the damage. This wasn't natural deterioration. This was interference. Though whether intentional or accidental, remained unclear. The blockage felt strange. Not quite malevolent, but definitely wrong for this environment. Foreign. Rowan? Holly's voice filtered through his concentration, gentle but concerned. He pulled his awareness back reluctantly, returning to surface perception with the disorienting sensation of having been underwater too long. When he opened his eyes, a semicircle of worried faces surrounded him. Mayor Elderberry stood directly ahead, his silvered beard catching the lamplight, his expression grave with the kind of concern that came from genuinely caring about his town's welfare. Flanking him were several council members. Rowan recognized them vaguely from previous town gatherings he'd been forced to attend over the years. The baker, the schoolteacher, someone who ran something to do with magical supplies. They all stared at him with the desperate hope of people facing disaster and looking toward their only potential salvation. Rowan's stomach sank. "Well?" Mayor Elderberry asked, his usual flowery speech pattern stripped down to essential urgency. "What can you tell us?" Getting to his feet required more effort than it should have. Rowan's knees protested slightly. He'd been kneeling on frozen ground longer than was comfortable. But that discomfort was nothing compared to the weight of their collective expectation settling on his shoulders like a lead blanket. He wasn't good at this. Wasn't good at explaining things to groups of people who hung on his every word, waiting for reassurance he wasn't sure he could provide. "There's magical interference in the root system," he said, keeping his voice level through sheer force of will. "Something's disrupting the connection between the tree and the underground magical springs that feed it." "What kind of interference?" the schoolteacher asked. Miss Primrose, his memory supplied. She taught basic spell work to the town's younger magical children. "I don't know yet." Rowan crossed his arms, a defensive gesture he couldn't quite suppress. Could be a buildup of incompatible magical residue. Could be physical debris that's acquired magical properties over time. Could be intentional sabotage. Though, I doubt that, given how long this appears to have been developing. "Can it be fixed?" Mayor Elderberry's hands gripped his antique pocket watch, knuckles white with tension. This was the question, wasn't it? The one they'd all been waiting for him to answer. The reason they'd tracked down the reclusive mountain hermit and dragged him into their crisis. Rowan's jaw clenched. Possibly. The blockage needs to be cleared, and the magical channels need to be cleansed to restore proper flow. That requires specific ingredients that can neutralize corrupted magic without damaging the tree's natural systems. He could feel Holly watching him, could sense her eager attention even without looking in her direction. Waiting for him to provide solutions, probably already planning how to help, how to organize community resources, how to turn this crisis into another opportunity for collective action. The thought made his back teeth grind together. "What ingredients?" the baker asked. "Morrison. His name was Morrison. Can we source them locally?" "Some of them." Rowan paused, knowing what he was about to say would complicate everything. "The most crucial ones are found in the ancient grove." The council members exchanged worried glances. "That's deep in the mountains," Miss Primrose said slowly. "Beyond the protected areas. Beyond where the town's standard wards reach. Several hours' hike under good conditions," Rowan confirmed. "Longer if the weather turns." Mayor Elderberry's expression grew even graver, if that was possible.
"The grove has its own protections, doesn't it? I've heard the old stories, that it only reveals itself to those who know the proper paths."
Because of course the mayor would know the folklore. Elderberries had been governing Tinselcroft for generations. They probably had whole libraries dedicated to local magical history and geography. "The paths shift," Rowan acknowledged reluctantly. "And yes, there are protections, old ones, from before the town was established. They're not hostile exactly, but they don't welcome casual visitors." "But you know the way," Holly said, her voice carrying absolute certainty. All eyes turned to her, then back to Rowan. "My grandfather taught me," he admitted, hating how defensive the words sounded. "Taught me how to read the forest's signs, how to navigate the protections without triggering defensive responses. It's not something that can be easily explained or transferred to someone else. It requires feeling the land's magic, understanding its patterns," which meant they needed him. Specifically him, not just his knowledge. The trap was closing. Invisible, but inexorable. "What grows in the grove that we need?" the magical supplies person asked. What was their name? Chen? Something like that. Rowan forced himself to focus on practical details, rather than his growing sense of being cornered. "Moonlit spring water, for one thing. The grove has the source springs, where Tinselcroft's magical water originates. Before it travels through the underground channels, water collected directly from the source, under moonlight, can cleanse magical corruption." He could picture it in his mind. The small pool at the grove center, surrounded by ancient standing stones. The water clear enough to see straight through to the bottom, despite being several feet deep. His grandfather used to bring him there for special rituals, teaching him to respect the old magic that predated modern spellwork. "Silverleaf moss," he continued, dragging his attention back to the present. "It only grows on certain trees in the grove. Trees that have been exposed to concentrated magic for centuries. The moss absorbs ambient magical energy and can be used to draw out incompatible residue." "And," Mayor Elderberry prompted when Rowan paused, "crystallized starlight sap. The oldest trees in the grove produce it. Amber-like deposits that form when sap is exposed to starlight during specific lunar phases. It's rare even in the grove, but it's the most potent component for restoring proper magical flow." The council members looked at each other again, their expressions mixing hope with apprehension. The ingredients existed. They could be obtained. But the journey— "The path is treacherous," Miss Primrose said quietly. "Especially this time of year, with the snowpack unstable and the wildlife more aggressive as they prepare for deep winter." She was right, and they all knew it. The ancient grove sat in wild territory, where the mountains were steep and unforgiving, where weather could turn in minutes, where even experienced hikers could lose their way if they didn't have Rowan's particular sensitivity to the land's magical signatures. Mayor Elderberry straightened his shoulders, calling upon whatever reserves of civic authority and desperation he could muster. "You have to help us, Rowan." It wasn't a request. Not really. The mayor's voice carried the weight of an entire community facing disaster. The collective need of 200 residents who depended on the Yule tree's protections to maintain the delicate balance that allowed them to live peacefully in their hidden mountain valley. "The town's survival depends on reaching that grove safely," the mayor continued, "on gathering those ingredients correctly, on someone who understands both the destination and the journey guiding the expedition." Other council members nodded emphatically, their faces reflecting the same desperate determination. "We'll pay you, of course," Morrison added quickly. "Whatever your standard rate for consulting work." "I don't have a standard rate," Rowan interrupted, sharper than he'd intended. "Because I don't do consulting work." "Then we'll establish one," Mayor Elderberry said firmly. "This is essential town business, and you'll be compensated appropriately for your expertise and time." They were going to make this official, make it a formal arrangement, with compensation and contracts and all the trappings of civic responsibility that Rowan had spent years avoiding. His hands clenched at his sides, fingers curling into fists he couldn't quite prevent. Every instinct screamed at him to refuse, to walk away, to retreat to his cabin and let the town figure out their own solutions. Except there weren't any other solutions. The specialized knowledge required to navigate the grove's protections, to identify the correct ingredients, to survive the journey through wild territory? That knowledge had died with his grandfather, leaving Rowan as the sole living person who possessed it. His specialized knowledge had become a trap, binding him to responsibility he'd never wanted. The weight of their collective expectation pressed down on his shoulders until his spine ached with it. They needed him. Not just his cooperation, but his active, sustained participation in solving a crisis that threatened everything they'd built here. And if he refused, if he turned his back and walked away, the Yule tree's protections would fail. The wards would collapse. The town would become vulnerable to every threat that those magical defenses currently kept at bay. People would suffer. People he'd known his entire life, even if he'd kept them at careful distance. Families. Children. The descendants of folks his grandfather had cared about, whose welfare had mattered to the old man, even when Rowan himself hadn't been able to see the value in community connections. Damn it. Rowan's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. His gaze swept across the assembled faces, mayor, council members, and beyond them, other townspeople who'd gathered at the square's edges, watching this impromptu meeting with anxious expressions. Holly stood slightly apart from the official group, her dark eyes fixed on his face with something that looked like understanding, like she knew exactly what kind of internal battle he was fighting, and wasn't going to push him toward any particular decision, despite her own obvious investment in the outcome. That restraint, more than anything else, tipped the balance. "I'll guide an expedition to the ancient grove," he heard himself say, the words feeling like they were being dragged from somewhere deep in his chest. "Gather the ingredients needed to cleanse the root system." Relief rippled through the crowd like a physical wave. "Thank you," Mayor Elderberry breathed. "On behalf of the entire town." "But I'm not organizing it," Rowan cut him off. "Not managing supplies, not coordinating volunteers, not handling any of the logistical details beyond the actual journey. Someone else takes responsibility for that." Someone else who already had her hand half raised, her expression shifting from understanding to eager determination. "I can handle the logistics," Holly volunteered, because of course she did. "Equipment, provisions, timing. I'll coordinate everything, so all you need to do is guide us there and back." U.S. The word registered a moment too late. "You're not coming," Rowan said flatly. Holly's eyebrows rose. "I'm absolutely coming. The ingredients need to be prepared correctly once we return. The moon water needs to be combined with crushed silverleaf moss in specific proportions, and the crystallized sap needs to be dissolved using enchanted heat. That's craft magic, which is my specialty." She wasn't wrong. Damn her, but she wasn't wrong. The journey was only half the solution. Proper preparation and application of the ingredients required someone with expertise in magical crafting and combination work. "Fine," Rowan ground out, already regretting every decision that had led to this moment. "You handle logistics. We leave day after tomorrow at first light." "Day after tomorrow?" Miss Primrose sounded startled. "Isn't that rather soon?" "The tree's deteriorating," Rowan reminded her. "Every day we wait, the damage gets worse. Day after tomorrow gives enough time to gather proper supplies without letting the situation spiral further." And it was close enough that he couldn't second-guess himself into backing out. But that remained unsaid. Mayor Elderberry nodded decisively. "Very well. Holly, you'll coordinate with Rowan on what's needed. The council will authorize funds for expedition supplies and arrange for someone to mine the gilded skein while you're away." "Cleo can watch the shop," Holly said immediately. "She's been learning the inventory system anyway." Arrangements. They were making arrangements, solidifying plans, turning this vague agreement into concrete reality. Rowan felt the walls closing in, the commitment forcing him far outside the comfortable isolation he'd maintained for years. This was going to be extended cooperation with the most persistently helpful person in Tinselcroft. Days of travel, close proximity, shared meals and sleeping arrangements in the wild. No escape. No retreat to his cabin when the social interaction became too much. His bare nature growled in protest at being trapped. But the human part of him, the part that still remembered his grandfather's lessons about duty and community, forced that growl back down. "We'll need cold weather gear," he said, resignation making his voice flat. "Extra provisions in case the weather traps us longer than anticipated. Rope. Climbing equipment for the steeper sections. Medical supplies. Fire-starting materials that work in magical interference zones." Holly was already taking notes on a small pad she'd produced from somewhere in her coat. "I'll have everything ready. Should we plan for others to join the expedition? Additional hands might be useful." "No." The word came out sharper than Rowan intended. 2 people is already pushing what the Grove's protections will tolerate. More than that, risks triggering defensive responses. And having additional witnesses to his forced social cooperation would only make this worse. But that motivation remained unspoken. "Just the 2 of us, then," Holly said, meeting his gaze with that unnervingly steady expression that suggested she understood more than he wanted her to. "We'll make it work." Rowan's jaw clenched again, hard enough that his back teeth ached. They'd make it work. They had to make it work. Because the alternative was watching Tinselcroft's protections crumble and knowing he could have prevented it. But that didn't mean he had to like it. Chapter 5. Holly. The kitchen table had disappeared beneath layers of expedition supplies, transformed into a topographical map of wool socks, dried fruit, waterproof matches, and small glass vials meant for collecting magical ingredients. Holly circled the chaos for the 3rd time, mentally reviewing Rowan's terse instructions about the ancient grove's location, 3 hours' hike northeast from his cabin. Watch for the standing stones that mark the boundary. Don't step off the path once you pass the 3rd stone. She'd written it all down during the town meeting, her handwriting growing progressively messier as Rowan detailed the journey's hazards with his characteristic bluntness. Unstable magical currents. Terrain that shifted when you weren't looking directly at it. Defensive enchantments woven into the very trees that would turn hostile if they sensed ill intent. Comforting thoughts. Holly picked up a ball of enchanted yarn she'd been planning to knit into emergency warmth charms. The kind that could keep a person from hypothermia even in the worst blizzard. The wool glowed faintly against her palm, responsive but subdued. She pulled her knitting needles from the drawer, settling into the familiar weight of smooth wood and the gentle hum of magical potential that usually sang through them like tuning forks. Except today they didn't sing. Today they felt heavy and sluggish, as if the wood itself had grown waterlogged. Her stomach clenched. The needles had always responded to her touch, even as a teenager first discovering her gift. The click and slide of wood against wood, yarn flowing through her fingers while magic wove itself into every loop and twist. That was as natural to her as breathing. Holly cast on stitches anyway, determined to create at least one functional warmth charm before tomorrow's departure. The needles moved through the familiar motions, but each stitch felt labored. The magic that should have flowed freely into the developing fabric instead trickled like honey in winter, thick and resistant. After 20 minutes, she had a palm-sized square of knitting that might keep someone marginally warmer than a regular scarf. Maybe. "Oh, this is bad," she whispered to the failing charm. "This is really, really bad." A gentle knock interrupted her spiral into worry. "Come in, Grandma," Holly called, recognizing the rhythm of the knock as clearly as a signature. Marigold entered, carrying a steaming mug that smelled of chamomile, lemon balm, and something else. Something earthy and grounding that Holly couldn't quite identify. Her grandmother navigated the supply-covered floor with practiced ease, settling into Holly's favorite armchair with the kind of grace that suggested she'd been expecting this exact situation. "You're panicking," Marigold observed mildly. "I'm not panicking. I'm strategically concerned." Her grandmother's amber eyes sparkled with gentle amusement. "You've sorted your thermal socks by thickness 3 times since I arrived. That qualifies as panicking." Holly looked down at the precisely organized sock piles. "They need to be accessible in the right order. Drink this." Marigold held out the mug. "Then sit down and listen to someone who's been working magic longer than you've been alive." The tea tasted like forest floor and sunshine, if such a combination were possible. Holly felt tension she hadn't realized she was carrying begin to unwind from her shoulders as she settled onto the floor beside her grandmother's chair. "Your magic is failing," Marigold said, not as a question, but as simple acknowledgement of observable fact. "The Yule tree is connected to all magic in Tinselcroft, yes, but that's not why I'm here." Marigold pulled a worn leather journal from her cardigan pocket, one Holly had seen before in her grandmother's greenhouse, usually surrounded by sprouting seeds and botanical sketches. "I'm here because you're about to journey into wild magic territory with a bear shifter who understands that kind of magic in ways you never will. And you need to stop fighting that reality." Holly's fingers tightened around the warm mug. "I'm not fighting, dear one." The gentle interruption carried decades of patient wisdom. "You've spent your entire life building magic like careful architecture, stitch by stitch, pattern by pattern, creating structure and purpose in everything you craft. That's beautiful work, and it's saved this town more times than people realize." Marigold opened the journal, revealing pages of handwritten notes interspersed with pressed flowers and dried herbs. "But wild magic doesn't build. It flows like water through the mountain, following channels carved by time and nature. You can't structure it into submission, and you certainly can't knit it into compliance." "Then how am I supposed to help?" The question came out smaller than Holly intended. "If my magic is architecture and Rowan's is water, how do we combine them?" "You weave them together rather than fight against their differences." Marigold's weathered fingers traced a diagram in the journal, showing interlocking spirals. "Water needs channels to flow through. Architecture needs foundation to build upon. One provides structure, the other provides life force. Together, they create something neither could achieve alone." Holly studied the diagram, recognizing elements of both craft magic theory and natural magical philosophy woven throughout the notes. "You've done this before." "Not exactly this, but similar enough." Marigold set the journal on Holly's lap. "Your grandfather was a weather worker. His magic flowed wild and unpredictable as summer storms. Mine is rooted in earth and growing things, patient and structured. We spent our first year of marriage either working miracles or setting things accidentally on fire." Despite her anxiety, Holly smiled. She'd heard stories about her grandparents' legendary magical mishaps during their early years together. "Close your eyes," Marigold instructed. "Stop thinking about knitting patterns and yarn tension for one moment." Holly obeyed, though her fingers itched to reach for her needles. "Breathe deeply. Feel the air moving through your lungs, the way it carries scents and temperature and life itself." The cottage's familiar smells registered: lavender sachets, wood smoke from the morning fire, the faint vanilla cinnamon scent of her favorite candles. But beneath those surface fragrances, something else stirred. something that felt like frost on pine needles and stone, warmed by ancient sunlight. "That's wild magic," Marigold whispered. "It's been here all along, flowing through the mountain like blood through veins. You've just been too focused on your own magic to notice its presence." Holly's breath caught. The sensation was nothing like the warm, responsive hum of her knitting needles. This felt vast and patient. Powerful in the way mountains were powerful, not through force, but through sheer enduring presence. "It has rhythm," Holly murmured, feeling the pulse of it like a heartbeat that existed outside her own chest. Like breathing, but slower. The mountain's breath. Marigold sounded pleased. "Once you can feel that rhythm, you can begin to understand how Rowan perceives magic. Not as something to be shaped and directed, but as something to be harmonized with." Another knock at the door. This one considerably more energetic than Marigold's gentle tap. "Holly, I brought survival gear." Cleo's voice rang with characteristic enthusiasm. "Also, thermal underwear, because I know you've never owned proper thermal underwear in your entire life." Holly's eyes opened as Cleo burst through the door, carrying a waterproof backpack that looked like it had survived several small wars. Her short black hair currently bore streaks of electric blue that matched her glowing green eyes. Clearly, her excitement about the expedition had manifested in her appearance. "Your grandmother texted me," Cleo announced, dumping the pack on the one clear corner of table. "Said you needed practical adventure supplies from someone who's actually hiked through magical wilderness before." "You've been to the ancient grove?" Holly asked, surprised. "What? No. But I've explored half the enchanted caves in the southern mountain range, and I once accidentally wandered into a pocket dimension near the crystal springs." Cleo began pulling items from the pack with the efficiency of someone who'd done this before. Waterproof matches, emergency flares enchanted to work through magical interference, protein bars that don't taste like cardboard, a first aid kit that includes antidotes for common magical plant toxins. She continued rattling off supplies while Holly watched in amazement. Each item was practical, well used, and clearly chosen by someone who understood the difference between theoretical adventure and actual wilderness survival. "How did you know about the plant toxins?" Holly picked up a small vial labeled Dreamroot Neutralizer in Cleo's distinctive handwriting. "Felix did research," Cleo grinned. "He's been in the library since dawn, cross-referencing every historical account of journeys to the ancient grove. He'll be here any minute, with enough books to build a fort." As if summoned, Felix appeared in the doorway, balancing a precarious stack of leather-bound volumes. His brown hair stuck up at odd angles, a sure sign he'd been running his hands through it while reading, and his glasses had slipped down his nose in that way that usually made Cleo stare at him like he'd hung the moon. "I found 17 documented expeditions to the ancient grove," he announced, navigating carefully around Cleo to deposit his burden on the table. 3 of them specifically mention Yule tree healing rituals, and 2 include detailed notes about the synchronization requirements between different magical disciplines. He pushed his glasses up, leaving a smudge of ink on his cheek that Holly suspected had been there for hours. "The theoretical principles are fascinating. Wild magic provides raw power and connection to natural cycles, while craft magic creates the stabilizing framework that allows that power to be directed purposefully, rather than dispersing randomly." Holly's stomach did an uncomfortable flip. Perfect synchronization. With Rowan, who barely tolerates being in the same room as other people, Cleo added helpfully. "This should be interesting." Marigold rose from her chair, collecting the empty tea mug. "Perhaps you should practice before you leave. Practice synchronizing with someone who's currently hiding in his cabin and probably hoping I'll fall into a ravine." Holly heard the edge of panic in her voice and tried to rein it in. "Practice trusting," her grandmother corrected gently. Practice letting go of the need to control every stitch and pattern. Practice believing that someone else's approach to magic might complement your own, rather than competing with it. Felix adjusted his glasses again, his scholarly enthusiasm giving way to something softer. The historical accounts emphasize mutual respect between the magic workers. The wild channeler needs to trust that the craft worker won't try to force structure onto energies that need to flow freely. The craft worker needs to trust that the wild channeler won't let those energies overwhelm the careful frameworks being built. So basically, Cleo translated, you both need to believe the other person knows what they're doing, even when their approach makes absolutely no sense to you. Holly reached for her knitting needles again, needing the comfort of familiar motion. She cast on stitches for another warmth charm, but the needles felt even heavier than before. The magic that should have flowed through the developing fabric barely whispered through the yarn. After several minutes, she had a limp square of knitting that held no more warmth than ordinary wool. Her hands trembled. "It's getting worse," she whispered. "I can barely feel my magic at all." Cleo's expression shifted from playful to fierce. "Then we make sure you have everything else you need. You can't rely on your knitting magic right now, but you can rely on proper gear, solid supplies, and..." She gestured at Felix's books. "Theoretical knowledge about exactly what you're trying to accomplish." Felix nodded earnestly. According to the 1847 account, the craft worker's magic actually strengthened during the healing process, because she was drawing on both her own power and the wild magic her partner channeled. It's symbiotic rather than depleting. If you let it work that way, Marigold added. If you try to force your craft magic to function independently while simultaneously trying to work with wild magic, you'll exhaust yourself fighting against the natural flow. Holly set down her needles, staring at the failed warmth charm. Everything in her training, every instinct developed over years of magical knitting, screamed that she should be able to solve this problem with the right pattern, the perfect combination of stitches and intention. But her magic was failing, and no amount of perfect technique would change that reality. She looked around at her friends. Cleo organizing thermal layers with militant efficiency, Felix buried in historical accounts of magical cooperation, Marigold watching with patient wisdom, and felt something shift in her chest. "I can't do this alone," Holly said aloud, testing the words. "I can't solve this with just my own abilities." "No," Marigold agreed, "but you're not alone. You have a partner who knows exactly what you need to accomplish this task, even if neither of you particularly wants to work together." "You're going to do amazing," Cleo declared, holding up a pair of insulated hiking boots for inspection. "And if anyone can charm that grumpy bear shifter into actually cooperating instead of just grudgingly tolerating your presence, it's definitely you." "I don't need to charm him," Holly protested. "I just need him to guide me to the grove and help me channel—" "You need to trust him," Felix interrupted quietly. "And he needs to trust you. According to every account I've read, that's the hardest part. The magical techniques are well documented, but the interpersonal synchronization..." He gestured helplessly at the books. "That requires something the historical records can't teach." Holly attempted one more warmth charm, needles moving through familiar patterns while her friends worked around her. The stitches formed slowly, each one requiring conscious effort that should have been automatic. The resulting fabric held barely a whisper of heat. She set it aside, accepting the truth her grandmother had been gently pointing toward all evening. This mission would require her to trust completely in collaboration with Rowan, rather than trying to solve everything through her own magical abilities. She would need to let go of control, surrender her carefully structured approach, and allow wild magic to flow through frameworks she couldn't build alone. The thought terrified her almost as much as watching the Yule tree's light fade. Felix departed first, leaving Holly with careful instructions about which historical passages to review before the journey. Cleo hugged her with enough enthusiasm to crack ribs, whispering fierce encouragement about adventure and trusting herself. Marigold lingered longest, pressing the leather journal into Holly's hands, along with a small sachet of herbs. For grounding, her grandmother explained. When the wild magic feels overwhelming, hold this and remember. You don't have to control the river to work with its currents. After they left, Holly stood in her cluttered cottage, surrounded by expedition supplies and failed knitting attempts. Her hands trembled as she began packing the waterproof backpack Cleo had provided, organizing items with the same careful precision she brought to all her work. Thermal layers, emergency supplies, Felix's copied notes from the historical accounts, her grandmother's journal and grounding sachet, and her knitting needles, even though they felt heavy and unresponsive in her hands. She was committed to saving her beloved community, even if it meant depending entirely on the most antisocial person in Tinselcroft, even if it meant surrendering control and trusting someone else's approach to magic, even if the thought of perfect synchronization with Rowan Thorne made her heart race with something that definitely wasn't just anxiety. Holly finished packing as midnight approached, every supply sorted and accessible. Tomorrow at first light, she would meet Rowan at the edge of town and venture into wild magic territory, where her craft magic might not function at all. The Yule tree's light flickered through her window, dimmer than it had been this morning. She pressed her palm against the cold glass, sending silent promises toward the ancient tree and the community she loved. I'll fix this. Somehow, we'll fix this, even if she had absolutely no idea how. Chapter 6. Rowan. Rowan sat at his grandfather's old oak desk, the lamp flickering shadows across the stack of leather-bound journals he'd carefully avoided for 3 years. 5 years since his heart got broken. 3 years since the funeral. The math of grief never added up to anything resembling sense. The journals sat exactly where he'd placed them after sorting through his grandfather's belongings. Their spines cracked with age and use, their covers worn smooth by decades of handling. The scent hit him first. Pine smoke and ink, cedar oil and something indefinably his grandfather's. Memory slammed into his chest with enough force that he had to steady himself against the desk. Get on with it, boy. Sentimentality never solved anything. He could hear the gruff voice so clearly it might have been spoken aloud. Rowan pulled the first journal toward him, its weight familiar despite the years since he'd last dared to open it. The leather was warm under his palm, as though some trace of his grandfather's life energy still hummed through the binding. He opened to the first page with reverent care. The handwriting made his throat tighten. Precise, economical letters marching across the page in straight lines. His grandfather had been a man of order, even in his most esoteric magical observations. The entry dated back 43 years. Notes about seasonal magic fluctuations observed during an unusually warm autumn. October 3rd. The wild currents run restless tonight. Not dangerous, but unsettled. Like a bear preparing for winter denning but finding the weather too mild to commit. The Yule tree's light burns brighter than usual, compensating. Balance always finds its way, given patience and observation. Rowan turned the page, then another, finding himself drawn into decades of meticulous observation. His grandfather had documented everything. Sketches of magical plant formations in the upper meadows, detailed charts tracking how lunar phases influenced wild magic flows through the mountain's root system, accounts of minor crises resolved through careful intervention. The drawings alone would have taken years to complete. Silverleaf moss rendered in careful detail, its distinctive vein patterns noted alongside optimal harvesting times. Moonbell flowers shown in various stages of bloom, with annotations about their magical properties during different seasons. Root systems, sketched with the precision of someone who'd spent countless hours simply watching how magic moved through living things. Page after page revealed a mind utterly dedicated to understanding the delicate balance between wild magic and civilized enchantments. His grandfather had seen Tinselcroft not as an isolated magical community, but as a carefully maintained nexus point where different forms of magic met and mingled. Rowan found himself tracing a finger along a passage describing the symbiotic relationship between the Yule tree and the ancient grove's spring system. The handwriting grew smaller here, cramped with urgency as his grandfather worked through a complex magical theory. The tree doesn't simply draw from the spring. It regulates the flow, filtering wild magic into forms the town's protective enchantments can utilize. Break this connection, and both systems will fail. The grove's magic runs too wild for most practitioners to handle safely, while the town's structured spells require the steady current only the tree can provide. They need each other. Balance. Always balance. Understanding crashed over Rowan like a wave of ice water. His grandfather hadn't just observed these connections. He'd understood them, at a level Rowan was only beginning to grasp. The Yule tree wasn't failing because of some isolated problem. It was part of a vast, interconnected system that his grandfather had spent a lifetime learning to read, and Rowan had been too angry, too hurt, too busy nursing his wounds to even open these journals and learn what his grandfather had been trying to teach him all along. The handwriting blurred suddenly. Rowan blinked hard, frustrated by the unexpected surge of grief. He'd thought he'd moved past this, had convinced himself that solitude was a choice, rather than a wound he kept picking at. But sitting at this desk, reading these careful observations, he remembered being 7 years old and stumbling through his first transformation. His grandfather had been endlessly patient, walking him through the forest for hours while teaching him to feel the wild magic currents instead of fighting them. Don't force it, Rowan. Let your bare nature flow through you like water finding its channel. The magic knows what it's doing. You just have to trust it. He'd trusted it then. Trusted his grandfather. Trusted the magic. Trusted that the world made sense if you paid close enough attention. When had he stopped trusting anything at all? Rowan forced himself to keep reading, page after page of accumulated wisdom. He discovered detailed maps of the mountain paths leading to the ancient grove, sketched with the precision of someone who'd walked them hundreds of times. His grandfather had noted seasonal hazards, where avalanche risk increased during spring melt, which passes flooded during heavy rain, where late-season snowdrifts could trap unwary travelers. But more than physical dangers, the maps showed magical protections that had to be maintained during the journey. Wardstones that needed acknowledging, threshold points where wild magic ran especially strong, places where the barrier between the grove's ancient power and the outside world grew thin enough to be dangerous. Never approach the grove carelessly, one margin note warned. The magic there is old and proud. It doesn't take kindly to those who come demanding rather than requesting. A pressed flower slipped from between the pages as Rowan turned to the next map. Silverleaf moss, its distinctive silver-veined leaves perfectly preserved despite what must have been decades pressed in the journal. He picked it up carefully, the delicate plant matter somehow still intact. His grandfather's voice echoed in memory so clearly that Rowan looked up, half expecting to see the old bear shifter standing in the doorway, with that particular expression of patient instruction he'd worn when teaching important lessons. This one's special, Rowan. Silverleaf moss only grows where the ancient grove's spring water touches stone that's been blessed by moonlight and starlight both. You can't cultivate it, can't force it to grow where it doesn't want to be. But harvest it at the right time, under the right conditions. It amplifies magical healing like nothing else in these mountains. The memory was so vivid that Rowan could smell the forest, feel the autumn chill in the air from that long-ago expedition, when his grandfather had first shown him the ancient grove. He'd been 16, newly confident in his bear form, absolutely certain he understood how magic worked. His grandfather had quickly disabused him of that notion. Rowan set the pressed moss carefully aside and continued reading. The journals revealed that his grandfather had served as the unofficial guardian of the ancient grove for over 40 years. Not proclaimed, not formal. His grandfather had never been one for titles or recognition. But the role was clear in entry after entry, documenting visits to check on the spring's flow, noting which plants needed protection from foraging deer, maintaining the subtle ward stones that kept casual hikers from stumbling into an area where the magic ran too strong for untrained humans to handle safely. March 12th. Fixed the eastern ward stone today. Some fool had knocked it over, probably thinking it was just an interesting rock formation. The wild magic was already starting to leak through, making the wildlife restless. 3 days to reset it properly and restore the balance. Worth every minute. The grove's secrets must be protected, but they must also remain accessible for true need. That's the guardian's burden. Knowing the difference. True need. Rowan rubbed his eyes, exhaustion and emotion making them burn. His grandfather had understood something fundamental about serving a community without losing yourself to it. He'd maintained his essential solitude, built his life in the forest rather than the town, but he'd never used isolation as a shield against responsibility. The journals showed that balance in every entry. His grandfather had helped when help was genuinely needed, had shared his knowledge when the situation demanded it, but he'd never let the town consume his identity or his peace. Rowan had thought he was following that same path. Now he wondered if he'd just been hiding. He found an entry dated 32 years ago, the handwriting slightly less controlled than usual, evidence of urgency, or perhaps cold-numbed fingers. The crisis described was eerily similar to their current situation. The Yule tree's magic had begun failing after an unusually severe winter storm disrupted the underground water channels connecting it to the ancient grove spring. His grandfather had guided a group of 3 townspeople to gather the necessary healing materials. The account detailed a treacherous 4-day journey through late spring snow, the delicate work of harvesting ingredients that would only maintain their magical properties if collected with precise timing and technique, and the complex ritual required to restore the tree's connection to its power source. The hardest part wasn't the journey, or even the harvesting, his grandfather had written. It was convincing the townspeople to trust wild magic enough to let it work through them. They wanted to control everything, structure it into neat categories their craft magic could process. But wild magic doesn't work that way. It requires surrender, trust, a willingness to flow with currents you can't fully predict or contain. Young Miranda proved the most capable in the end. She'd been a weaver, accustomed to working with natural fibers and their unpredictable qualities. She understood that some things can't be forced into perfect patterns. You have to work with what the materials offer, and trust in the collaboration. Rowan closed his eyes, feeling the weight of inherited responsibility settling on his shoulders like his grandfather's old coat. Heavy, warm, somewhat uncomfortable but undeniably necessary. Miranda. He'd known her vaguely, an elderly woman who'd passed away the year before his grandfather. She'd always had a soft smile for him when he'd ventured into town on rare occasions, had once told him he had his grandfather's eyes and his grandmother's stubborn chin. The connections ran deeper than he'd wanted to acknowledge. Tinselcroft wasn't just some place that existed on the periphery of his awareness. It was woven through his family history, through his grandfather's legacy, through the very magic that made his bare nature possible. Page after page deepened his understanding of the intricate magical ecosystem surrounding the town. His grandfather had mapped it all. The underground streams that carried magic from the ancient grove to the valley, the way the Yule tree's roots spread beneath Tinselcroft like protective arms, the delicate balance of wild magic and structured enchantments that made the community possible in the first place. His grandfather had woven himself into the community's safety without compromising his essential solitude. He'd maintained clear boundaries, lived on his own terms, but he'd never confused solitude with abandonment. Rowan had been confusing the two for 5 years now. As midnight approached, he closed the final journal with hands that weren't quite steady. The lamp had burned lower, casting longer shadows across the desk. Outside, wind moved through the pines with a sound like distant conversation. His grandfather's presence filled the small cabin so strongly that Rowan half expected to see him sitting in the old leather chair by the fire, tamping tobacco into his pipe, while waiting for his grandson to work through whatever lesson he'd been struggling with. "You've got good instincts, boy. Trust them. Trust yourself. And trust that solitude is a choice you can make without shutting out everything that matters." The accumulated wisdom in these journals represented more than just information about magical ecosystems and crisis management. They represented a life lived with intention. A man who'd understood his own nature well enough to build something authentic, rather than simply hiding from pain. Rowan stood, his body stiff from hours hunched over the desk. He gathered the most relevant journals carefully, the ones with detailed maps and notes about the ancient grove. They would need this information for tomorrow's journey. He was accepting something by doing this, acknowledging something he'd been avoiding since his grandfather's death, and even longer, since his heart got broken. The role of guardian wasn't just about possessing knowledge. It was about being willing to use that knowledge in service of something larger than personal comfort. His grandfather had understood that, had lived it for 40 years without losing himself in the process. Tomorrow, Rowan would guide Holly Jolly into territory where her craft magic might fail entirely, where wild magic ran strong enough to overwhelm unprepared practitioners, where the slightest mistake could prove dangerous for both of them. He would step fully into his grandfather's role, whether he felt ready for it or not, because the Yule tree was failing, and the town's protective magic along with it. Because a determinedly optimistic knitting witch had climbed to his cabin and asked for help with genuine need rather than manipulation. Because his grandfather had spent 40 years maintaining the delicate balance that made Tinselcroft possible, and that legacy meant more than Rowan's wounded pride or his carefully maintained isolation. He packed the journals into his expedition bag alongside the supplies he'd already gathered. His hands moved with practiced efficiency, but his chest felt tight, with complicated emotions he didn't particularly want to examine. Grief for his grandfather, anxiety about the journey ahead. Something uncomfortably close to anticipation at the thought of working alongside Holly. Watching how her magical approach differed from his own. That last thought made him scowl. The woman was relentlessly cheerful, invasively helpful, and probably going to drive him absolutely mad during 4 days of forced proximity in dangerous territory. The fact that she'd managed to convince him to take on this responsibility, despite all his carefully constructed walls, was irritating enough, without adding any other complicated feelings to the situation. Rowan banked the fire and extinguished the lamp, standing in the darkness of his grandfather's cabin. His cabin now. Had been for 3 years, though he still thought of it as belonging to the old bear shifter who'd raised him. Tomorrow, at first light, he would meet Holly at the edge of town. They would venture into the mountains together, 2 people with completely different magical approaches, trying to accomplish something that required perfect cooperation and trust. His grandfather had written that the hardest part was convincing people to trust wild magic enough to let it work through them. Rowan suspected the hardest part might be trusting Holly Jolly not to try fixing everything about him while she was at it. But the Yule tree's light was fading, and the town's magic along with it. His grandfather's journals had shown him connections he couldn't ignore, responsibilities he couldn't abandon, just because accepting them felt uncomfortable. He stood at the window, looking out toward Tinselcroft's distant lights glowing in the valley below. Somewhere down there, Holly was probably still awake, preparing for their journey with characteristic optimism and determination. Tomorrow, they would face the mountains together. Tonight, Rowan allowed himself to feel the full weight of what he'd accepted. The inherited role of guardian, the responsibility for keeping ancient knowledge alive and accessible. The terrifying possibility that helping Holly might mean letting her see parts of himself he'd kept locked away for years. His grandfather would have called that growth. Rowan called it deeply inconvenient, but he supposed he'd survive it. He usually did. Chapter 7. Holly. Dawn broke crisp and clear over Tinselcroft, painting the snow-dusted rooftops in shades of pink and gold that made Holly's heart sing, despite the seriousness of their mission. She'd been awake for hours, of course, triple-checking her pack and reorganizing the supplies Cleo had helped her assemble the night before. Extra socks, hand-knitted, naturally, waterproof matches, dried fruit, jerky, 2 thermoses of hot tea, and a carefully wrapped bundle of yarn that still held the faintest traces of magic despite the Yule tree's failing strength. She'd also packed her grandmother's emergency spell kit, though Marigold had warned her that craft magic might behave unpredictably so far from town. The thought made Holly's fingers itch for her knitting needles, but she'd forced herself to leave them accessible in her coat pocket, rather than fussing with them nervously. The cottage felt strangely quiet as she pulled on her warmest coat, the emerald green one with silver buttons she'd sewn on herself, and wound a ruby-red scarf around her neck. Through the window she could see lights beginning to glow in other windows around town. People were waking, preparing for their day, trusting that she and Rowan would solve the crisis threatening their community's magical foundation. No pressure whatsoever. Holly shouldered her pack, tested the weight, and locked her door behind her. Her boots crunched satisfyingly on the fresh snow as she made her way through the quiet streets, humming "Deck the Halls" under her breath, because she always hummed when she was nervous and excited at the same time. The eastern edge of town gradually appeared through the misty dawn light, and there, standing like some sort of mountain deity carved from stone and flannel, was Rowan Thorne. He'd already strapped on his pack, a much larger and more practical-looking affair than Holly's cheerfully colorful one. His dark coat blended with the shadows beneath the towering evergreens, and his breath formed small clouds in the cold air. He was studying the sky with an intensity that made Holly follow his gaze upward, though all she saw were the same peachy clouds that had delighted her moments ago. "Good morning," she called out, her voice perhaps a touch too bright for the early hour. "Beautiful day for an adventure, isn't it?" Rowan's hazel eyes shifted from the sky to her face, and one eyebrow rose slightly. "It's a day for gathering ingredients to save the Yule tree, not an adventure." "Those aren't mutually exclusive," Holly pointed out, closing the distance between them. She noticed he'd trimmed his beard slightly since yesterday, and the silver streaks caught the dawn light in a way that was definitely not distracting. we can have serious purpose and appreciation for the journey itself. It wasn't quite agreement, but it wasn't quite disagreement either. Rowan turned toward the narrow trail that wound upward into the mountains, clearly expecting her to follow. Holly adjusted her pack straps and fell into step behind him, her shorter legs requiring 2 strides for every one of his long-legged paces. The trail immediately began climbing, steep enough that she felt it in her thighs after just a few minutes. She'd prepared for this, she reminded herself. Cleo had made her do squats and lunges for the past 3 days, insisting that magical knowledge wouldn't help if Holly collapsed halfway up the mountain. At the time, Holly had laughed and accused her friend of being overly dramatic. She wasn't laughing now. But she also wasn't complaining, because Rowan clearly wasn't the type to appreciate whining. Instead, she focused on the beauty unfolding around them as they climbed higher into the evergreen forest. "Oh, look at that!" Holly couldn't help exclaiming when they passed a cluster of spider webs strung between 2 pine branches. The frost had transformed each web into an intricate sculpture of ice crystals, each strand glittering like diamonds in the strengthening sunlight. Isn't that amazing? It's like someone took lace and froze it mid-pattern. I wonder if I could translate that design into a knitting pattern. The way the radial lines intersect with the spirals would make a fascinating shawl structure. Rowan grunted something that might have been acknowledgement and kept walking. Holly bit back a smile and kept following, her breath coming faster now as the trail steepened. The dense evergreens pressed close on either side, their branches heavy with snow and secrets. Each species had its own magical signature she'd learned from her grandmother years ago. The Douglas firs hummed with protective energy, while the western hemlocks whispered of adaptation and flexibility. The ponderosa pines, that stand to their left, practically vibrated with strength and endurance. "The magical signatures are stronger here than in town," she observed, slightly breathless now. "The hemlocks especially. They're almost singing. Can you feel it? Or is that just my craft magic interpreting things differently than your wild magic would?" "Feel it," Rowan said, which was apparently the most she was getting. Well, at least he'd confirmed she wasn't imagining things. The trail curved sharply around a massive boulder, and suddenly the view opened up behind them. Holly stopped without meaning to, her pack shifting heavily on her shoulders. Tinselcroft spread out in the valley below, looking exactly like the illustration in a fairy tale book. The buildings clustered together like friends seeking warmth, their rooftops dusted with pristine snow, and the streets wound between them in patterns that seemed both random and perfectly planned. Smoke rose from various chimneys, and even from this distance, she could see the Yule tree at the town center, though its golden glow seemed dimmer than it should have been. "It's so beautiful from up here," Holly said softly. "You can see how it all connects, the way the streets form protective patterns around the central square, how the buildings create windbreaks for each other. It's like a massive knitting pattern, all the pieces working together to create something stronger than any single element." Rowan had stopped a few paces ahead, waiting with visible impatience. When she looked up and met his eyes, though, something in his expression had softened slightly. "That's how it's supposed to work," he said. Then he turned and continued climbing before Holly could parse what exactly he meant by that. She hurried to catch up, her pack bouncing against her back in a rhythm that gradually became meditative. The trail, the breathing, the climbing. It all began to flow together into a pattern she could almost understand. Almost. An hour passed, then another. Holly kept up her cheerful commentary despite Rowan's minimal responses, because silence made her nervous and talking helped her process the experience. She pointed out a family of ptarmigans blending perfectly with the snowy undergrowth. "Their camouflage is better than any invisibility spell, don't you think?" asked about the edibility of various mushrooms growing on fallen logs. Not that I'm planning to eat random fungi, but theoretical knowledge is always useful. And marveled at how the snow seemed to cling to pine needles in defiance of gravity. There must be some micromagic in the frost itself, helping it maintain structural integrity. Rowan's responses ranged from grunts to the occasional yes or no. But Holly noticed he'd stopped looking quite so annoyed by her presence. Progress, she decided. Small victories still counted. The temperature dropped noticeably as they climbed higher, and Holly was grateful for the layers she'd packed on. Her breath came in visible puffs now, and her cheeks stung pleasantly with cold. She'd worked up enough warmth from the climbing that she didn't feel frozen, but the air definitely held more bite up here. She was in the middle of explaining her theory about how elevation affected magical conductivity when she realized Rowan had stopped responding entirely. Not just with grunts, with any acknowledgement whatsoever. He was checking the sky again, his jaw tight and his hazel eyes narrowed against the brightness. Holly looked up, following his gaze. The peachy dawn clouds had long since burned off, but the clear blue sky she'd expected wasn't there. Instead, gray clouds were gathering from the north, rolling in with a speed that seemed unnatural even for mountain weather. They weren't the soft, fluffy variety that promised gentle snowfall. These clouds looked heavy and sullen, pressing down toward the peaks with ominous intent. No. Rowan's single word carried enough weight to make Holly's stomach clench. He was studying the approaching weather system with the same intensity he'd brought to examining the Yule tree, reading patterns she couldn't begin to interpret. "How long until it reaches us?" she asked. "An hour, maybe less." Rowan shifted his pack and increased his pace, his long strides eating up the trail with renewed urgency. "We need to find shelter." Holly hurried to match his speed, her thighs burning now from the combination of steep climbing and quickened pace. "What kind of storm are we talking about? Just snow or something more concerning?" "Magical." Rowan's attention stayed fixed on the trail ahead, scanning for something Holly couldn't identify. "The clouds have the wrong color. See that purple tinge? That's not natural weather." She looked up again, squinting against the brightness. He was right. The gray clouds definitely carried an undercurrent of purple, like someone had mixed watercolors improperly, and now that he'd pointed it out, she could feel something off in the air itself. A building pressure, a sense of gathering energy that made her skin prickle beneath her layers. "Is this related to the Yule tree's failing magic?" Holly asked, picking her way carefully over a section of trail covered in loose stones. Some kind of secondary effect? Possibly. Or it could be whatever's causing the tree's problems manifesting more directly. Rowan paused at a fork in the trail, studying both options before choosing the left path. "Either way, we can't be caught in the open when it hits." The trail here was narrower, less defined, and Holly had to focus on her footing to avoid twisted ankles. But she couldn't resist asking, "How do you know where you're going? This doesn't look like an established path." "It isn't. Not to most people." Rowan ducked beneath a low-hanging branch heavy with snow. "My grandfather showed me the shelter points throughout these mountains, places where wild magic concentrates enough to provide protection during supernatural storms." Holly filed that information away, fascinated, despite the growing anxiety in her chest. The clouds were definitely closer now, and the purple tinge had deepened to something almost bruise dark. The temperature had dropped further, too, enough that her breath froze in her eyelashes. She tried to maintain her cheerful outlook, pointing out the interesting striations in the rock face they were passing. "It's like geological layer cake." But her words came out slightly forced even to her own ears. The approaching storm had a presence that was hard to ignore, a weight that seemed to press against her magical senses in ways she didn't entirely understand. Rowan checked the sky again, and his jaw tightened further. Not encouraging. They'd been climbing for perhaps 10 more minutes, when Rowan stopped so abruptly that Holly nearly crashed into his back. He was staring at a seemingly solid wall of rock face, but his eyes tracked something she couldn't see. "There," he said, pointing. Holly squinted at the rock. All she saw was stone and a curtain of hanging vines that had somehow survived the winter, their frost-covered leaves creating a shimmering barrier. Then Rowan walked forward, brushed the vines aside, and revealed a cave mouth hidden so perfectly behind the natural camouflage that Holly would have walked past it 1,000 times without noticing. "How did you—" "My grandfather." Rowan was already moving into the cave, his movements confident despite the darkness. "Come on. We need to be inside before the storm hits fully." Holly cast one more glance at the sky. The clouds were close enough now that she could see them roiling with internal energy, purple lightning flickering in their depths, and hurried after Rowan into the sheltering darkness. The cave entrance was narrow, but it opened quickly into a surprisingly spacious chamber. Weak daylight filtered through the vine curtain, enough for Holly's eyes to adjust and make out the rough stone walls, the relatively flat floor, and the ceiling high enough that even Rowan could stand upright without stooping. "This is actually quite nice," Holly said, trying to inject optimism into her voice, even as disappointment settled in her chest. They'd been making good progress toward the ancient grove, and now they were trapped. Cozy, even. Like nature's own guest room. Rowan made a noise that might have been a snort. He was already unpacking his bedroll and setting up near the back wall, his movements efficient and practiced. "It's shelter. That's what matters." Holly shrugged off her pack, rolling her shoulders to ease the ache. Through the vine curtain, she could see the first fat snowflakes beginning to fall. Except they weren't the gentle, picturesque variety she was used to. These fell with purpose, heavy and fast, and each one seemed to shimmer with that same wrong purple energy. She busied herself spreading out their supplies, creating an organized camp that felt homier than bare stone had any right to feel. The dried fruit went here, the jerky there, both thermoses positioned where they could easily reach them. She pulled out her emergency spell kit and set it within easy access, though she wasn't sure what good craft magic would do against supernatural storms. "How long do you think we'll be stuck here?" she asked, attempting to sound cheerful rather than anxious. Rowan was standing near the cave mouth, watching the storm's development with an intensity that made Holly's stomach knot. The snowfall had increased dramatically in just the few minutes since they'd entered the cave, and wind was beginning to howl through the mountain passes with a sound that was definitely not natural. Hard to say, hours at minimum, possibly longer. His jaw worked as he studied the purple-tinged blizzard building outside. This isn't normal mountain weather. The magical component makes it unpredictable. Holly spread out her bedroll next to where she'd organized their supplies, trying to make the cave feel less like a prison and more like a temporary adventure. She could do this. She could make the best of forced delays and grumpy companions and supernatural storms that threatened to trap them miles from their destination. She was Holly Jolly, town craftswoman and eternal optimist. This was just another challenge to face with creativity and determination. Even if Rowan was pacing like a caged bear near the cave entrance, radiating frustrated energy that filled the small space with tension. Even if the storm outside was growing darker and more violent with each passing minute, the purple lightning becoming more frequent, and the wind reaching a pitch that sounded almost like screaming. Holly wrapped her arms around herself and watched Rowan's broad shoulders tense as he monitored the magical blizzard. Despite his obvious frustration and lack of warm company, she found herself grateful for his cautious expertise. If she'd been out here alone, she would have had no idea where to find shelter, no understanding of how dangerous that purple-tinged snow actually was. The storm's intensity doubled, then tripled. Snow began piling up at the cave entrance with unnatural speed, and the temperature dropped so sharply that Holly could see her breath forming clouds even inside their shelter. This wasn't just inconvenient weather. This was something far more dangerous than she'd initially realized, and they were trapped here together until it passed. Chapter 8. Rowan. Rowan extended his magical senses beyond the cave entrance, reading the atmospheric pressure the way most people read street signs. The skill came from countless wilderness expeditions with his grandfather, from being a boy of 8, dragged through mountain passes in every conceivable weather, while the old bear shifter drilled lessons about survival into his bones alongside the marrow. Feel the pressure here, at the base of your skull. His grandfather's voice echoed in memory. That's death coming, boy. That's when you run. The pressure was wrong. All wrong. Normal mountain storms built gradually, pressure systems shifting in predictable patterns that even humans could sense as approaching headaches or joint aches. This pressure plummeted like a stone dropped down a well, creating a vacuum that pulled at his lungs and made his inner ear scream warnings. The wind patterns made no meteorological sense. They spiraled inward rather than following thermal gradients, as if the storm was deliberately concentrating its force on this specific location, on them. The storm clouds pulsed with unnatural violet luminescence that made his bear instincts growl warnings deep in his chest. That growl rumbled through his ribcage, primitive and insistent. His bear didn't surface often. He kept that part of himself locked down tight. But even in human form, the animal's survival instincts were screaming. This wasn't weather. This was weaponized winter magic that could freeze them solid within hours. Rowan pulled his grandfather's weather journal from his pack with hands that had started to shake, though whether from cold or the adrenaline of recognition, he couldn't say. The leather cover was worn soft from decades of use, the pages inside filled with his grandfather's careful observations about wild magic patterns and seasonal fluctuations. He'd been avoiding reading it thoroughly since inheriting it, but now his fingers flew through entries with desperate purpose. There, an account from 60 years ago, his grandfather's handwriting younger and more confident. Winter of 63. Supernatural blizzard trapped North Settlement for 3 weeks. Violet-edged clouds, spiral wind patterns, temperature drop of 40 degrees in 30 minutes. 17 dead before the curse broke. Magical signature matched deliberate working rather than natural phenomenon. Rowan's stomach dropped as he cross-referenced the description with what he was witnessing. The magical signatures were identical. His grandfather had even sketched the cloud formations, the spiraling pattern, the violet luminescence at the edges. The wind outside began keening with a sound like breaking glass, and Rowan watched in horrified fascination as ice crystals formed patterns on the cave walls near the entrance. They spread like frost-painted vines, beautiful and terrible. And his grandfather's training kicked in before conscious thought could interfere. He recognized the old magical script the moment the patterns took shape. Death. Entrapment. The ancient runes spelled it out in ice on stone, as clear as graffiti on a city wall. This was a curse. A deliberate magical attack, designed to trap and kill anyone caught in its radius. Behind him, Holly was still organizing their supplies, humming under her breath as she arranged dried fruit and jerky into neat piles. Her optimism radiated from her like heat from a stove, warm and comforting, and completely inappropriate for their actual situation. "We could play word games," she was saying, her voice determinedly cheerful despite the chattering of her teeth. "Or I could teach you to knit. I brought a spare set of needles, and it really is quite meditative once you get the rhythm." Rowan's calculations based on the magical intensity suggested this blizzard would rage for at least 48 hours, with temperatures dropping to lethal levels. The curse would feed on itself, growing stronger as it consumed ambient magical energy from the mountain itself. By tomorrow morning, the temperature inside this cave would be below 0. By tomorrow evening, they'd be hypothermic, even wrapped in every layer they owned. By the day after, they'd be dead. "We need to leave, now," he interrupted her mid-sentence, his voice sharp with urgency as he began repacking their supplies with efficient, practiced movements born of survival training. Holly blinked at him, her hands freezing in the act of tucking away a thermos. "What?" "But the storm." "The storm is a curse, not natural weather." Rowan shoved his bedroll into his pack without bothering to roll it properly. Speed mattered more than organization right now. The magical amplification will create cold that penetrates even the warmest gear. Wind speeds that can literally freeze breath in your lungs before you can exhale. He grabbed her supplies and started packing them too, his movements almost rough in his haste. His grandfather's journal went into the side pocket where he could access it quickly. The emergency spell kit went near the top, though he doubted craft magic would do them much good against a curse this powerful. "But leaving in a blizzard," Holly started, "is safer than staying here to freeze to death." Rowan thrust her pack at her, already shouldering his own. His mind raced through their options, running calculations of distance versus time versus magical intensity. Pushing forward to the ancient grove meant certain death. The route ahead climbed higher into exposed terrain, across ridge lines where the cursed wind would hit them with full force. Even in his bear form, he'd struggle to navigate those paths in this weather. With Holly in tow, they wouldn't make it half a mile, but retreating to his cabin meant abandoning the mission while the Yule tree continued deteriorating and Tinselcroft grew more vulnerable. Every hour that passed without the healing ritual meant more of the town's protective enchantments failing, more people at risk, more chance of permanent magical collapse. The choice tore at him as he watched Holly shiver despite her thermal layers. Her lips had already taken on a faint blue tinge, her fingers fumbling with her pack straps as the cold sapped her dexterity. The protective instincts toward her were overriding his duty to save the entire town from magical collapse, and he hated that, hated the weakness of it. Hated that he was prioritizing one person over the many, but he couldn't watch her freeze to death in a cave while he made noble sacrifices for the greater good. "My cabin has wards against supernatural weather," he said grimly, already moving toward the cave entrance, while snow began driving horizontally past the opening, each flake hitting the stone with the force of thrown gravel. "It's our only chance of surviving what's coming." "We can't abandon the mission!" Holly grabbed his arm, her small hand surprisingly strong through the layers of his coat sleeve. Her eyes blazed with determination, despite the fear he could see lurking beneath. "Lives depend on reaching the ancient grove, the whole town. We can't help anyone if we're frozen corpses buried in magical snow." Rowan cut her off, hating the harshness in his voice but needing her to understand the reality of their situation. He pointed at the ice runes forming on the cave wall, at the violet lightning now striking the mountainside with increasing frequency. "That curse is targeting us specifically. Someone or something doesn't want us reaching the grove, and it's willing to kill us to prevent it." Holly's face paled further, but her jaw set with stubborn determination he was beginning to recognize. "Then we wait it out. We bundle up, we conserve body heat, we will be dead in 2 days." Rowan pulled out his grandfather's journal, showed her the entry about North Settlement, made her read the casualty count. "This isn't regular cold, Holly. This is magical cold that ignores physics and biology and every natural law that should protect living things. It will freeze the blood in your veins. It will crystallize the moisture in your lungs. It will stop your heart like ice stopping a river." He watched her read the entry, watched the color drain from her cheeks as the reality sank in. Her fingers trembled on the aged paper, and he had to resist the urge to cover her hand with his own, to offer comfort he wasn't sure how to give. "My cabin is warded," he repeated, softer this time but no less urgent. "My grandfather built protections into the foundation, into the walls, into every board and stone. It's survived supernatural weather before. It'll survive this." "How far?" Holly's voice was small but steady. 3 miles. Maybe 4, depending on the drifts. Rowan checked the cave entrance again. The snow was already piling up at an impossible rate, forming a barrier that would soon seal them in completely. "We need to move now, before we're buried." Holly took a shaky breath, then nodded. Her hands moved to her pack straps, tightening them with fingers that shook from more than just cold. Okay, we go back. But then what? We can't just hide in your cabin while the Yule tree dies. Then we figure out another way to reach the grove." Rowan pulled his scarf up over his nose and mouth, yanked his hood tight around his face. "But first we survive the next 4 hours. Everything else comes after." He didn't wait for her to argue further. The wind was picking up to a shriek now, and the purple lightning was striking closer with each flash. Whatever curse had been set on them was actively hunting, trying to trap them before they could escape its radius. Rowan led her into the howling wind and driving snow, feeling the instant assault of cold that hit like a physical blow. The temperature had dropped at least another 20 degrees since they'd taken shelter, and the wind carried ice particles that stung exposed skin like wasps. He squinted against the barrage, using his bare senses to navigate the treacherous path back toward his cabin. The world had disappeared into white chaos. He couldn't see more than a few feet ahead, couldn't hear anything over the screaming wind, couldn't smell anything except ozone and the sharp, metallic tang of magic gone wrong. But his bear knew these mountains the way Holly knew her knitting needles, with an understanding that went deeper than conscious thought. His grandfather had dragged him through these passes in every season, in every weather, until Rowan could navigate them blind and half-frozen. Those lessons had seemed cruel at the time. Unnecessary punishment for a child who would rather be warm and safe inside. Now they might be the only thing that kept Holly alive. He could feel her behind him, her hand gripping the back of his coat to keep from losing him in the whiteout. Her magical signature was bright in his senses even when he couldn't see her, warm and golden, and increasingly desperate as the cold tried to leech it away. Rowan focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on following the subtle dips and rises of terrain he knew like his own heartbeat. The wind tried to knock them sideways, tried to push them off the path toward cliff edges and deadfalls that would kill them as surely as the cold. The snow tried to blind him, to confuse his senses, to make him doubt his navigation. But his bear was certain, even if the man wavered. Left here, around the boulder that looked like a crouching giant, down this slope where the evergreens grew in a protective cluster. Across the frozen stream, careful, the ice might not hold despite the supernatural cold. Holly stumbled behind him, caught herself with a gasp he felt more than heard. Rowan slowed fractionally, giving her time to recover her footing without stopping completely. Stopping meant death. Stopping meant the cold would seep into their bones and make them want to lie down in the snow. Make them believe that sleeping was better than fighting. He'd seen it happen once, years ago, to an overconfident hiker who'd ignored his grandfather's warnings about mountain weather. By the time they'd found the man, he'd been curled up in a snowdrift with a peaceful expression on his frozen face, convinced he was warm and safe, as hypothermia shut down his brain. Rowan wouldn't let that happen to Holly. The wind keened louder, and he felt the curse actively pressing against his grandfather's wards. Old protections, woven into Rowan's very bones from generations of bear shifters who'd survived these mountains through worse. The curse wanted them dead, wanted them frozen, wanted them stopped before they could reach safety and regroup. But Rowan was his grandfather's grandson, and stubbornness ran in his blood as surely as the ability to shift into a bear. He bent into the wind and kept walking, pulling Holly through the cursed blizzard toward the only shelter that might keep them alive. Chapter 9. Holly. The cabin door slammed shut behind Holly with enough force to shake snow from the frame, and the howling wind outside became instantly muffled, as if someone had thrown a thick quilt over the world. She stood there gasping, dripping melted snow onto what appeared to be a hand-woven rug in shades of deep brown and forest green, her lungs burning from the brutal trek through air so cold it felt like breathing knives. Warmth enveloped her immediately. Not the aggressive heat of a roaring fire, but something gentler, a steady, welcoming warmth that seemed to radiate from the very walls themselves, as if the cabin were a living thing, extending comfort to travelers foolish enough to challenge a cursed blizzard. Holly's eyes watered as they adjusted from the blinding white chaos outside to the golden glow of oil lamps scattered throughout the main room. She blinked away ice crystals from her lashes and found herself staring at the most beautiful space she'd ever seen. The cabin was larger than it had appeared from outside. A single open room dominated by a massive stone fireplace that took up most of one wall. But it was the furniture that made her breath catch for entirely different reasons than the cold had managed. Everything was handmade. Not the rough-hewn, purely functional pieces she'd expected from a reclusive mountain man, but furniture that bore the unmistakable marks of true craftsmanship, the kind that came from someone who understood wood the way Holly understood yarn, who could see what a piece of timber wanted to become and help it get there. The dining table commanded attention first. Solid oak from the looks of it, with a surface so smooth it seemed to glow in the lamplight. The joints were perfectly fitted, the kind of work that required patience and precision and a deep understanding of how wood moved and settled. No nails that she could see. Traditional joinery. The way things used to be made before people got lazy with screws and glue. 2 armchairs flanked the fireplace, their curved arms flowing seamlessly from straight backs. The wood grain carefully matched, so the pattern continued unbroken around each piece. The seats held cushions in dark leather, worn soft with use but well-maintained. Built-in bookshelves followed the natural curves of the log walls, filled with volumes that ranged from leather-bound classics to modern field guides, organized with the same careful attention to detail evident in everything else. Holly peeled off her soaked mittens with numb fingers, letting them fall to the rug beside the growing puddle forming around her boots. She unwrapped her scarf, shrugged out of her outer coat, and found herself drifting toward the fireplace, as if pulled by invisible threads. The mantelpiece stopped her in her tracks. She reached out with one trembling hand, running her fingers along the smooth wood surface, tracing the intricate carvings that decorated the entire length. Forest scenes unfolded beneath her touch. A winter grove giving way to spring blossoms, summer abundance flowing into autumn harvest. Wildlife appeared throughout. A bear standing on hind legs to reach honeycomb. Rabbits sheltering beneath ferns. An owl watching over it all from a gnarled oak branch. The detail work was exquisite. Individual pine needles, the texture of bark, the delicate veins in leaves, all rendered with such care that the wood seemed alive, ready to rustle with breeze or settle with snow. "This is absolutely beautiful," she breathed, turning to find Rowan already crouched by the fireplace, his back to her as he fed split logs into the flames. His shoulders tensed at her words, hunching slightly as if her presence in his personal space caused physical discomfort. He didn't turn around, just continued arranging kindling with more focus than the task strictly required. "It's warm," he said, which wasn't really a response to her compliment about his craftsmanship. Fire's been banked, but it'll build back up quickly. Holly watched him work, noting how he seemed to take up less space than his large frame should occupy, as if he were trying to make himself smaller, less noticeable in his own home. Steam rose from his coat where melting snow met heat, and his hair dripped water onto the stone hearth. But he ignored his own discomfort in favor of tending the fire. "Let me help with something," she offered, already moving toward the pile of wet gear they'd both shed near the door. "I can hang our coats to dry, or—" "I'll get it." Rowan stood abruptly, intercepting her path to the coat hooks mounted by the door. "You should warm up first. Sit by the fire." It wasn't quite an order, but it wasn't exactly a suggestion either. More like a plea dressed up as practicality. Holly stepped aside, letting him gather their sodden outer layers with the same careful efficiency he'd used to arrange the firewood. He hung each piece on its own hook, spacing them precisely to allow air circulation, then disappeared through a doorway she assumed led to a bedroom, and returned with what looked like handmade quilts in rich earth tones. "These'll help while your clothes dry out properly." He held them out without quite meeting her eyes, his gaze fixed somewhere over her left shoulder. "Your sweater's soaked through." Holly hadn't realized how cold she still was until the quilts settled around her shoulders, heavy and warm and smelling faintly of cedar and wood smoke. She pulled them tight and returned to the fire, sinking into one of the beautiful armchairs and marveling at how perfectly it cradled her small frame, despite clearly being built for someone Rowan's size. Behind her, she could hear him moving through what must be a kitchen area, the clink of pottery, the rush of water from a pump, the scrape of a pot against stone. Domestic sounds that spoke of practiced routine, of someone who'd learned to take care of himself without relying on anyone else. "I can help with dinner," Holly called over her shoulder, already half rising from her chair despite the way her legs still trembled from exertion and cold. "I'm actually a decent cook when I'm not burning things because I got distracted by—" "Stay put," Rowan's voice carried from the kitchen, firm but not unkind. "I've got it handled." Holly settled back into the chair, pulling the quilts tighter and listening to the storm rage outside. The windows rattled in their frames with each gust of wind, and something heavy, a branch or maybe magical debris, occasionally hit the cabin walls with enough force to make the whole structure creak. But the sturdy logs held firm, and the warmth continued to build, driving the bone-deep chill from her body inch by gradual inch. She could just see Rowan from where she sat, moving through his compact kitchen with the same precision he brought to everything else. He chopped vegetables with a knife that looked hand-forged, the blade moving in quick, confident strokes. Added them to a pot that already simmered with something that smelled like heaven, herbs and meat and root vegetables, the kind of soup that made a person believe everything might turn out all right. A kettle began to whistle, and he poured water into a teapot, measuring loose leaves from a tin with careful attention. Set out 2 mugs, pottery that matched the rough-hewn aesthetic of everything else in the cabin, probably made by someone local who understood that beauty didn't require delicacy. Holly watched him work, fascinated despite herself by how someone so clearly competent could seem so uncomfortable with the simple act of sharing space. Rowan maintained careful distance even from his own kitchen counter, as if proximity to ordinary objects might somehow betray him into connection. When he emerged carrying a tray laden with 2 steaming bowls and the pot of tea, Holly automatically reached to help, already pushing herself up from the chair. "I've got it." Rowan's words came out sharper than they probably meant to, and he softened them with a slight grimace. The table's this way." He set the tray on the oak table with careful precision, arranging the bowls and mugs just so before retreating to the kitchen for spoons and napkins. Holly followed, ignoring his clear preference that she remain stationary, and reached for the napkins to help carry something. Anything. Rowan gently but firmly intercepted her, taking the cloth napkins from her hands before she could fully grasp them. "I know where everything goes," he explained, his tone apologetic but unyielding. "Got a system." Holly bit back the urge to point out that napkins belonged on a table, that systems could accommodate helping hands, that she wasn't an invalid who needed everything done for her. Instead, she watched him arrange the napkins beside each bowl, with the same precise spacing he'd given their drying coats, then pull out her chair, as if she were a visiting dignitary, rather than someone who'd just trudged through a supernatural blizzard. The soup was excellent, rich and hearty, with tender chunks of what tasted like venison, and vegetables that had clearly been grown with magical assistance, their flavors too bright and perfect to be purely mundane. The tea carried hints of mint and something else, something that warmed from the inside and eased the lingering tension in muscles she hadn't realized were still clenched. They ate in silence, broken only by the storm's fury outside and the gentle crackle of the fire. Rowan kept his attention fixed on his bowl, as if the soup might escape if he stopped watching it. Occasionally reaching for his mug, but otherwise remaining perfectly still. Holly tried to think of something to say, some way to break through the awkwardness that thickened the air like wool felt. But every conversational opening she considered felt too intrusive, too personal, too likely to make him retreat further into whatever protective shell he'd built around himself. Finally, when she'd finished her soup and Rowan was reaching to collect her bowl before she could even think about taking it to the kitchen herself, Holly let her gaze drift back to the mantelpiece. "Did you carve that?" The question came out softer than she'd intended, almost reverent. "The forest scenes?" Rowan paused, with both bowls in his hands, following her gaze to the fireplace. For a moment she thought he wouldn't answer, would deflect or minimize or find some way to avoid acknowledging the artistry that had clearly taken months of patient work. "Yeah." He set the bowls back down, surrender in the simple gesture. "It's white oak. Good for detail work. Takes carving well if you respect the grain." Holly rose from her chair, drawn back to the mantelpiece despite the quilts she'd left behind. She ran her fingers along the winter scene again, feeling where individual chisel marks had created texture for snow, where different depths of carving made some elements recede, while others stood in sharp relief. "How long did this take you?" Rowan moved to stand beside her, though he maintained careful distance, close enough for conversation but far enough that they couldn't accidentally touch. "About 8 months. Worked on it mostly during winter evenings when there's not much else to do." 8 months of patient dedication to create something purely beautiful, something that would never be seen by anyone but himself in this isolated cabin. Holly felt her throat tighten at the thought of all that skill and care, lavished on work that no one would admire or appreciate. "The way you've matched the wood grain to suggest movement in the water here." She pointed to a section where a stream seemed to flow beneath spring ice. "That's incredible. The way you can see the current underneath, how the grain makes it look like the water's actually moving. It's just knowing how to read the wood." Rowan's voice had softened fractionally, the way it had when he'd discussed wild magic in the town square. "Every piece of timber tells you what it wants to be. You just have to listen." Holly turned to look at him properly. In the golden lamplight, with the fire casting warm shadows across his features, Rowan looked younger than she'd realized. The silver in his beard caught the light, but his hazel eyes held a depth that came from observation rather than age. The gaze of someone who'd spent years watching the world carefully, learning its patterns, teaching himself to read the stories hidden in tree rings and seasonal shifts. "Do you sell your work?" The question escaped before she could consider whether it was too personal. Because people would absolutely treasure pieces like this. The craftsmanship is no. The single word cut clean as a saw blade, and Rowan stepped back from the mantelpiece, from her. putting the careful distance back between them. "I make what I need, that's all." He returned to the table, collecting the bowls with renewed purpose, clearly done with the conversation. Holly watched him retreat to the kitchen, saw his shoulders hunch again, as if her compliments had somehow attacked rather than praised. She settled back into the armchair by the fire, pulling the quilts around herself and trying to understand what she was seeing. The cabin spoke of someone who valued beauty and craftsmanship, who took pride in creating things properly, even when no one would ever witness that care. But Rowan himself seemed determined to deny that very pride, to minimize his own considerable skills, to insist that nothing he did mattered beyond basic function. The storm rattled the windows with renewed fury, and purple lightning flickered through the gaps in the curtains, confirmation that the magical curse was still actively hunting them, still trying to trap or kill, or at minimum delay their mission. Inside the cabin's sturdy walls, warmth and safety created a cocoon of temporary peace. But the atmosphere between them remained strangely tense, filled with the awkwardness of two people, forced into intimacy by circumstance rather than choice. Rowan emerged from the kitchen empty-handed, wiping his palms on his pants as if he didn't know quite what to do with them now that all the tasks were complete. He glanced at his second armchair, at the fire, at the storm beyond the windows, everywhere except directly at Holly. "You should get some rest," he said finally. "Tomorrow, we'll need to figure out what to do about the curse and the Yule tree, and..." He gestured vaguely at everything, encompassing their entire impossible situation. All of it. Holly nodded, though she wasn't particularly tired despite the brutal trek. Her mind hummed with too many thoughts, too many observations, about this beautiful space and the complicated man who'd created it, while apparently convincing himself that isolation was preferable to connection. She watched Rowan settle into his own chair with visible relief, as if sitting meant he no longer had to navigate the complicated choreography of avoiding her while simultaneously playing host. He reached for a book from the small table beside his chair, a leather-bound journal that looked old and well-loved. The firelight painted him in shades of amber and gold, highlighting the care evident in everything around them, while he sat alone, in self-imposed exile, reading his grandfather's words, instead of creating new stories of his own. Holly pulled the quilts tighter and wondered how someone could be surrounded by such warmth while remaining so thoroughly, deliberately cold. Chapter 10. Rowan. Rowan forced himself to move, to find purpose in practical tasks, rather than standing there watching Holly settle into his space like she belonged there. He crossed to the western wall where the strongest ward anchors were embedded in the logs, running his fingers along the carved sigils his grandfather had etched decades ago. The wood hummed faintly under his touch, magic responding to blood recognition, and he checked each connection point with methodical care. The wards were holding. Of course they were holding. His grandfather had known what he was doing, had layered protections deep enough to weather any natural storm. But this blizzard had supernatural teeth, and Rowan needed to be certain, needed the distraction of technical evaluation, the comfort of measurable problems with concrete solutions. Behind him, he heard the soft rustle of quilts as Holly adjusted in the armchair. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the cabin's quiet, and he found himself tracking her movements by ear, even as he traced the ward connections. Another rustle. A small, satisfied sigh. The creak of wood as she shifted her weight. Rowan moved to the next ward point, concentrating fiercely on the flow of protective magic through the cabin structure. The enchantments formed a lattice that should deflect the worst of the cursed storm's fury, channeling the hostile magic around and away, rather than letting it batter directly against the walls. Everything looked solid. Everything was working exactly as it should. "Oh, look at this joinery." Holly's voice carried genuine wonder, and Rowan glanced back despite himself to find her examining the corner where two walls met. She'd left the chair to investigate, and now her fingers traced the dovetail joints he'd spent weeks perfecting when he'd repaired that section 3 winters ago. You can barely see the seam. How long did it take to get them fitted this precisely? A while. Rowan turned back to the ward work, but his attention had fractured. He could feel her presence like warmth against his back, could sense her moving along the wall with that same tactile curiosity she'd shown with everything in his home. The humming started softly, so quietly he almost convinced himself he was imagining it. But no, there it was. A gentle, melodic murmur that she probably didn't even realize she was making. Some Christmas carol, naturally. Holly seemed to carry the entire holiday season inside her chest, letting it spill out in hummed songs and cheerful observations. Rowan closed his eyes and pressed his palm flat against the ward point, letting the magic ground him. He needed to focus. They were trapped in a supernatural blizzard with a dying Yule tree threatening the entire town. And he was standing here, getting distracted by humming. "Do you need help checking those?" Holly asked, closer now. She'd moved across the room while he wasn't watching, and Rowan startled slightly before he could stop himself. "No, I've got it." He moved to the next ward anchor point near the door, putting the length of the cabin between them. The wood responded to his touch immediately, thrumming with protective magic that felt like his grandfather's reassuring hand on his shoulder. Everything was secure. The cabin would hold. Through the frost-rimmed window beside the door, purple lightning flickered again. Rowan leaned closer, examining the storm's patterns through the ice crystals that had formed intricate fractals across the glass. The magical blizzard showed no signs of weakening. If anything, the curse seemed to be intensifying, throwing itself against the mountain with increasing fury. He pulled his grandfather's journal from his pocket, the latest one, from the final winter before the old man had died. The leather was soft with age and handling, and it fell open to a page Rowan had read a dozen times without really seeing. The worst storms are the ones that come from inside as much as outside. You can ward against external magic until you're blue in the face, but it won't do a damn bit of good if you're creating your own blizzard in here. The here was underlined twice, and his grandfather had drawn an arrow pointing to a rough sketch of a heart. Rowan snapped the journal shut and shoved it back in his pocket, returning his attention to the window. Snow swirled in hypnotic patterns, driven by winds that howled with almost vocal fury. He'd weathered plenty of magical storms in this cabin, but never with company. Never with someone watching him move through the familiar routines of survival. "The storm looks worse," Holly observed, appearing beside him with unnerving quietness. She stood close enough that he could feel warmth radiating from her smaller frame. Could catch the faint scent of cinnamon and wool that seemed to follow her everywhere. "It'll peak around midnight, most likely." Rowan kept his voice level, clinical. "Then we'll see a gradual decrease over the next day or two. Standard pattern for cursed weather. Lots of fury up front, then slow dissipation once the initial magical charge burns through." Holly made a soft sound of understanding, and when Rowan glanced at her, he found her watching him instead of the storm. Those dark eyes reflected firelight, bright with interest, and something else he couldn't quite identify. "What?" The word came out more sharply than he'd intended. "Nothing. You know so much about all of this. Wild magic, weather patterns, protective wards. It's impressive." Rowan turned away, uncomfortable with the admiration in her voice. "It's just practical knowledge. Anyone living alone on a mountain would learn the same things." "I don't think that's true." Holly moved back toward the fire, and Rowan found himself tracking her progress across the room. Most people would just move to town, find somewhere easier. You've made this work because you understand the magic in a way most of us don't. He busied himself with the firewood stack, counting the remaining logs and calculating burn rates. They had enough for 3 days if he was careful. Maybe 4 if he banked the fire overnight and kept the cabin cooler during the day. The wards would provide some additional warmth by recycling the heat more efficiently, but why do you do that? Holly's question interrupted his mental mathematics. Do what? Deflect whenever someone acknowledges you're good at something. She'd settled back into the armchair, pulling the quilts around herself like a colorful cocoon. You did it when I complimented your woodwork, and you're doing it now with the ward knowledge. Rowan selected 3 logs and carried them to the firebox, taking his time arranging them precisely. I'm not deflecting. I'm being accurate. These aren't special skills. They're basic survival competencies. Right. Basic survival competencies that let you live comfortably alone on a mountain that most people are too terrified to even visit. Her voice carried amusement rather than criticism. And that intricate carving over the fireplace? That's just basic survival carpentry. His hands stilled on the log he was positioning. The mantelpiece carving had taken him an entire winter. Hundreds of hours of careful work, depicting the mountain through all 4 seasons, with local wildlife hidden throughout the flowing design. He'd done it the year after his grandfather died, needing something to occupy his hands and mind during the long, dark months. That's different, he said finally. That was just time to fill. It's beautiful. Holly's voice had softened. The way you've captured the changes, you can see spring melting into summer, autumn into winter, and all these little details. There's a rabbit here. She must have gotten up again because he could hear her standing near the fireplace. And here's what looks like a fox? The amount of care in every single element. Rowan, this isn't just filling time. This is art. Something warm and uncomfortable expanded in his chest, pressing against his ribs like it was trying to crack them open from the inside. Rowan stood abruptly, leaving the firewood half arranged. He moved to the kitchen area, needing distance and the excuse of finding another task. Would you like more tea? He didn't wait for an answer, just began filling the kettle from the water barrel. That would be lovely, thank you. If Holly noticed his retreat, she didn't comment on it. Can I ask about the technique you used for the transitions between seasons? How you blended the imagery without creating harsh breaks. And there it was, that genuine curiosity again, the kind that suggested she actually wanted to know, rather than just making conversation. Rowan found himself explaining before he'd decided to speak, his hands moving through the motions of tea preparation, while words spilled out about grain direction and relief depths, about how you had to let the wood itself guide certain decisions, about the months of planning before he'd made the first cut. Holly listened with complete attention, asking questions that showed she understood not just what he was saying, but why it mattered. She made connections between his woodworking and her knitting, pointing out parallels in how they both worked with their materials' natural properties, rather than fighting against them. It's all about reading what's already there, she said, and something in her voice made Rowan look up from the tea he was steeping. Finding the pattern that wants to emerge, and helping it become visible. Your grandfather taught you that with wild magic, and you've applied it to everything else. The observation landed with unexpected weight, and Rowan felt that dangerous warmth in his chest intensify. She understood. Somehow, this eternally cheerful knitting witch, who talked to her yarn and saw solutions in every problem, had looked at his work and understood the fundamental principle that guided everything he did. He brought the tea over, handing Holly her mug and retreating immediately to his own chair on the opposite side of the fireplace. The distance felt both necessary and suddenly insufficient. Even with 6 feet of space between them, he could feel her presence like a magnetic pull. Thank you. Holly wrapped her hands around the mug, smiling at him over the rising steam. For the tea, and for explaining your process. I love hearing how other crafters think about their work. Rowan nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He sipped his own tea and stared into the fire, hyper-aware of Holly curled in his grandfather's favorite chair, her hair escaping its pins in wild curls that caught the firelight, her mismatched mittens discarded on the side table, her stockinged feet tucked under her, as if she'd sat in that exact spot hundreds of times before. The cabin had been empty for 5 years. Not physically. Rowan lived here, slept here, worked here. But empty of the warmth that came from sharing space with someone else. His grandfather had filled these rooms with his presence, his stories, his gentle guidance. After he'd passed, Rowan had convinced himself the silence was preferable. Easier. Safer. Now Holly sat humming softly to herself, examining the carved wooden mug in her hands, with the same appreciation she'd shown everything else. And the cabin felt occupied, alive. Like it had been holding its breath for years and could finally exhale. The thought terrified him. Rowan stood abruptly. I should check the north wall wards. Sometimes the wind hits from that direction and... He didn't finish the excuse. Just moved to the far side of the cabin, where the shadows were deeper and Holly's light didn't reach quite as thoroughly. His fingers found the familiar carved sigils, tracing their patterns while his mind tried to regain solid footing. This was temporary. Holly was here because of the storm, because of necessity and circumstance and magical emergency. She had an entire town full of people who loved her, a thriving business, a life built on community and connection. She'd leave the moment the blizzard broke, return to all that warmth and light and belonging, and Rowan would go back to his deliberate solitude. That was how it worked. That was how it needed to work. Behind him, Holly's humming had shifted to actual singing, soft and sweet. In the meadow, we can build a snowman and pretend that he is Parson Brown. Rowan closed his eyes, pressing his forehead against the cool wood of the wall. Even her musical choices were relentlessly cheerful, determinedly optimistic. She'd probably been singing Christmas carols since October, spreading that infectious joy everywhere she went. He heard her move, the rustle of quilts, the soft pad of feet on wooden floors. Rowan? Is everything okay? Fine. He didn't turn around. Just being thorough. Right. A pause. You know, I could help. With the ward checking, I mean. I might not know wild magic, but I understand protective enchantments pretty well. Marigold taught me the basics of, I've got it. The words came out harder than he'd meant them to, nearly harsh. I've been maintaining these wards for years. I don't need help. Silence. Then Holly's voice, quieter but still steady. Okay, I'll stay out of your way. Guilt twisted in Rowan's gut, sharp and unwelcome. He hadn't meant to snap at her. She was offering to help, being kind and considerate in his home. And he was responding like a wounded animal lashing out at an extended hand. He turned to apologize and found Holly back in the armchair, her attention focused determinedly on her tea. Her shoulders had drawn up slightly, and the easy comfort she'd shown earlier had vanished. She looked like she was trying to make herself smaller, less intrusive in his space. The sight made something ache behind his ribs. The wards are fine, Rowan said, gentler this time. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just particular about them. Old habits. Holly glanced up, offering a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I understand. It's your space, your routines. I'm disrupting everything just by being here. That's not... He stopped because it was true. She was disrupting everything. But not in the way she thought. Not in any way he knew how to explain. Rowan returned to his chair, settling heavily and wrapping his hands around his mug. The fire crackled between them, and outside the storm continued its supernatural assault. And inside, the cabin felt simultaneously too large and far too small. Do you ever get lonely? Holly asked suddenly, Living up here by yourself? The question hit like a physical blow. Rowan stared into his tea, watching the dark liquid swirl gently. No, he said, because that was the answer he'd been giving himself for 5 years. I prefer it this way. That's not what I asked. He looked up and found her watching him with those two perceptive eyes, dark and warm, and seeing far more than he wanted her to see. Loneliness is just a state of mind, Rowan said finally. You get used to it. Holly's expression softened into something that looked dangerously close to sympathy. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. It's practical. He forced himself to hold her gaze. People leave. Better to build a life that doesn't require them in the first place. Or, Holly said gently, people stay, if you let them. The words hung in the air between them, weighted with meaning Rowan didn't want to examine. He looked away first, returning his attention to the fire. You should get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be complicated. He felt rather than saw Holly's nod. She finished her tea in silence, then set the mug aside and pulled the quilts more securely around herself. You're probably right, though I'm not sure I'll sleep much with the storm making all that noise. He was acutely aware of Holly watching him work, her presence a warmth at his back. Part of him wanted to turn around, to say something that might ease the tension his sharp words had created. But the larger part, the part that had kept him safe and isolated for 5 years, knew that maintaining distance was the only way to survive this forced proximity without breaking something he couldn't afford to lose. When the fire was properly banked, Rowan straightened and risked a glance at Holly. She'd curled into the chair completely now, quilts pulled up to her chin, dark eyes already heavy-lidded with approaching sleep. Good night, she murmured, her voice soft with drowsiness. Good night, Rowan replied, his own voice rougher than he'd intended. He retreated to his own chair, pulling his grandfather's journal from his pocket but not opening it. Instead, he sat in the dimming firelight, watching Holly's breathing slow and even out as sleep claimed her, watching the storm rage beyond his windows, watching his carefully constructed solitude crack and splinter under the weight of one optimistic witch's effortless belonging. The cabin felt more like home tonight than it had in 5 years, and that, Rowan thought grimly, was exactly the problem. Chapter 11. Holly. The firelight cast dancing shadows across the cabin walls, creating patterns that shifted and swirled with each flicker of flame. Holly pulled her knitting basket closer, settling more comfortably into the armchair's worn cushions. The storm could rage all it wanted outside. She had yarn, needles, and time. Might as well make something useful out of their forced confinement. She'd been thinking about warming charms all afternoon. The journey to the ancient grove would be brutal, even after the storm passed, especially if the magical disturbances continued affecting the local weather patterns. A proper warming charm, woven into scarves or gloves, could make the difference between successful completion of their mission and having to turn back due to dangerous cold. Holly's fingers moved automatically through her basket, selecting the softest merino wool in deep burgundy. The fiber felt reassuringly familiar against her palms, smooth and springy with that slight catch that meant good twist and proper preparation. She pulled out her favorite needles, the rosewood pair her grandmother had given her when she'd first started showing magical talent with her knitting. The familiar weight settled into her hands, and Holly closed her eyes briefly, reaching for that internal space where her magic lived. It always felt like opening a door onto a warm, brightly lit room, full of possibility and creative potential. She visualized the warming charm she wanted to create. Not just simple heat retention, but active magical warmth that would respond to the wearer's needs, intensifying in dangerous cold and moderating in milder temperatures. Holly cast on the first row of stitches, her needles clicking with practiced rhythm. But something felt wrong immediately. The stitches formed properly enough, neat little loops of burgundy wool marching across her needle. But they moved sluggishly, like her needles were pushing through thick honey instead of dancing through air. And there was no shimmer. There should have been shimmer by now. That telltale gleam that meant the wool was accepting her magical intention. But the stitches looked completely ordinary. She frowned and tried again, focusing harder on the spell she wanted to weave. The needles moved, creating another row of perfectly mundane stitches. Holly's hands knew the motion so well she could work in complete darkness, but knowledge alone wasn't enough. Without the magical connection flowing properly, she was just making fabric. "Come on," she whispered to her needles, feeling slightly foolish but unable to help herself. She'd always talked to her tools, treating them like collaborative partners in her craft. "I know you're in there. Work with me." The rosewood remained stubbornly unresponsive, clicking away with mechanical precision, but none of their usual magical enthusiasm. Holly set down the needles and rubbed her temples. The Yule tree's declining magic was affecting her more severely than she'd realized. She'd assumed her own power source was independent enough to maintain functionality. But apparently, the interconnection between Tinselcroft's magical infrastructure and individual practitioners ran deeper than she'd thought. She picked up the needles again and stripped out her work, winding the burgundy yarn back into a loose ball. Maybe she'd been too ambitious. A warming charm was complex magic, requiring multiple layers of intention woven simultaneously. Perhaps a simpler spell would respond better. Holly cast on again, this time aiming for nothing more than a basic strength charm, the kind of simple enchantment she'd been doing since she was 14 years old. Her needles clicked steadily, forming tidy stitches in a straightforward stockinette pattern. But even this elementary magic refused to take hold. The wool remained ordinary, refusing to absorb even the simplest magical intention. She tried a preservation charm next, then a color-holding spell, then finally just a basic energy charm that should have made the finished piece feel pleasantly lively in the wearer's hands. Nothing worked. Her needles moved like they were fighting through resistance, heavy and awkward, instead of light and responsive. Frustration built in Holly's chest, tightening her shoulders and making her grip the needles too hard. She forced herself to set them down before she damaged the tools through sheer tension. This was useless. She couldn't help save the Yule tree if her own magic was deteriorating along with the town's protections. Her gaze drifted across the cabin, seeking distraction from her failure, and landed on Rowan's built-in bookshelves. The entire eastern wall had been converted into storage, with carefully constructed shelves housing what must have been hundreds of volumes. Most were clearly old, their leather bindings worn soft with handling, and their spines cracked from decades of use. The journals occupied the middle shelves, positioned at easy-reaching height. Holly counted at least 40 of them, maybe 50, all roughly the same size and bound in similar dark leather. Each spine bore careful handwritten labels, dates and subject matter in fading ink that spoke of a lifetime of accumulated knowledge. Rowan sat in his chair on the other side of the fire, ostensibly reading one of the journals himself, though Holly suspected he was actually brooding. He'd been almost aggressively quiet since their earlier conversation, radiating the kind of prickly solitude that warned against further attempts at connection. But those journals... Holly worried her lower lip between her teeth, weighing intrusion against necessity. The volumes clearly contained exactly the kind of information they'd need to successfully complete their mission. And if her own magic was failing, understanding the theoretical principles behind wild magic integration might be her only way to contribute meaningfully to saving the Yule tree. Besides, Rowan himself had learned from these journals. They weren't secret texts locked away from curious eyes, just family records passed down through generations. Surely looking wouldn't be that much of an imposition. Would it be all right if I looked at some of your grandfather's journals? Holly asked, keeping her voice tentative and quiet. I promised to be careful with them. I just thought, since my magic isn't working properly right now, maybe understanding more about wild magic theory would help me be more useful when we reach the ancient grove. Rowan's shoulders tensed visibly, his entire body going rigid as if she'd asked to read his personal diary. He stared into the fire for a long moment, jaw working like he was chewing over several different responses and rejecting them all. Holly held her breath, already preparing an apology for overstepping. Handle them carefully, Rowan said finally, his voice rough. Some of the older ones are fragile, and don't... He stopped, then gestured vaguely toward the shelves. Just be careful. I will, Holly promised, already rising from her chair. Thank you. She approached the bookshelves with the same reverent care she'd used handling precious magical artifacts. The journals were organized chronologically, she realized, with the oldest volumes occupying the left side of the shelves, and more recent entries progressing rightward. The final journal sat slightly apart from the others, its leather still dark and supple with newness. That one would be Rowan's, Holly guessed. She carefully avoided it, selecting instead a volume from the middle period, maybe 20 or 30 years old, judging by the wear pattern. The leather felt butter-soft under her fingers, worn smooth from countless readings. Holly carried the journal back to her chair like she was transporting spun glass, settling carefully before opening the cover. The end paper bore a simple inscription in that same precise handwriting. Observations on seasonal magical fluctuations, year 47 to 49. Below that, in slightly different ink, Magnus Thorne. The first page contained a detailed index of contents, organized by season and magical phenomenon. Holly ran her finger down the list, marveling at the breadth of topics. Spring emergence patterns, summer solstice amplification effects, autumn harvest integration practices, winter dormancy cycles and protection protocols. She turned to the winter section, thinking it might be most relevant to their current crisis. The handwriting remained consistently clear throughout, each observation dated and categorized with scholarly precision. But unlike the dry academic texts Holly had read at the magical library in the valley, Magnus Thorne's writing carried warmth and personality, revealing a deep affection for his subject matter. December 3rd, first major snowfall. Observed 23% increase in ambient wild magic concentration within 2 hours of storm arrival. The land drinks winter like a thirsty man accepts water, pulling the cold and stillness deep into its bones. Wild magic follows the same pattern, not fighting the seasonal change, but embracing it, using winter's dormancy to rest and rebuild strength for spring's explosive growth. Checked the wardstones around town perimeter, all functioning properly, though I reinforced the eastern markers where the college students have been practicing transformation exercises. Youthful enthusiasm often forgets that wild magic remembers every working performed on the land, building patterns that persist long after the practitioners have moved on. Holly found herself smiling at the gentle criticism. She could imagine Magnus, who must have looked something like Rowan, she thought, with that same solid build and careful movements, shaking his head at impetuous students while meticulously repairing their magical fumbling. The next entry included a detailed sketch of magical flow patterns, showing how wild magic moved through the landscape like underground rivers, following invisible currents that connected major natural features. Magnus had drawn the mountains, the forests, the valley where Tinselcroft nestled, all overlaid with flowing lines that indicated magical pathways. Small notes marked significant locations. Spring convergence, powerful but unstable. Ancient grove, deep source. Yule tree location, natural amplification point. Holly traced the lines with her fingertip, seeing patterns she'd never considered before. Her own magic worked through intention and technique, building structure into materials through careful application of will and skill. But Magnus's drawings showed magic as something fluid and dynamic, responding to landscape and season, rather than imposition of intent. She turned the page and found more sketches, this time of specific plants that grew in areas of high wild magic concentration. Each illustration was remarkably detailed, showing not just the plant's visible features, but also its root structure and the way magical energy flowed through its system. Neat handwriting identified each species and noted its properties. Winterglow moss retains ambient magic in cellular structure, useful for long-term enchantment work. Silver leaf fern amplifies transformation magic, must be harvested during new moon. Heartwood pine bark contains concentrated wild essence, traditionally used for healing work. Holly had seen some of these plants in her own foraging expeditions, but she'd never thought to examine their magical properties so thoroughly. She'd been too focused on gathering supplies for her craft work. Wool from magically raised sheep, dyes made from enchanted plants, materials that would accept her knitting magic easily. The idea of studying the plants themselves, understanding their inherent magical nature rather than just using them as raw materials, opened entirely new perspectives. She flipped forward, finding a section devoted to lunar influences on magical work. Magnus had tracked patterns across decades, noting how different phases affected various types of magic. Charts showed amplification and dampening effects, with careful annotations about optimal timing for specific workings. The mistake younger practitioners often make, read one passage, is treating magic like mathematics, as if the same formula will always produce identical results regardless of circumstance. But magic breathes with the world around it. A spell cast during the full moon in winter carries different resonance than the same working performed during summer's new moon. The words and gestures might be identical, but the magic itself knows the difference. This is why craft magic and wild magic practitioners often misunderstand each other. Craft magic seeks to create reliable, repeatable results through careful technique and structure. Wild magic embraces variability, finding strength in adaptation rather than consistency. Neither approach is superior. They simply serve different purposes and require different mindsets. Holly stopped, reading that passage 3 more times. Neither approach is superior. She'd always thought of her craft magic as the proper way to work enchantments. Controlled, predictable, reliable. Wild magic had seemed chaotic by comparison, impressive in its raw power, but lacking the precision she valued. But Magnus didn't frame it as a hierarchy. He treated both traditions as equally valid, each with its own strengths and appropriate applications. She turned another page and found a longer philosophical reflection that made her breath catch. Craft magic builds like architecture, creating structure and permanence, while wild magic flows like rivers, adapting and changing with the landscape. True mastery comes from learning when to build bridges and when to swim with the current. I've spent 40 years studying the interaction between these two traditions, and I've come to believe that the division between them is largely artificial. At their deepest level, all magic springs from the same source, the fundamental energy that animates life itself. Craft workers impose will and structure on that energy, shaping it through technique and intention. Wild practitioners listen to its natural rhythms, aligning their work with existing flows rather than redirecting them. The most powerful magic happens when these approaches work together. Structure provides stability and focus. Flow provides adaptability and connection to larger patterns. A weaver who understands both can create work that's simultaneously enduring and alive, permanent, yet responsive to changing needs. Holly sat back, the journal heavy in her lap. She thought about her knitting, the way she'd always approached it as pure craft magic, imposing her will on wool through careful technique. But the best pieces she'd ever made, the ones that truly sang with enchantment, hadn't been the ones where she'd forced her intention most forcefully. They'd been the times when the yarn itself seemed to guide her hands, when her needles moved in patterns she hadn't consciously planned, but somehow felt exactly right. Those were the moments when she'd accidentally been listening to wild magic's rhythms, instead of just commanding her tools. She continued reading, turning page after page of accumulated wisdom. Magnus wrote about magical ecosystems, the way different types of enchantment interacted and influenced each other, about seasonal workings that required understanding both craft precision and wild magic's connection to natural cycles, about the delicate balance between human habitation and the untamed magic of wilderness. One particularly striking section discussed the founding of Tinselcroft itself, explaining how the early settlers had chosen the location specifically because it sat at a natural convergence point of multiple wild magic flows. The Yule tree, Magnus noted, hadn't been planted, but had grown spontaneously at the exact center of this convergence, a living manifestation of the land's inherent magic, responding to human presence. The tree serves as both anchor and translator, Magnus had written. It draws power from the deep, wild magic flows beneath the mountain and transforms that raw energy into forms the town's practitioners can safely access. Without the tree, Tinselcroft would sit in a desert of magical potential, powerful, but completely inaccessible to most residents. The tree makes the magic usable without diminishing its essential wild nature. This is why the protective wards, the seasonal festivals, the community's craft work, all of it flows through the tree's root system. Not because someone designed it that way, but because the tree naturally serves as a bridge between wilderness and civilization, between raw power and refined technique. Holly felt her understanding of the crisis shift and deepen. She'd been thinking of the Yule tree as infrastructure, important magical plumbing that needed repair. But Magnus's words revealed it as something far more profound. A living entity that actively mediated between different magical traditions, making possible the unique blend of craft and wild magic that characterized Tinselcroft's community. No wonder her knitting magic was failing. The tree didn't just provide power. It helped translate her intentional craft work into something that could flow through and draw upon the wild magic saturating the land. Without that translation service, her careful technique was like speaking a language no one understood. She turned more pages, finding sections devoted to specific magical plants that grew only in areas of high wild magic concentration. Magnus had cataloged their properties with the same meticulous care he brought to everything else, noting not just their practical uses, but their place in the larger magical ecosystem. The storm continued howling outside, but Holly barely noticed, completely absorbed in the wealth of knowledge unfolding before her. She reached for another journal, this one from an earlier period, and found similar riches. Observations about how different magical traditions could complement each other. Techniques for blending structured craftwork with wild magic's intuitive flow. Warnings about the dangers of trying to force magical practices into rigid categories. Page after page revealed depths of understanding that humbled her. She'd thought herself reasonably well educated in magical theory, had read widely about different enchantment traditions, had even taken several advanced courses in the Valley's magical college. But Magnus Thorne's practical wisdom, earned through decades of careful observation and experimentation, made most academic texts seem shallow by comparison. The journals showed magic as something vast and interconnected, a living system where every working affected the whole, and every practitioner's choices rippled outward in patterns that persisted for years. Holly had been approaching her craft like it existed in isolation, as if her knitting magic had no relationship to the wild magic flowing through the mountains, or the seasonal cycles that governed natural enchantment. She'd been building in a vacuum, creating beautiful, structured work that had no roots in the deeper magical landscape. No wonder Rowan found her frustrating. She showed up trying to help solve problems she didn't fully understand, armed with techniques that worked beautifully within their narrow scope, but missed the larger patterns that someone like him, someone raised with this holistic understanding, saw immediately. Holly glanced across the fire to where Rowan sat, still ostensibly reading, but mostly staring into the flames with that distant expression that suggested he was thinking about something else entirely. Had his grandfather taught him all of this? Had Magnus sat here in this cabin, showing young Rowan how to read magical patterns in the landscape, explaining the delicate balances that kept wild magic and human habitation in harmony? The thought made her chest ache with sudden awareness of what Rowan had lost. Not just a beloved grandfather, but his teacher, his guide, the person who understood how he saw the world, because he'd taught Rowan that way of seeing in the first place. She returned her attention to the journal, but her reading had slowed, her mind turning over implications and connections faster than she could absorb new information. The firelight flickered across the careful handwriting, and outside, the magical storm raged on. And Holly felt both inspired by the profound knowledge surrounding her and slightly overwhelmed by how much she still needed to learn about the magical world beyond her comfortable yarn shop expertise. Magnus's wisdom couldn't be absorbed in a single night. It would take years to truly understand what he'd recorded here. And even then, she'd barely scratched the surface of what he'd known, but she had to try. Because saving the Yule tree would require exactly the kind of integrated understanding these journals taught. The ability to work with both structure and flow, technique and intuition, craft precision, and wild magic's adaptive power. Holly turned another page, reading on into the winter night. Chapter 12. Rowan. Rowan added another log to the fire, watching sparks spiral up the chimney into the darkness beyond. The flames roared higher, throwing fierce heat that should have warmed the entire cabin comfortably. Should have, but didn't. He'd stoked the fire 3 times in the past hour, feeding it far more wood than should be necessary even on the coldest natural winter night. The pile beside the hearth was diminishing faster than he liked, and they still had at least another full day of this storm to endure, possibly 2. The temperature inside the cabin had dropped, despite the blazing fire. He could see his breath misting faintly in the air between where he sat and where Holly remained absorbed in his grandfather's journals, on the other side of the hearth. Frost had begun forming delicate patterns on the interior surface of the windows, creeping across the glass in spiraling designs that would have been beautiful if they weren't so alarming. His cabin had never frosted on the inside before. Never. The insulation was excellent. He'd reinforced it himself with careful attention to every gap and seam. And the heating wards his grandfather had laid down decades ago were woven into the very structure of the walls. Rowan stood, moving to the nearest window to examine the frost more closely. The patterns were too regular, too deliberate. Natural frost crystals grew in organic chaos, following the microscopic imperfections in the glass. These formations spiraled inward toward perfect centers, each one a miniature mandala of ice. The magical blizzard wasn't just unnaturally cold. It was actively designed to penetrate enclosed spaces, to seek out warmth, and smother it with supernatural chill. He crossed to the corner where the main ward stone sat embedded in the wall, placing his palm against it and reaching out with his senses to assess its function. The enchantment hummed beneath his touch, working at full capacity, drawing on the ambient magic of the mountain and the carefully maintained power reserve his grandfather had established years ago. Everything was functioning exactly as it should. The wards were operating at maximum efficiency, doing everything they were designed to do. It just wasn't enough. The magical cold pressing against the cabin's protections was too intense, too purposeful. Whatever was driving this blizzard wanted to drain warmth from any enclosed space it found, to force exposure on anyone foolish enough to be caught in the mountains during its fury. Rowan's jaw tightened as he pulled his hand away from the wardstone. They were already in the safest possible location. His cabin had the best heating enchantments in the entire region, maintained with obsessive care and reinforced by the natural magical strength of this particular mountain hollow. If these wards couldn't keep them warm, nowhere could. He turned back toward the fire, intending to add yet another log, and caught sight of Holly in the flickering light. She'd pulled one of his spare blankets around her shoulders, wrapped tight over the layers of sweaters and scarves she already wore. Her face was intent on the journal in her lap, but even from across the room, he could see the faint blue tinge creeping into her lips. Fear shot through him, cold and sharp. He'd seen that color before, on a young shifter who'd gotten caught in an early-season blizzard and nearly died before being found. The memory was visceral. His grandfather carrying the half-frozen child into this very cabin, working frantically to restore warmth before hypothermia claimed another victim to the mountain's unforgiving winters. Holly hadn't noticed yet. She was too absorbed in reading, too focused on understanding the magical principles his grandfather had recorded. But her body was slowly losing the battle against the supernatural cold, and all her determination and optimism wouldn't mean anything if they couldn't find a way to maintain core temperature through this magically amplified freeze. Rowan's mind raced through options, discarding each one as inadequate. More blankets would help, but wouldn't be enough. The fire was already as large as was safe to maintain indoors. The heating wards were at capacity. He could shift to his bear form, which would generate more body heat, but that would terrify Holly and wouldn't necessarily help her warm up unless they shared the heat directly. Skin-to-skin contact, pressed close together, combining their body warmth to create a pool of heat that could sustain them both. His stomach clenched at the thought. The physical intimacy of it, the vulnerability of being that close to another person, feeling their breath against his skin, their heartbeat steady against his chest. Everything in him recoiled from the idea, even as the rational part of his mind recognized it as potentially their only viable option. There had to be another way, some solution that didn't require stripping away the careful distance he'd maintained between himself and every other person for the past 5 years. But Holly's lips were growing bluer, and frost continued forming on the windows despite the roaring fire. And Rowan's extensive knowledge of survival in extreme conditions kept circling back to the same conclusion. Normal heating methods weren't going to be sufficient. They needed to share body heat. It was that simple, and that terrifying. He crossed to where Holly sat, his movements stiff with reluctance and worry. She looked up as his shadow fell across the journal, her dark eyes questioning. "We need to share body heat." The words came out rougher than he intended, scraped raw by discomfort at the necessity. The magical cold is beyond what the cabin's protections can handle alone. Holly blinked up at him, processing the statement. Then her gaze sharpened with concern, and she immediately reached up to touch her own lips, feeling the coldness there that she hadn't consciously registered. Her expression shifted from scholarly absorption to alarmed focus in an instant. "How long have I been getting hypothermic?" she asked, setting the journal aside carefully. "Not long, but it's progressing." Rowan gestured at the frost-covered windows. "The blizzard is designed to penetrate any shelter. We need to—" But Holly was already reaching for her bag, pulling out the knitting supplies she'd brought along for the journey. Her needles appeared in her hands with practiced ease, and she selected yarn in deep crimson and gold, her fingers moving with sudden, desperate determination, despite their visible stiffness. "I can knit us warmth-sharing mittens," she said, already beginning the first stitches. "The enchantment will connect our body heat, create a feedback loop that should sustain us both without She trailed off, her cheeks flushing slightly, and Rowan understood what she wasn't saying. The mittens would provide magical connection without requiring the vulnerable physical intimacy that direct body heat sharing would demand. Relief and disappointment tangled together in his chest, and he wasn't sure which emotion disturbed him more. He settled onto the floor beside her, close enough to share the fire's warmth more directly while she worked. Her needles moved with increasing speed, the familiar clicking rhythm filling the cabin beneath the wind's howl. But something was different this time. Her craft magic, which had been flickering and unreliable since the Yule tree began failing, suddenly strengthened and steadied. Rowan watched the enchantment build with his wild magic senses, seeing the threads of power weaving through yarn and needles as Holly's survival instinct overrode whatever magical interference had been dampening her abilities. Her determination blazed bright in the magical patterns forming around her hands. Pure need, giving her access to power that conscious effort had been unable to reach. The mittens took shape with remarkable speed, Holly's fingers flying through the intricate pattern even as they trembled slightly with cold. She murmured under her breath as she worked, not quite words, but the kind of rhythmic encouragement crafters often gave their materials, coaxing the enchantment into proper form through sheer force of will and need. Rowan found himself mesmerized by the process. He'd seen Holly knit before, of course, but always in her cozy shop, surrounded by familiar comforts, creating charmed items for willing customers who requested specific effects. This was different. Raw survival magic. Craftwork stripped down to its essential purpose of keeping them alive through the night. The mittens emerged from her needles, already glowing faintly with stored warmth. The enchantment woven so thoroughly into their structure that they radiated gentle heat, even before being activated by wearing. Holly examined them critically, checking each stitch for flaws, then nodded with satisfaction. "These should work," she said, holding one out to him. "When we each wear one, the enchantment will connect our body heat. It creates a closed loop. Your warmth feeds mine feeds yours, and the magic amplifies the exchange, so we generate more heat together than we could separately." Rowan reached for the offered mitten slowly, understanding instinctively that this was more than just a practical warming charm. Holly's craft magic didn't work in clean, isolated functions. Her enchantments always carried emotional resonance, because she wove her care for others into everything she created. These mittens would share more than just body heat. They would create a connection that would let each of them feel what the other felt, at least to some degree. Warmth, yes, but also the emotional state that went with it. He'd be able to feel Holly's fear for their situation, her determination to survive, her whatever she felt about him, which was probably a confusing mixture of frustration at his reclusiveness and the stubborn kindness that seemed to be her default approach to everyone. And she'd be able to feel his emotions in return, the fear he was trying not to show, the bone-deep loneliness he'd been carrying for 5 years. The growing attraction he absolutely did not want to examine too closely. The vulnerability of that kind of exposure made his chest tight, but Holly's lips were distinctly blue now, and his own fingers ached with cold despite being closer to the fire. And survival didn't care about his desperate need to keep his emotional landscape private and protected. He took the mitten. The wool was incredibly soft against his work-roughened skin, still warm from Holly's hands, and from the enchantment woven through every fiber. He slipped it onto his left hand while Holly donned its mate on her right. And for a moment, nothing happened. Just the pleasant sensation of good wool blocking the cold air. Then the enchantment activated. Warmth flooded through Rowan's body like sunshine breaking through winter clouds, immediate and encompassing. But it wasn't just physical heat. It came wrapped in the unmistakable sensation of Holly's emotional presence, her determination blazing bright and fierce, her fear for his safety somehow stronger than her concern for herself. And underneath it all, a steady current of genuine care for his well-being that had absolutely no calculations or expectations attached. She worried about him. Not because she wanted something from him, not because she was trying to manipulate him into being more social or more helpful or more anything. She simply cared that he was cold and potentially in danger, the same way she'd care about any living being suffering from the magical storm's assault. Except there was something extra woven through her concern, something warmer and more personal that she probably didn't realize was bleeding through the enchantment so clearly. A spark of attraction, maybe. Or just the particular fondness that came from seeing past his grumpy exterior to the person underneath. The intimacy of feeling her emotional landscape so directly stole his breath, and she was feeling his in return. He could sense her awareness of his surprise, his discomfort at the exposure. And beneath that, the loneliness he couldn't hide when their inner selves were connected this thoroughly. Holly shifted closer to him, and he found his arm moving almost of its own accord to circle her shoulders, drawing her against his side, where they could huddle together by the fire. The physical contact intensified the magical connection, letting him feel not just her emotional warmth, but the steady beat of her compassionate heart, the way she instinctively relaxed into his protective hold. Despite knowing how uncomfortable he was with intimacy, she trusted him, completely, without reservation. The knowledge settled into his chest like a coal that had been missing from the fire of his life, warming places that had been cold for so long he'd forgotten they existed. "This is quite the enchantment," he managed, his voice coming out rougher than usual. Holly made a soft sound that might have been agreement or embarrassment. Through the connection, he felt her awareness of just how much emotional information the mittens were sharing. Felt her gentle concern that she'd woven something more intimate than she'd intended in her desperate rush to keep them alive. "I'm sorry if it's too much," she murmured against his shoulder. Survival magic doesn't leave much room for subtlety. "It's fine." The lie felt obvious when she could literally feel his discomfort through the enchantment, so he amended, "It's uncomfortable, but necessary." "Yes." She settled more fully against him, and he felt through the connection how safe she felt here, wrapped in his arm, with the magical warmth flowing between them. "Your grandfather's journals are remarkable, by the way. The depth of understanding about how different magical traditions can complement each other. I had no idea wild magic and craft magic could work together so intricately." Rowan tightened his arm slightly around her shoulders, grateful for the shift to safer conversational territory, even as he remained overwhelmingly aware of her emotional presence, humming through the mitten's enchantment. He spent his whole life studying those relationships, believed that separation between magical traditions was artificial, that everything was really part of one larger system. He was right. Holly's certainty came through both her words and the magical connection. I've been approaching my knitting like it existed in isolation, when really, it's just one thread in a much larger weaving. The metaphor pleased him, and she felt his response before he could voice it, her own pleasure at making that connection, warming the space between them. The exchange happened faster than words, intimate in a way that normal conversation could never achieve, thought and feeling flowing directly from one mind to another, through the magical bridge her enchantment had created. Outside, the blizzard continued its assault on the cabin, wind howling and supernatural cold pressing against every wall. But inside, wrapped in shared warmth and unexpected emotional intimacy, Rowan found himself experiencing something he'd denied himself for 5 years. Genuine connection with another person, who cared about his well-being without asking him to be anything other than exactly who he was. It terrified him. Through the mitten's magic, he could feel Holly's awareness of his fear, could sense her gentle understanding that this vulnerability was harder for him than the physical danger of the storm. She didn't push, didn't try to force him into greater openness or demand explanations for his emotional responses. She simply held steady, her care for him constant and unconditional, offering the gift of her presence without requiring anything in return. And that, more than anything else, shook him to his core. Because true connection didn't diminish his strength the way he'd convinced himself it would. Instead, it amplified everything good about being alive. The warmth of the fire felt richer when experienced alongside someone else's pleasure in it. The satisfaction of surviving against difficult odds became sweeter when shared with a companion who celebrated his competence rather than taking it for granted. Being thoroughly known and cared for was devastating in ways he hadn't anticipated, stripping away the protective isolation he'd built so carefully, and leaving him exposed to the terrifying possibility that he might actually deserve the warmth Holly offered so freely. They sat together as the storm raged on, connected by magic and necessity, and something neither of them was quite ready to name. Chapter 13. Holly. The warmth from their connected mittens spread through Holly's body like honey dissolving in tea, sweet and pervasive and utterly comforting. But the physical sensation paled in comparison to what came flooding through the magical link. A sudden, overwhelming awareness of Rowan's emotional landscape that made her breath catch. Vast. That was the first word that came to mind. His inner world stretched out before her awareness like a mountain range shrouded in winter fog. All careful peaks and controlled valleys, every emotion mapped and managed with the same precision he brought to reading weather patterns or tracking wild magic through the forest. And lonely. Oh, so achingly lonely. Holly had expected resistance or gruffness, maybe the prickly defensiveness he wore like his flannel shirts. What she hadn't anticipated was the sheer depth of isolation that permeated everything, pressing against her awareness through the mitten's enchantment like a physical weight. It wasn't the peaceful solitude of someone who genuinely preferred their own company. This was deliberate, careful separation. A fortress built stone by stone over years, with walls high enough to keep everyone safely at a distance. Through the magical connection, she felt the architecture of his self-protection laid bare. Every interaction filtered through multiple layers of caution. Every moment of potential connection examined for threats. Every kind word or friendly gesture tested against the question, will this hurt when it ends? Because it would end. He believed that with the certainty some people reserved for sunrise or the changing seasons, everyone left eventually. Better to never let them get close enough to matter. Holly's chest tightened with understanding. His preference for isolation wasn't natural contentment at all. It was a protective barrier built from years of loss, reinforced every time someone he cared about proved his fears correct by walking away. She felt his awareness of her presence like a bright thread woven through the darker tapestry of his emotions. Fierce protectiveness wrapped so tightly around tender care that they'd become inseparable. He was hyper-alert to her safety, constantly monitoring the storm's intensity and the cabin's temperature, mentally cataloging supplies, and calculating how long they could survive if conditions worsened. But underneath that practical concern ran something deeper and more vulnerable. The terrifying knowledge that he cared about her well-being far more than was wise, given the inevitable moment when she'd realize he wasn't worth the effort of friendship, and return to her warm, connected life in town, leaving him to his mountain and his isolation. It was already happening, he believed. Already too late to protect himself properly. Holly's heart cracked at the careful way he'd armored himself against connection, even while craving it desperately. Through the enchantment, she could feel both impulses warring within him, the longing to lean into her warmth, and the instinct to pull away before the inevitable abandonment could land its blow. The magical link revealed layers of grief he carried like stones in his pockets, weighing down every step. Grief for his grandfather, whose death had severed the last unconditional connection in his life. Grief for the partner who'd looked at Tinselcroft, looked at him, and found it all too small, too boring, too limiting for their ambitions. Grief for the community connections he'd deliberately severed one by one, cutting himself off before they could cut him first. All of it hidden beneath his gruff exterior, like gold buried deep in the mountain, forgotten and unused, because retrieving it required too much excavation of painful memories. Through their shared warmth, Holly felt Rowan's capacity for love running like an underground river through his emotional landscape, powerful and constant, and deep enough to sustain entire ecosystems. But he'd buried it under so much fear and self-protection that even he seemed to have forgotten its strength, convinced himself that the careful trickle he allowed himself to feel was the full extent of what remained. She wanted to weep for him, wanted to grab his face and make him see himself the way she saw him, capable of profound connection, worthy of being loved, deserving of the warmth he so carefully denied himself. Her first instinct rose up like a tidal wave, flood him with reassurances and promises, tell him she'd never leave, swear that she saw his value, convince him through sheer force of optimism and determination that his fears were unfounded and his isolation unnecessary. The words gathered behind her teeth, urgent and sincere. I won't leave you. You're not alone anymore. Let me fix this for you. Holly closed her eyes and forced herself to actually listen to what the enchantment was telling her, rather than simply reacting to it. He didn't need her promises. Promises had been made before, and they'd meant nothing when someone more interesting, or more exciting, or more anything had come along. Words were cheap. Declarations of intent cost nothing, and could be revoked just as easily. What Rowan needed, what his carefully guarded heart was actually asking for, even if he didn't know how to voice it, was something entirely different. He needed someone to simply be with him, not fix him, not convince him, not manage his healing or direct his emotional growth toward some imagined better state. Just presence, steady and unconditional and free from expectations. The realization settled into Holly's chest like a knot finally coming untangled, and she felt the rightness of it resonate through the magical connection. Instead of overwhelming him with words or attempts to fix his pain, she deliberately shifted her focus inward to where her own emotional warmth pooled like banked coals. Carefully, consciously, She channeled that warmth through their magical connection, not trying to change anything in him, or heal his wounds, or convince him of his worthiness. Simply offering her presence, constant and accepting, like a fire that would burn steadily whether he chose to warm himself by it or not. Through the mitten's enchantment, her care flowed toward him without demands or expectations. No requirements for emotional reciprocation. No pressure to respond or perform or meet her halfway. Just pure, uncomplicated warmth, offered freely with no strings attached. His to draw from or ignore entirely as needed. She felt his surprise ripple through the connection. Shock at encountering caring that didn't come with conditions. Affection that wasn't contingent on his meeting specific standards or performing emotional labor in return. Not promises about the future. Not demands for change. Just acknowledgement of his inherent value in this precise moment, regardless of what he could or couldn't offer in return. Through the magical link, she felt some of Rowan's carefully held tension begin to ease, subtle at first, like ice starting to melt at the edges. His death grip on self-protection loosened fractionally as he experienced unconditional caring that genuinely didn't require him to do anything except exist. He could be gruff, and she'd still offer warmth. He could be silent, and she'd still remain present. He could hold her at emotional arm's length, and she'd still care about his well-being. The revelation seemed to shake something fundamental in his carefully constructed worldview. Holly felt his confusion mixing with cautious hope, like someone who'd been walking through darkness for so long that they'd forgotten what light looked like, now catching the first glimpse of dawn and not quite trusting it to be real. She didn't push, didn't try to accelerate his processing or guide him toward specific conclusions. She simply maintained her steady presence through the magical connection, letting him experience at his own pace what it meant to be cared for without conditions. The realization blooming in her own chest felt revolutionary. This way of helping that honored his autonomy while still providing genuine care. She'd spent so much of her life believing that love meant fixing, that helping required active intervention and problem-solving. But sitting here, wrapped in shared warmth, connected so intimately to Rowan's emotional landscape, she understood something profound. Sometimes, the most powerful magic was simply bearing witness. Being present without agenda. Offering support that didn't require the other person to change or perform, or become anything other than exactly who they already were. She could help without managing, could care without controlling, could love someone exactly as they were, rather than as she thought they should be. The inside felt like her knitting needles clicking into a new pattern, one she'd been struggling toward for years without quite grasping the structure. All those times people in town had gently declined her help, or politely redirected her efforts. Maybe they'd been trying to teach her this lesson, and she'd been too focused on solutions to hear what they were actually saying. Not everyone needed fixing. Some people just needed someone to sit with them in their pain without trying to take it away. Holly felt tears prick her eyes as she held Rowan closer, feeling through the magical connection how profoundly isolated he'd been, how long he'd gone without experiencing this kind of unconditional acceptance. Years. Possibly his whole life, except for the grandfather who'd loved him without question, and whose loss had convinced him that unconditional love was too dangerous to risk again. The magical connection hummed between them with shared warmth and something deeper. Trust. Fragile and new, beginning to take root despite Rowan's best efforts to remain detached. Through the enchantment, Holly felt his unconscious willingness to let her witness his carefully guarded vulnerability. The way he was allowing her presence past defenses he'd probably sworn he'd never lower again. He hadn't made a conscious decision to trust her. This was happening beneath his awareness. The warmth of genuine acceptance, melting barriers he'd built so carefully that he'd forgotten they could be breached. Holly's heart ached with the honor of it, being allowed this glimpse into his hidden pain, this access to the tender heart he protected so fiercely. She could feel his capacity for love like a banked fire, glowing beneath ash and caution, still strong despite years of denial. He'd convinced himself the fire had gone out, that he'd successfully extinguished his need for connection, and reduced himself to embers that couldn't hurt anyone, especially not himself. But through the magical link, Holly felt the truth. The fire had never gone out. He'd simply buried it so deep and surrounded it with so many protective layers that even he believed it had died. It hadn't. It had just been waiting for someone patient enough to sit beside it without trying to force it into a blaze. She let her own warmth continue flowing through the connection, steady as a heartbeat, constant as breathing. The storm outside intensified, rattling the cabin's shutters and sending drafts through cracks she hadn't noticed before. But inside their small circle of shared magic and proximity, something precious was taking root. Understanding deeper than words. Acceptance broader than promises. Connection that honored exactly who they both were in this moment, without demanding anything beyond honesty. Rowan shifted slightly, his arm tightening around her shoulders with unconscious protectiveness. And through the mitten's enchantment, Holly felt his grudging acknowledgement that this, whatever this was, felt safer than he'd expected. That she wasn't pushing or prying or trying to rearrange his emotional landscape to suit her preferences. She was just there, present and warm and accepting, asking nothing except that he let her help keep them both alive through the storm. It was such a small thing, such a basic form of care. And yet, through the magical connection, Holly felt how revolutionary it was for him. This experience of being cared for without conditions, supported without expectations, valued exactly as he was rather than for what he could provide or become. Her throat tightened with emotion as she felt his careful walls beginning to crack in places, not from assault, but from the simple, persistent warmth of unconditional acceptance wearing away at their foundations. She didn't celebrate the cracks or try to widen them. She simply maintained her steady presence, letting him experience this new reality at whatever pace felt safe. Outside, the magical blizzard continued its assault. Inside, wrapped together by the fire with enchanted warmth flowing between them, Holly and Rowan sat in profound intimacy. Not the physical kind, though their bodies were certainly close enough, but something deeper and more precious. The intimacy of being truly seen, fully known, and accepted anyway. The intimacy of offering love without agenda, care without control, support without strings. The intimacy of two wounded hearts beginning to trust that maybe, just maybe, warmth didn't always have to end in burning. Chapter 14. Rowan. The fire crackled softly, sending dancing shadows across the cabin walls. Rowan stared into the flames, watching how they twisted and curled around the logs he'd split last autumn. The magical blizzard continued its assault outside. He could hear it even through the cabin's thick walls, an unnatural howl that set his teeth on edge and made his bear restless beneath his skin. Second day of this. Second day of being trapped in close quarters with Holly Jolly and her relentless warmth, both physical and emotional. Second day of the enchanted mittens creating a connection between them that felt more intimate than anything he'd experienced in years, maybe ever. The magical link hummed softly through the wool, carrying her presence like a second heartbeat alongside his own. He could feel her contentment with the simple moment, the fire's warmth, the safety of shelter. his solid presence beside her. No demands, no expectations, just quiet acceptance that somehow made the memories feel less dangerous to examine. My grandfather had a workshop. The words emerged before Rowan fully decided to speak them, carried out on the current of shared warmth between them. Behind the cabin, built into the hillside so it stayed cool in summer and warm enough to work in during winter. He spent most of his time there when I was growing up. Holly shifted slightly against his side, not pulling away, but adjusting her position so she could look up at his face. She didn't speak, just waited with that peculiar stillness she'd developed over the past day, as if she understood that words would break whatever spell was allowing him to share pieces of himself he'd kept locked away. He taught me to read the grain of wood, Rowan continued, his voice growing softer with reminiscence. How to feel the life still flowing through fallen trees, even years after they'd come down. Every piece of timber has a story, he'd say. Your job is to listen to it before you start cutting. Through the magical connection, he felt Holly's gentle curiosity, her genuine interest in this glimpse into his past. Not pity, he would have recoiled from pity, but something warmer and more respectful. Fascination, maybe. Or appreciation for the love that had shaped him. The fire popped, sending up a shower of sparks. Rowan watched them rise toward the chimney, remembering his grandfather's patient hands guiding his much smaller ones across a plank of pine, teaching him to detect the subtle variations in density that indicated where branches had once grown. He could spend hours just examining a single piece of wood before deciding how to work it, Rowan said. Used to drive my grandmother crazy when she was alive, the way he'd disappear into that workshop for an entire afternoon and emerge with nothing to show for it except sawdust in his beard and this satisfied expression, because he'd finally figured out what a particular log wanted to become. Holly made a soft sound of understanding, and through the mitten's enchantment, Rowan felt her recognition of that creative process, how it paralleled her own relationship with yarn and fiber, the way she had to listen to materials before knowing what they needed to be. He taught me that magic and craft aren't separate things, Rowan continued, the words flowing more easily now. That the best work happens when you combine mundane skill with magical awareness. Anyone can carve wood if they practice enough, but reading the magical currents flowing through the grain, that's what transforms simple carpentry into something that lasts for generations. The memories opened like a carefully preserved book, pages he hadn't allowed himself to read in far too long. Growing up in his grandfather's cabin, learning to track wild magic currents through the forest the same way other children learned to read street signs, understanding how seasonal changes affected the mountain's magical ecosystem, the way spring melt carried different energies than autumn rain, how winter dormancy concentrated power in deep places, while summer growth scattered it across the canopy. We'd go on walks every morning before breakfast, Rowan said, his chest tightening with nostalgia that flowed through the magical connection to Holly. Rain or shine, snow or heat, he'd point out signs I wouldn't have noticed otherwise, changes in the lichen patterns that indicated shifting magical currents, birds nesting in unusual places because something had disturbed the normal flow of energy through an area. He could still hear his grandfather's patient voice, explaining how everything in the forest was connected, how disrupting one element inevitably affected dozens of others in cascading patterns that could take years to fully manifest. That slow, deliberate way of thinking about consequences had shaped Rowan's entire approach to magic and life. We'd visit Tinselcroft sometimes, he said, surprised by how clearly he remembered those trips. When I was young, before... He trailed off, not quite ready to examine the before and after of his relationship with the town. Through the mittens, Holly's encouragement felt like gentle warmth against his ribs.
Not pushing, just
present. Available if he wanted to continue. People were different then, Rowan said slowly. Or maybe I was different. Probably both. My grandfather knew everyone, and they all seemed genuinely happy to see us when we'd come down from the mountain. Treated his knowledge like something valuable rather than threatening or strange. He remembered Felix's father at the bookshop, always setting aside new volumes on wild magic for his grandfather to examine. Mayor Elderberry's predecessors stopping them on the street to ask advice about the town's protective enchantments. The baker who'd slip him extra cookies while his grandfather consulted with the council about seasonal magical maintenance. I liked it back then, Rowan admitted, the confession feeling dangerous even as it emerged. Liked being part of something larger than just me and grandfather in the forest. Liked how people would light up when they saw us. Like we brought something important with us from the mountain. Through the magical link, Holly felt his deep love for his grandfather and the security those early years had provided. Rowan sensed her gentle sorrow at the contrast with his current isolation. Not pity exactly, but recognition of how far he'd retreated from those warm connections. The fire had burned down to glowing coals. Rowan added another log, watching the flames catch and spread across the new fuel. Outside, the storm howled with undiminished intensity. His arthritis got worse as he aged, Rowan said, his voice roughening slightly. The mountain paths that had been second nature to him became treacherous. He fell once, coming back from the ancient grove, and after that, he swallowed hard. After that, I took over most of the responsibilities for protecting its secrets. Monitoring the seasonal changes, checking the standing stones, gathering the rare plants that only grow there. The memories carried weight. His grandfather's frustration at his failing body, Rowan's desperate determination to be worthy of the trust being placed in him. The gradual shift from student to protector, while his grandfather watched from the cabin with eyes that held both pride and something that might have been grief. He never said it outright, but I think he worried about what would happen after he was gone, Rowan continued. Whether I'd be strong enough to maintain the relationship between the Grove and Tinselcroft, or if the connection would fray without him there to anchor it. Through the mitten's enchantment, Holly radiated quiet understanding. She didn't try to reassure him or dismiss his grandfather's concerns. She just held space for the complexity of that transition, the honor and the burden, the love and the loss. Rowan's chest felt tight, but not unpleasantly so, more like the sensation of a deep breath after holding himself rigid for too long. And then there was Marcus. The name hung in the air between them like smoke. Rowan felt Holly's attention sharpen slightly through the magical connection. Not intrusive, but present. Witnessing. For the first time in 5 years, he let himself really think about Marcus. Really remember. We met in Tinselcroft, Rowan said, his voice barely above a whisper. He'd moved there from one of the magical cities, said he wanted a quieter life. Seemed charmed by the town's quaint traditions and small-scale magic. Seemed charmed by me. The early days had been intoxicating. Someone who chose to be near him, who sought out his company, who seemed genuinely interested in his knowledge of the forest and wild magic. Someone who made the cabin feel less empty after his grandfather's death, who filled the silence with laughter and stories from the wider magical world. He'd come up to the cabin on weekends, Rowan continued, the words coming easier now that he'd started. Help with the woodwork, go on walks through the forest, listen to me talk about magical currents and seasonal patterns. I thought... He paused, swallowing hard. I thought he was happy, that this life was enough for him, for us. Through the magical connection, Holly felt his old hope and how it had curdled into bitter disappointment. She didn't try to comfort or correct the feeling, just acknowledged its presence, giving it space to exist without judgment. But he grew restless. Rowan stared into the flames, watching how they devoured the wood with patient hunger. Started talking about how isolated we were, how limited the opportunities were in a tiny town like Tinselcroft. Started making trips back to the cities more frequently, staying longer each time. The cabin creaked under the storm's assault. Rowan barely noticed. The last time he came up here, he told me he'd accepted a position with a magical consulting firm in Cascadia, Rowan said. Said it was an incredible opportunity, the kind of thing that could really make use of his talents. Said, he had to force the words out. Said I could come with him if I wanted. That there were plenty of opportunities for someone with my skills in the city. He remembered standing in this very cabin, by this very fire, listening to Marcus describe a life that sounded like a nightmare to Rowan. Constant noise, crowded streets. Magic performed for profit rather than protection. A world that felt fundamentally wrong in ways he couldn't articulate without sounding like a backwards hermit afraid of progress. I told him I couldn't leave, Rowan said. That the mountain needed me. That the ancient grove required consistent monitoring. That Tinselcroft depended on my family's knowledge, even if they didn't acknowledge it much anymore. Through the mittens, Holly felt his old desperation. The terror of losing someone he loved. The impossible weight of choosing between that love and his responsibility to the forest that had shaped him. He said I was wasting my life hiding in the woods. The admission felt like pulling shrapnel from an old wound. That anyone with real ambition would want more than what this place could offer. That I was using duty as an excuse to avoid actually living. The magical connection carried his pain to Holly with crystalline clarity. The abandonment, the self-doubt, the terrible fear that Marcus had been right, that there was something fundamentally insufficient about Rowan, something that made him unworthy of keeping the people he loved. I asked him if he was saying our relationship wasn't real living, Rowan continued, his voice thick with old grief. He said he had to pause, steadying himself against the memory's sharp edges. He said he cared about me, but he couldn't sacrifice his whole future to be stuck on a mountain with someone who was too afraid to want anything more. Holly's hand found his, their mittened palms pressing together so the enchantment intensified. Through it, Rowan felt her witnessing his pain without trying to minimize or fix it, just holding space for the enormity of what he'd experienced. He left the next morning, Rowan said. Haven't heard from him since. Last I knew, he was doing extremely well in Cascadia, promoted twice, featured in some magical journal for innovative spellcrafting techniques, living the exciting life he wanted, the one he couldn't have here with me. The confirmation of his worst fears, that he wasn't enough, that his life wasn't enough, that anyone who really knew him would eventually want to leave for something better. I retreated after that, Rowan admitted, the words scraping his throat raw. Convinced myself that solitude was safety, that needing others only led to inevitable disappointment and loss, that I was better off alone, where no one could decide I wasn't worth staying for. Through the magical connection, Holly felt the depth of his isolation, not just physical distance from the town, but emotional barriers he'd constructed with desperate care. Walls built from grief and rejection, mortared with the conviction that he was fundamentally insufficient for the people he loved. Stopped going to town except when absolutely necessary, Rowan continued. Stopped maintaining friendships, stopped participating in community gatherings. Told myself I was protecting them from my difficult personality, and protecting myself from inevitable abandonment. Easier to be alone by choice than to be left again. The fire crackled softly. Outside, the blizzard continued its relentless assault. Inside the cabin, wrapped in shared warmth and magical connection. Rowan felt emotionally stripped bare, every painful memory exposed, every carefully hidden wound revealed to Holly's quiet witness. But somehow, impossibly, he also felt lighter. The burden of carrying these painful memories alone had been crushing him for years, compressing him into smaller and smaller spaces, until he'd convinced himself that isolation was his natural state. Sharing them with someone who received them without judgment, without trying to minimize his experience or convince him his pain was invalid. It created space in his chest he'd forgotten could exist. Holly's presence, through the magical connection, felt like warm earth after a long winter, patient and accepting, ready to hold whatever he needed to plant there, without demanding it grow into something different than what it was. "I haven't talked about any of this," Rowan said quietly. "Not since he left. Maybe not ever, not really. Just kept it locked away where it couldn't hurt me anymore." Through the mittens, he felt Holly's understanding that pain didn't stop hurting just because you refused to acknowledge it. That wounds left untreated festered rather than healing cleanly. She didn't try to fix him, didn't offer platitudes about how Marcus was wrong, or how Rowan deserved better, or how time healed all wounds. She just sat with him in his pain, her warmth steady and constant, accepting every sharp edge and rough surface without flinching away. Rowan found himself leaning into her slightly, drawn by that unwavering acceptance. His arm tightened around her shoulders, and through the magical connection, he felt her quiet welcome of his weight, her willingness to help carry what he'd been shouldering alone for so long. The storm outside raged with undiminished fury, but inside their small circle of firelight and shared magic, something precious and fragile was taking root. Trust earned through vulnerability, connection forged through honest witness, healing that happened not through fixing, but through the simple, revolutionary act of being truly seen and accepted anyway. Chapter 15. Holly. Holly stared at her hands clasped around the warm mug of tea, watching steam curl upward in delicate spirals. The warmth-sharing mittens pulsed gently with magical connection, carrying Rowan's emotional landscape to her even as he'd fallen quiet after his confession. His newfound openness felt both precious and challenging, like being handed something beautiful and fragile that she wasn't entirely sure she deserved to hold. Through the magical link, she could feel his vulnerability settling into something calmer. The rawness was still there, but he'd stopped bleeding quite so profusely from old wounds. Sharing his pain had brought him some measure of relief. She could sense that clearly through the enchantment connecting them, which made what she needed to say feel both necessary and terrifying. "I have something to admit, too," Holly said quietly, her usual bright confidence wavering like a candle in a draught. Through the mittens, Rowan's attention sharpened immediately. She felt his focus turn fully toward her, his bear-like protectiveness rising instinctively at the tremor in her voice. But beneath that, she sensed genuine curiosity, a desire to know her as thoroughly as she'd just witnessed him. Holly took a breath, gathering her courage. Outside, the blizzard howled. Inside, the fire crackled softly. Between them, the magical connection waited to carry whatever truth she was brave enough to speak. "My compulsive need to help everyone," she began, her fingers tightening around the mug. "It doesn't always stem from pure generosity. Sometimes, often, actually, it comes from insecurity instead." The words felt like pulling splinters from beneath her skin. She'd spent years crafting her identity as Tinselcroft's helpful optimist, the person everyone could count on to knit solutions to their problems. Admitting that her helpfulness might be motivated by fear rather than simple kindness, felt like dismantling the foundation she'd built her whole personality upon. Through the magical link, Rowan received her nervousness and determination, feeling the way they tangled together in her chest, like yarn knotted by anxious hands. Sometimes I think I try to fix things because I'm afraid that if I'm not useful, people won't want me around, Holly confessed, her voice smaller than usual as she admitted her deepest fear aloud for the first time. Like my value as a friend, as a member of the community, as a person. It all depends on what I can do for others rather than who I actually am. The magical connection carried her shame and vulnerability directly to Rowan, bypassing all the cheerful deflections she normally used to keep uncomfortable truths at bay. She felt his surprise at this revelation, but also his careful attention, his willingness to witness her struggles the same way she'd witnessed his. Holly set her mug down carefully, needing her hands free to gesture as she worked through thoughts she'd been avoiding for years. I create things for people all the time, she continued, the words coming faster now that she'd started. Enchanted scarves, charmed mittens, spelled sweaters that adapt to emotional needs. And I always tell myself I'm doing it because I can see what they need, because my magic helps me understand people. She paused, forcing herself to complete the thought. But the truth is, I often don't actually ask people what they need. I just assume I know what's best for them and create solutions based on those assumptions. And sometimes, Holly's voice caught, sometimes I realize my magical crafting reflects my own anxieties more than genuine understanding of what others actually desire. Through the mittens, Rowan felt the specific texture of her worry, the way she second-guessed every interaction, wondering if her help was wanted or merely tolerated. The constant internal questioning about whether she was solving real problems or creating busy work to make herself feel valuable. Like that scarf I made for Felix last month, Holly said, the example surfacing with painful clarity. The one enchanted to help him feel more confident during public speaking. He thanked me so nicely, wore it to the next town meeting, said it helped tremendously. She twisted her mittened hands together. But what if he didn't actually need that? What if he was perfectly fine with his level of comfort during meetings and I just projected my own anxiety about public speaking onto him? What if my help actually made him feel like I thought he was inadequate when he was doing just fine on his own? The warmth-sharing enchantment carried her spiral of worry to Rowan, letting him experience how these thoughts circled endlessly in her mind. How every gift given, every problem solved, every cheerful offer of assistance came with an undercurrent of desperate need to prove her worth through action. I create solutions for problems that might not even exist, Holly whispered, simply because solving things makes me feel valuable. Because if I'm fixing something, making something, helping someone, then I have a clear purpose, a reason for people to keep me around. Tears pricked at her eyes, blurring the firelight into soft gold halos. She blinked them back stubbornly, but through the magical connection, Rowan felt the depth of emotion behind them anyway. My bright optimism, Holly continued, her voice thick. Sometimes it feels like a performance designed to make myself indispensable. Like if I'm cheerful enough, helpful enough, enthusiastic enough, then people will need me, will want me in their lives, not because of who I am, but because of what I provide. She drew a shaky breath. And I worried, God, I worry constantly, that my real personality might not be enough to maintain friendships. That if I stopped being aggressively useful and just tried to exist as myself, people would realize there's actually nothing particularly special about Holly Jolly underneath all the knitting and cheerfulness and magical solutions. The magical connection transmitted her raw vulnerability with perfect clarity. Rowan experienced her fear of being ordinary, of being forgettable, of being the kind of person people smiled at politely, but never thought about when she wasn't actively doing something for them. I worry that people just tolerate my help because it's easier than telling me to stop, Holly whispered, finally voicing the fear that haunted her relationships. That they smile and thank me while secretly wishing I'd learned to read social cues better. That I'm exhausting to be around because I'm always trying so hard. Always pushing my solutions on problems people might prefer to solve themselves. Through the mittens, she felt Rowan's careful attention, his complete focus on understanding what she was revealing. No judgment came through the connection, just steady witnessing that gave her courage to continue. My magic responds to my emotional state, Holly explained, glad to shift into slightly less painful territory. When I'm feeling anxious about my worth, when I'm trying too hard to prove I'm valuable, my enchantments come out overly enthusiastic, too bright, too intense, too much. She thought of the scarf she'd knitted for the mayor last winter, so aggressively cheerful in its enchantment that it had given Elderberry a headache after an hour of wearing it. Holly had assumed more cheer was always better, had poured her own desperate need to be helpful into every stitch, and created something that was frankly overwhelming rather than actually useful. I don't always listen to what's actually needed, Holly admitted. I listen to my own anxiety about being needed, and I create things that reflect that anxiety. Things that scream, "Look how helpful I am," instead of quietly serving the person I'm supposedly making them for. The shame of this realization burned through the magical connection. All those gifts, all that help, all those cheerful interventions. How many of them had truly been for the recipients, and how many had been elaborate performances designed to convince herself and others that she was worth keeping around. Being trapped in this cabin, Holly said slowly, working through the thought as she spoke it, has forced me to simply be present with someone, without trying to fix or improve anything. She looked up at Rowan, meeting his hazel eyes directly, and it's been terrifying, she confessed. Because what if you discover that when I'm not actively helping, when I'm not solving problems or creating magical solutions or being aggressively optimistic, what if you realize there's nothing particularly interesting about me? That I'm just ordinary? Through the warmth-sharing mittens, Rowan experienced the genuine terror beneath that question. Holly's deepest fear wasn't rejection, exactly. It was being seen fully and found unremarkable. Being known without the buffer of usefulness and deemed insufficient. But it's also been liberating, Holly continued, her voice gaining a thread of wonder. Because you're still here, still talking to me, still sharing your warmth and your stories and your space. Even though I haven't knitted you anything or solved any of your problems or fixed anything about your life. The magical connection carried her cautious hope, fragile as spun sugar, but growing stronger as she voiced it. You're experiencing all of me right now through this enchantment, Holly said, gesturing to their connected mittens. Not just the cheerful, helpful parts I usually show people, but all the worried, insecure, desperate to be valued parts too. And you're not pulling away. Fresh tears escaped despite her best efforts, trekking warm paths down her cheeks. But these felt different than the ones she'd blinked back earlier. Less shameful, more cleansing. Through the magical link, Rowan experienced the genuine love and care that motivated Holly's actions, even when they were misdirected. He felt how deeply she treasured her community, how much she wanted to contribute something meaningful to the lives around her. Her compulsive helping came from a place of profound affection, even when her anxiety twisted that affection into exhausting overcompensation. He also felt her authentic caring for him specifically, Not because of what he could teach her about wild magic, or how he might help save the Yule tree, but simply because she found him fascinating and worthy of care, exactly as he was. "I'm sorry," Holly whispered, "for assuming I knew what you needed when I came to your cabin that first time. For pushing you to help the town without really asking if that was something you wanted or were ready for. For probably being exhausting with all my enthusiastic problem-solving." She wiped at her tears with her free hand, the one not holding Rowan's through the mittens connection. "I'm trying to learn how to just be," Holly continued. "To be present without performing. To offer care without needing to prove my worth through constant usefulness. To trust that my value exists in who I am, not just in what I can do." The magical connection pulsed between them, carrying her raw honesty and tentative hope directly to Rowan's heart. "Thank you," Holly said softly, "for making space where I could finally say all this out loud. For witnessing my messy, anxious truth the same way I witnessed yours. For not pulling away when you felt all my desperate, insecure parts through the magic." She managed a watery smile, small but genuine. "For helping me understand that sometimes the bravest magic isn't knitting solutions to other people's problems. It's having the courage to be vulnerable and ordinary and insufficient, and trusting that might somehow be enough." Through the warmth-sharing mittens, Holly felt Rowan's steady acceptance of everything she'd revealed. No disgust at her neediness, no irritation at her anxious helping, no disappointment that she wasn't as purely generous as she appeared. Just deep understanding of how fear could twist love into forms that hurt rather than healed, and quiet respect for her courage in examining those patterns honestly. The blizzard continued its relentless howl outside. The fire burned low, needing another log soon. The cabin held them in its warm embrace, while the magical connection held their hearts, both of them raw and exposed, both of them witnessed in their wholeness, both of them discovering that vulnerability shared created bonds stronger than any carefully maintained facade. Holly felt lighter despite her tears, finally voicing her insecurities, finally admitting her anxious motivations, finally trusting someone to see beneath her cheerful, helpful exterior. It didn't make her feel diminished. Instead, paradoxically, it made her feel more substantial, more real, more honestly herself than she'd been in years of desperate performing. And through the magical warmth connecting them, she felt Rowan's quiet affirmation that her authentic caring, messy and imperfect as it was, mattered more than any perfectly crafted solution ever could. Chapter 16. Rowan. Dawn light filtered through the frost-etched windows in pale gray streams that suggested morning rather than proclaimed it. The wind's voice had changed overnight. No longer that relentless supernatural shriek that shook the cabin's bones, but something more ordinary, still fierce, still winter sharp, but natural. Rowan recognized the shift in atmospheric pressure the way another man might recognize an old friend's footsteps. The magical blizzard was retreating, releasing its hold on the mountain one reluctant gust at a time. He lay still beneath the heavy quilts on the couch, listening, evaluating wind patterns, gauging temperature, calculating how many hours before the pass would be safe to traverse. All practical concerns that kept his mind occupied with familiar analytical patterns instead of... Holly hummed. The soft melody drifted from somewhere near the fireplace, tuneless and content. The kind of unconscious sound someone made when completely absorbed in pleasant work. Rowan knew without looking that she'd already stoked the fire, already settled herself into some project that required her clever fingers and focused attention. He should get up, check the weather properly, start preparing for their journey to the ancient grove. They'd lost 2 full days to the storm's fury, and the Yule tree wouldn't survive indefinitely while they recovered in cozy proximity. Instead, he opened his eyes and let himself look. Holly had claimed his grandfather's old leather chair, the one positioned perfectly to catch both firelight and morning sun whenever that fickle star bothered to show itself. She'd curled into it the way a cat settled into a favored spot, knees drawn up, one foot tucked beneath her, the other dangling free to tap gentle rhythm against the worn footstool. Her curly hair caught the firelight in ways that made it seem alive, and her hands moved with practiced grace through loops and stitches of something green and cream. The humming continued, occasionally resolving into fragments of actual melody before dissolving back into contentment. She'd borrowed one of his flannel shirts at some point during the night, when the temperature had dropped, and the sight of her drowning in fabric meant for his broader frame did something complicated to his chest, made it tight, made it ache, made it feel simultaneously too full and desperately empty. The morning light loved her. The fire adored her. His grandfather's chair seemed to embrace her, like it had found its rightful occupant after years of patient waiting. She looked utterly at home in his space, natural as the dawn, and that terrified him more than any amount of magical weather could manage. Rowan's cabin had always been his sanctuary. After Marcus left, taking his restless energy and cutting observations and eventual disgust with mountain life, Rowan had reclaimed every corner as exclusively his own. He'd methodically removed every trace of shared occupancy, every compromise of taste or arrangement. The silence that settled in Marcus's absence had felt like relief at first, then comfort, eventually becoming simply the way things were, the way they should be. Except Holly's humming filled that silence with something that felt less like intrusion and more like completion. Her presence didn't crowd his space, but somehow made it larger, warmer, more fully itself, as though the cabin had been holding its breath for years and finally remembered how to exhale. She shifted in the chair, adjusting her position without interrupting her work, and the simple domesticity of the gesture struck him with unexpected force. This was what it meant to share space with someone who fit, who belonged, who made morning coffee and quiet companionship feel like enough, more than enough, like everything. The warmth-sharing mittens lay abandoned on the small table between couch and chair, their magical connection dormant. Just ordinary knitted wool now, no longer carrying emotional warmth and physical comfort between them. But Rowan could still feel the echo of what they'd created over the past 2 days. The dangerous intimacy of truly knowing another person, of being truly known in return, of being seen. All his jagged, wounded parts, all his careful defenses, all his desperate loneliness. And not rejected. Holly had felt every aching corner of his heart through that magical connection. She'd witnessed his grief and fear and bone-deep certainty that anyone who got too close would eventually recognize him as insufficient and leave. And she'd stayed, offered her own warmth without demanding anything in return, shared her own insecurities with a vulnerability that matched his own. For 2 days, they'd existed in a bubble of forced proximity and unprecedented honesty, and it had felt like coming home after years of deliberate exile, which was precisely the problem. Fear crashed over Rowan like meltwater from a broken dam, cold and sudden and overwhelming. He imagined waking tomorrow morning to find the cabin empty again. Holly's cheerful humming replaced by oppressive silence, his grandfather's chair vacant, the air still and lonely in ways he'd convinced himself were preferable to the alternative. She would leave. Of course she would. Holly belonged in Tinselcroft proper, surrounded by community and connection, offering her gifts to people who needed them. She had her shop to run, her friends to visit, her endless supply of problems to solve and people to help. She'd saved his life during the blizzard by creating those mittens. And now, she'd return to where she was valued and necessary and celebrated, while he returned to his mountain solitude. The thought made something in his chest crack with audible finality. She'll get tired of you eventually anyway. Marcus's voice echoed through memory with cruel clarity. This mountain life, it's so limiting, Rowan, so boring. I need more than silence and trees and your grandfather's dusty journals. I need actual civilization. And Marcus had left, walked away without looking back, headed for the city and excitement, and people who weren't content with quiet contentment and seasonal rhythms. He'd made it clear in their final argument that Rowan's attachment to this place, this life, this isolated existence, marked him as fundamentally insufficient for anyone with ambition, or curiosity, or desire for something beyond endless winters and solitary work. Holly might be kinder about it, might let him down gently when she eventually recognized the same limitations Marcus had catalogued with such cutting precision. But the outcome would be identical. Her warmth and light returning to where it belonged, while he remained here, more alone than before, because now he'd remember what it felt like to share space with someone who fit. Better to rebuild his walls now, safer to re-establish distance before she had the chance to leave on her own terms. Self-protection through preemptive withdrawal, a strategy that had served him adequately for 5 years. Rowan sat up with deliberate abruptness, swinging his legs off the couch and planting his feet on the cold floor. The quilts fell away as he stood, moving toward the nearest window with purposeful strides that announced the shift from rest to action. "Storm's breaking," he said, his voice coming out more brusque than intended. Professional, businesslike, the tone he'd use with any expedition partner rather than someone who'd shared magical intimacy and emotional vulnerability over hot coffee and grandfather's journals. Winds dropped to natural levels. Should be safe to travel by midday if the temperature holds. He busied himself examining frost patterns on the window pane, using weather analysis to avoid looking at Holly. His fingers traced the ice crystals with practiced assessment, calculating melt rates and visibility concerns, and the stability of accumulated snowpack along their planned route. Behind him, the humming stopped. "Oh," Holly said softly. Just that single syllable, but it carried complicated weight. Surprise, perhaps, or disappointment, or simply acknowledgement that their bubble of forced proximity was ending exactly as it had to. Rowan kept his gaze fixed on the window, on the gray dawn and swirling snow that no longer carried supernatural fury. Practical concerns, logistics, the mission they'd neglected while huddled together sharing warmth and secrets. "We'll need to move fast once we start," he continued, each word clipped and efficient. "The ancient grove is another 8 hours from here in good conditions. We've already lost 2 days. Can't afford further delays if we want the Yule tree to survive." He could feel Holly's questioning gaze on his back, sense her confusion at his sudden shift from intimate companion to distant guide. But maintaining this business-like distance felt necessary, safer. A return to the roles they'd briefly abandoned when survival required proximity and magical warmth-sharing demanded vulnerability. Rowan moved away from the window, crossing to the small kitchen area where their supplies waited in organized packs. He began checking inventory with mechanical precision: jerky, dried fruit, water skins, emergency fire starter, rope, the specialized tools he'd need to harvest ingredients from the grove. His hands moved through familiar motions, while his mind cataloged route details and safety protocols, and every practical concern that didn't involve how Holly's presence had transformed his sanctuary into something dangerously close to home. "I'll get breakfast started," he announced, still not meeting her eyes. "We should eat well before we head out. Trail rations won't provide the same sustenance, and we'll need our strength for the climb." Professional. Efficient. The way he'd handle any expedition partner, rather than the woman who'd knitted magical mittens that let him feel her emotional warmth, and who'd listened to his grief without judgment, and who'd admitted her own fears with courage that humbled him. The woman whose humming had filled his cabin with something that felt suspiciously like joy. Rowan pulled out the cast-iron skillet with unnecessary force, the clang of metal against stovetop loud in the cabin's new tension. He cracked eggs with focused attention, sliced bread with deliberate care, moved through breakfast preparation like it required his complete concentration. Behind him, fabric rustled as Holly unfolded herself from the chair. Her footsteps crossed the wooden floor, soft and uncertain. She didn't approach him, though. Instead, she moved toward her own pack, beginning to organize her things with matching efficiency. The silence between them felt different now. Where their previous quiet had been companionable, full of shared understanding and comfortable proximity, this new silence carried weight, distance. The careful avoidance of two people retreating to opposite corners after accidentally revealing too much. Rowan flipped eggs with practiced precision, watching oil sizzle and whites solidify, rather than acknowledging how his chest ached with each of Holly's quiet movements. She was respecting his sudden withdrawal, matching his businesslike tone with her own focused activity, giving him the space he'd implicitly demanded through his abrupt shift in demeanor. Exactly what he'd wanted, what he'd needed to reestablish before things got any more complicated. So why did it feel like he was actively dismantling something precious? The eggs finished cooking. Rowan divided them between two plates, added bread, poured coffee into mismatched mugs. He carried breakfast to the small table, setting Holly's portion at one end while he claimed the other. Maximum distance within the limited space. Clear boundaries after 2 days of deliberate closeness. "Thank you," Holly said quietly, settling into her chair. Her usual brightness had dimmed, replaced by something more subdued. She picked up her fork with less enthusiasm than she'd shown for any meal over the past 2 days. They ate in silence. Rowan focused on his food with determined attention, chewing thoroughly, sipping coffee at measured intervals, acting like breakfast was simply fuel for the journey ahead, rather than another small intimacy he'd shared with Holly over the past 2 mornings, when everything had felt easier and more natural. And frighteningly right. His grandfather's journals still sat stacked on the side table where Holly had been reading them. Her knitting project lay abandoned in the chair she'd vacated. The warmth-sharing mittens remained on the table between them, their magic dormant, but their significance impossible to ignore. Evidence of the connection they'd built, the vulnerability they'd shared, the dangerous intimacy that made Rowan's chest tight with longing and terror in equal measure. Better to end it now. Return to his comfortable isolation before he started hoping for something that would inevitably crumble when Holly recognized the same limitations Marcus had seen so clearly. Rowan finished his breakfast with mechanical efficiency, then stood to clear plates and begin final preparations. He pulled down his heavy winter gear from hooks by the door, the serious expedition equipment meant for dangerous mountain travel, rather than casual supply runs to town. "You'll need extra layers," he said, still using that clipped professional tone. "The elevation gain is significant, and will be above the tree line for part of the journey. Wind chill can be deadly, even in normal weather." He pulled spare clothing from storage, laying it out for her inspection. Wool underlayers, insulated outer shells, face protection, emergency blankets. All practical necessities that kept his hands busy and his mind occupied with logistics, instead of the growing emptiness in his chest. Holly accepted the gear with quiet thanks, beginning to layer appropriately for serious winter travel. She'd shed his borrowed flannel, replacing it with her own clothing, plus the additional protection he'd provided. Each item transformed her from comfortable cabin companion back to expedition partner, someone he was guiding on a dangerous mission, not someone who'd shared magical warmth and emotional truth. Rowan finished his own preparations with practiced speed, double-checking everything with the thoroughness his grandfather had drilled into him. Never assume. Always verify. The mountain forgave nothing and no one. He moved to the door, hand on the latch, ready to face whatever the storm's aftermath had left waiting outside. The sooner they resumed their mission, the sooner Holly could return to town where she belonged, where she had purpose and community and endless opportunities to help people who actually needed her intervention, where she wouldn't be trapped with someone whose first instinct when feeling too much was to rebuild walls and retreat into carefully maintained isolation. "Ready?" Rowan asked, finally forcing himself to look at Holly directly. She stood near the fire, fully dressed for expedition travel, her pack secured and her expression carefully neutral. But her dark eyes held something that made his heart twist. Understanding, perhaps. Or resignation. Or simply sadness at watching him deliberately dismantle what they'd built together during 2 days of forced vulnerability. "Ready," she confirmed quietly. Rowan pulled open the cabin door, letting in a rush of cold air that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the natural bite of mountain winter. The blizzard had passed, leaving behind crystalline snow and gray morning light, and the practical demands of a dangerous journey that would keep them both too busy for uncomfortable emotional conversations. Exactly what he needed, what he'd chosen. The safer path that protected his heart from the inevitable pain of hoping for something that couldn't last. He stepped outside without looking back, already cataloging route concerns and weather patterns, and the specific challenges they'd face reaching the ancient growth. Professional distance. Practiced isolation. The familiar armor he'd worn for 5 years and shouldn't have set aside just because Holly's presence made his cabin feel like home. Behind him, Holly followed. Her footsteps crunched through fresh snow with quiet determination, matching his pace but maintaining careful distance. No humming now. No cheerful observations about the crystalline beauty of storm-cleared morning, just silence. And the growing space between them where magical warmth and tentative connection had briefly flourished, before Rowan's fear convinced him that loneliness was safer than risking his heart again. Chapter 17. Holly. The needles paused in Holly's hands as Rowan's voice cut through the morning quiet like a knife through wool. That brisk, business-like tone, so different from the warmth that had colored his words last night when he'd shared memories of his grandfather, when he'd admitted things he clearly hadn't spoken aloud in years. She watched him move around the cabin with mechanical efficiency, pulling down winter gear and laying out supplies with movements that seemed designed to avoid looking in her direction. The soft vulnerability that had softened the lines around his eyes had vanished, replaced by the rigid control she recognized from their first meeting at his workshop. The walls were back, higher than before, maybe, reinforced with fresh mortar, made of fear, and whatever conclusions he'd reached while she slept. Holly's fingers tightened on her knitting needles, the half-formed scarf in her lap suddenly feeling like evidence of her own foolishness. Had she imagined the connection between them? The way his emotional landscape had opened through the warmth-sharing mittens, letting her feel his loneliness and his carefully guarded capacity for love? The way he'd relaxed into her presence, shoulders dropping from their defensive hunch as he told stories about learning to read weather patterns from his grandfather. What's wrong? The question burned on her tongue, desperate for release. What happened between last night and this morning? What did I do? But something in the set of his shoulders, that particular rigid line that screamed, "Don't push," made her swallow the words. She'd seen that posture before, in townspeople who needed space more than solutions, who required distance before they could find their way to connection. The difference was that those other people hadn't shared magical warmth with her, hadn't let her feel the texture of their grief and hope, hadn't made her cabin-fevered heart sing with the possibility that maybe, just maybe, she'd found someone who understood her completely and still chose her presence. Holly set aside her knitting with careful precision, the needles clicking softly as they settled against the side table. The warmth-sharing mittens lay there too, innocent scraps of enchanted wool that had created such profound intimacy. Looking at them made her chest ache with loss, for something that apparently only she had valued. No, that wasn't fair. She'd felt Rowan's response through their magical connection, the wonder and terror mixed together, the longing he couldn't quite suppress, the way his emotional warmth had reached for hers like a man starving for connection. Whatever had changed, it wasn't because the intimacy hadn't been real, which somehow made this hurt worse. "You'll need extra layers." Rowan's voice remained professional, still refusing to meet her eyes as he laid out wool underlayers and insulated shells. "The elevation gain is significant and will be above the tree line for part of the journey." Holly stood slowly, leaving the borrowed flannel folded neatly on the chair where she'd sat reading his grandfather's journals, where she'd learned about the philosophy of wild magic, patience, observation, working with natural rhythms rather than forcing solutions. Maybe she needed to apply those principles to Rowan himself. Step back, observe. Let him find his own rhythm instead of trying to knit him into the pattern she wanted, even if it felt like abandoning him just when he might need support most. "Thank you," she said quietly, accepting the gear he'd pulled from storage. The practicality of his preparation spoke louder than words. He'd chosen items sized appropriately for her smaller frame, included emergency supplies she wouldn't have thought to request, selected colors that would show up against snow if they became separated. He was taking care of her even while building emotional distance between them. Holly dressed with the same deliberate calm she used when working through complicated knitting patterns, layering wool against skin and securing fastenings with steady fingers that wanted to tremble. Each piece of clothing felt like armor against more than just the cold. Protection against the vulnerability of caring too much about someone determined to keep her at arm's length. She wanted to remind him how he'd looked last night. Firelight reflecting in his eyes as he described his grandfather's hands working wood. The way his voice had softened when he admitted that Marcus's departure had convinced him that isolation was safer than risking his heart. The exact moment when his emotional warmth had reached through their magical connection to acknowledge her own confession about compulsive fixing, but pushing would drive him further away. Holly knew that, with the same instinct that told her when yarn needed more twist, or when a stitch pattern wanted modification, sometimes the bravest thing she could do was nothing at all. Her pack waited where she'd left it the previous morning, a lifetime ago, before magical blizzards and warmth-sharing mittens, and the discovery that Rowan Thorne's grumpy exterior protected a heart capable of profound tenderness. Holly checked her supplies with quiet efficiency, adding the items Rowan had set aside for mountain travel. Extra socks, emergency blanket, face protection against wind chill that could steal breath and reason. "I've included nutrition bars," Rowan said, his tone still clipped. "We'll need the calories for the climb." "That's thoughtful." Holly kept her voice even, fighting the urge to ask why thoughtfulness about her physical comfort didn't extend to acknowledging the emotional connection they'd built. "Should I bring the journals, in case we need to reference? I know the passages we'll need." He finally glanced in her direction, but his hazel eyes remained carefully shuttered. "No point carrying extra weight." "No point carrying the evidence of vulnerability you shared," Holly thought, but didn't say. Instead, she nodded, leaving the leather-bound journals stacked neatly where they'd spent hours reading together, her curiosity meeting his reluctant willingness to share family wisdom. She finished packing in silence, hyper-aware of Rowan's presence moving through the cabin with that same brisk efficiency. He checked the fire, secured shutters, covered furniture against dust and cold, preparing the space for his return to solitude once this mission ended, and she went back to town where she belonged. The casual dismissal shouldn't hurt this much. Holly had known going into this that Rowan valued his isolation, that he'd agreed to help under duress, that whatever connection formed between them existed outside normal circumstances. But she'd felt his heart through magical warmth, understood the depth of loneliness he carried, recognized his fierce capacity for loyalty once given, and stupidly, dangerously, she'd let herself hope that maybe he'd recognize the same qualities in her, that the vulnerability they'd shared might become the foundation for something lasting. This is why you don't push, she reminded herself, because sometimes people need to come to realizations on their own timeline, and forcing the issue just makes them build higher walls. Holly shouldered her pack, adjusting straps with practiced ease. The weight settled comfortably against her back, heavier than her usual town errands, but manageable for someone who regularly hiked mountain paths gathering materials for her craft. She could do this, complete the mission, save the Yule tree, return to Tinselcroft and her shop, and the familiar rhythm of helping people who actually wanted her assistance. And if her heart felt bruised and tender from Rowan's withdrawal, well, that was the price of caring about someone who'd explicitly warned her that he preferred isolation. Ready? Rowan stood by the door, hand on the latch, finally forcing himself to look directly at her. The careful blankness in his expression made Holly's throat tight with unshed tears. This was the face he showed the world. Neutral, professional, giving away nothing of the warmth and grief and longing she'd felt through their magical connection. She wanted to cross the space between them, take his hands, remind him that vulnerability didn't have to mean abandonment, that choosing connection was brave, not foolish, that she saw him, really saw him, and still wanted his presence in her life. But that would be fixing, managing his feelings instead of respecting his choices. Holly had spent 2 days trapped in proximity, learning that her greatest magic happened when she worked with someone rather than for them. She needed to trust that principle now, even when it felt like losing something precious. Ready, she confirmed, proud when her voice came out steady. Rowan pulled open the door, letting in a rush of cold mountain air that felt like a slap after the cabin's cozy warmth. Gray morning light spilled across fresh snow, revealing a landscape transformed by the magical blizzard's fury, beautiful and dangerous in equal measure. Like the man holding the door with such careful distance, he stepped outside without looking back, already cataloging root concerns with the focus of someone determined to avoid uncomfortable emotional conversations. Professional. Practical. The god she'd hired, except she hadn't hired him. The town had pressured him, and he'd agreed with the same resignation people showed when Holly's enthusiastic help became too much to refuse politely. The comparison made her stomach twist with familiar guilt. Holly followed him into the cold, her footsteps crunching through snow that sparkled with residual magic. No humming rose to her lips, no cheerful observations about crystalline beauty. She simply matched Rowan's pace, maintaining careful distance while staying close enough for safety, supporting on his terms, even if it meant accepting that the intimacy they've discovered might remain buried beneath his protective barriers, even if it hurt worse than any magical cold. The forest stretched before them, pristine and silent in storm's aftermath. Rowan moved through it with confident efficiency, following paths invisible to Holly's untrained eyes. He didn't speak except to warn her about obstacles, a hidden route, an unstable drift, a section with a snow-concealed ice, taking care of her safety while keeping emotional distance. Holly accepted his warnings with quiet thanks, focusing on the practical demands of mountain travel instead of the ache in her chest. One foot in front of the other, Trust his expertise. Don't push for conversation he clearly doesn't want. She could do this. Respect his boundaries. Support without smothering. Demonstrate the growth she'd claimed during their vulnerable midnight conversations. Even if part of her heart remained in that cabin, tangled up in warmth-sharing mittens and firelight confessions, and the dangerous hope that maybe loneliness didn't have to be permanent for either of them. The snow crunched beneath her boots with each step, a rhythmic counterpoint to thoughts she couldn't quite silence. Rowan's shoulders stayed rigid ahead of her, that careful distance maintained with the same determination he'd shown preparing breakfast, as if normalcy could erase the vulnerability they'd shared, as if professional efficiency could rebuild walls that magical warmth had temporarily dissolved. Holly wanted to believe he'd come around, that given time and space he'd recognize what they'd built together and choose connection over isolation. But wanting wasn't the same as knowing, and respecting his autonomy meant accepting that he might choose differently than she hoped. Still, she kept walking, kept following, kept trusting that the mission mattered enough to see through, regardless of personal heartbreak. Because sometimes love meant giving people space to make their own choices, even when those choices felt like rejection. Chapter 18. Rowan. The world beyond Rowan's cabin looked like something out of a fairy tale. Every branch encrusted with ice that caught the morning sun and threw it back in prismatic brilliance. Snow piled in sculptural drifts that transformed familiar landmarks into abstract art. The magical blizzard had scoured the air clean, leaving behind a crystalline clarity that made distant peaks look close enough to touch. Beautiful, certainly, but the perfection felt hollow when Rowan couldn't share his appreciation with the woman, following 3 careful paces behind him. "Oh, look! Fox tracks!" Holly's voice held its characteristic brightness, though perhaps a shade less buoyant than usual. 3 sets crossing here. A family, maybe? Rowan glanced at the delicate prints she'd indicated, paw marks stitching an elegant pattern across fresh powder. More likely territorial competitors. Foxes are solitary except during mating season. The words came out harsher than intended, weighted with unintentional metaphor. He winced internally but kept walking, maintaining the professional distance he'd established at the cabin door. Solitary. Like him. Like he'd chosen to be after Marcus left, telling himself isolation meant safety. Ah. Holly's footsteps crunched behind him with steady rhythm. Well, they've certainly been busy overnight. The tracks are everywhere. She wasn't wrong. The snow revealed the hidden nightlife of the forest. Rabbits bounding between protective cover. Deer picking careful paths to water sources. The wingbrush marks where birds had landed and taken off again. Evidence of life continuing through even magical catastrophe. Creatures adapting and surviving and moving forward. Rowan envied their uncomplicated resilience. They climbed steadily higher as the sun rose, warming the frozen landscape without diminishing its beauty. Ice melted from pine needles in crystalline droplets that caught light like falling stars. The air tasted of cold water and evergreen resin, sharp enough to clear even his muddled thoughts. Not that clarity helped when every cleared thought circled back to the same uncomfortable truth. He'd heard Holly this morning. Deliberately retreated from the intimacy they'd built because fear felt safer than hope. Self-protection more familiar than trust. The realization sat heavy in his chest, like swallowed stones. "Is that a goshawk?" Holly pointed upward where a large raptor wheeled against impossible blue sky. "I don't usually see them this high in winter." "Good eyes." Rowan tracked the bird's flight with practiced assessment. Probably displaced by the storm. They'll resettle once the hunting grounds thaw. Displaced. Settling. Everything he said seemed to carry double meaning today, words turning treacherous in his mouth. Holly hummed thoughtfully, one of her year-round Christmas carols he recognized now. though sung so softly he couldn't identify which one. The sound should have been cheerful, but something in the melody carried an undertone of melancholy that made his throat tight. He'd done that. Dimmed her natural brightness with his cowardice. The trail steepened, requiring focus that provided welcome distraction from emotional turmoil. Rowan tested each foothold before committing his weight, then turned to offer Holly his hand for the trickiest sections. She accepted his assistance with quiet grace, her mittened fingers, not the magical warmth-sharing pair, just ordinary knitted wool, gripping firmly before releasing as soon as she found stable ground, maintaining the distance he'd insisted on, respecting boundaries he'd drawn. It felt like punishment he'd earned, but couldn't there. "The grove's just beyond that ridge," Rowan said when they paused for water, gesturing toward an outcropping of ancient granite. "Another hour, maybe less given how well you're managing the terrain. Mountain girl at heart." Holly's smile didn't quite reach her eyes, though she tried. "I've always loved hiking up here, though I've never been to the grove itself. Grandmother Marigold says it's sacred space, not for casual visiting." "She's right." Rowan capped his water flask with unnecessary force. "The magic there is old, powerful. It demands respect, and—" He trailed off, searching for words that felt inadequate. "Honesty, I suppose. The grove doesn't tolerate pretense or half-truths." Holly's dark eyes studied him with unsettling perception. "Then it sounds like exactly the right place for what we need to do." Did she mean gathering ingredients for the Yule tree? Or something more? Rowan couldn't ask. Couldn't risk opening conversations that might require the vulnerability he'd spent all morning avoiding. So he simply nodded and resumed climbing. The forest changed as they approached the grove. Subtle shifts that Rowan felt more than observed. The trees grew taller, more widely spaced, their trunks thick with centuries of growth. Light filtered differently here, softer somehow despite the brilliant sunshine. Even the snow seemed to fall with particular reverence, drifting down in slow spirals rather than chaotic flurries. His grandfather had brought him here first when Rowan was barely 7, teaching him to recognize the signs of truly sacred ground. "Pay attention to how the air tastes," his grandfather had said. "How your breathing slows without trying. That's the grove calling you deeper into yourself. Asking you to remember what matters." What mattered? Family. Legacy. The land that held his history in its roots and stones. And maybe, his gaze slid sideways to Holly, who'd paused to examine a cluster of winterberries with gentle reverence. Maybe connection mattered too. The kind that required risk but offered rewards isolation could never provide. The thought terrified him. They crested the final ridge, and the ancient grove revealed itself in full glory. Holly gasped softly, one mittened hand rising to cover her mouth as she took in the scene before them. Rowan understood her reaction. No matter how many times he visited this place, its beauty still stole his breath. The evergreens formed a perfect ring around open space, their branches creating a living cathedral that soared overhead in green and brown majesty. Sunlight filtered through in golden shafts that looked almost solid, illuminating the dancing motes of snow still settling from yesterday's storm. In the center, the sacred spring bubbled up from ancient rocks, its waters crystal clear despite the cold, sending up gentle steam that caught light and transformed into rainbow mist. The air here didn't just taste of magic, it sang with it. Power thrummed through everything, patient and profound, the accumulated wisdom of centuries settling into Rowan's bones like a benediction. Coming home. That's what the grove felt like. Not the physical home of his cabin, but something deeper. The place where his truest self could emerge without pretense or protection. The grove doesn't tolerate pretense or half-truths. His own words echoed back with uncomfortable accuracy. It's... Holly breathed out slowly, turning in a circle to take in the full circle of ancient trees. I've never felt anything like this. It's not like town magic, or even wild magic as I understood it. This is something else entirely. This is source magic. Rowan moved forward into the clearing, feeling the familiar welcome settle around him like a warm cloak. The spring feeds into Tinselcroft's water system eventually, carrying traces of this power downstream. The Yule tree's roots tap into the same aquifer. Everything's connected through underground channels that channel this magic throughout the valley. Holly knelt by the spring, extending one hand toward the water with obvious reverence. May I? The grove accepts genuine respect. You'll know if you're unwelcome. The water turns cold and still. Rowan watched as she dipped her fingers into the bubbling spring, saw her eyes widen at the contact. It's warm, and I can feel... She closed her eyes, concentrating. Stories. Layers and layers of them, all flowing together. The spring remembers everyone who's ever visited with pure intentions. Pride swelled unexpectedly in Rowan's chest at her perceptiveness. Most people felt only pleasant warmth on first contact, taking several visits before they sensed the deeper currents of memory and meaning running through the sacred waters. But Holly had always seen more than others gave her credit for, hadn't she? Looked past his gruff exterior to the lonely man underneath, offered warmth without demanding reciprocation, demonstrated patience he didn't deserve, and he'd repaid that generosity with withdrawal and distance. The guilt that had been building all morning crystallized into something sharp and painful beneath his ribs. Rowan knelt beside the spring on the opposite side from Holly, close enough to work together, but maintaining that careful space he'd insisted on. The moss they needed grew in thick clusters on the submerged rocks. Emerald green shot through with golden threads that pulsed with healing magic. His grandfather's journals had been explicit. This moss, combined with 3 other ingredients, would strengthen the Yule tree's root system and restore the protective enchantments. He reached into the cold water, fingers closing around a cluster of moss, but found his hands stilling instead of harvesting. Holly worked silently beside him, gathering her own samples with gentle efficiency, her movements economical and respectful. She didn't hum, didn't chatter, simply focused on the task with quiet competence that somehow hurt worse than any accusation. Because she was giving him exactly what he'd demanded: professional distance, emotional neutrality, the careful boundaries he'd drawn so deliberately after letting himself care too much. And it felt terrible. Rowan's hands trembled in the spring water, the sacred warmth unable to touch the cold knot of fear and regret lodged in his chest. He'd promised himself 5 years ago that he'd never risk this particular pain again. The exposure, the vulnerability, the inevitable moment when someone he loved realized he wasn't enough and left him behind. Better to pull back first, protect himself before she could hurt him. Except Holly wasn't Marcus. Had never shown anything but genuine affection for Tinselcroft, talked about the town with the same love he felt, demonstrated through every action that this place mattered to her as deeply as it did to him. And he'd still assumed she'd leave, had let his ex-partner's judgment echo in his head, drowning out Holly's actual words and choices with Marcus's old accusations. Anyone with real potential would want more than what this place could offer. The memory surfaced with vicious clarity, Marcus's voice dripping with the contempt that had colored those final months, the restlessness that had started as occasional complaints and metastasized into constant criticism. How every aspect of Rowan's contentment with mountain life became evidence of insufficient ambition, small thinking, settling for less. And underneath Marcus's words, the deeper accusation. You're not enough. This life you love is proof that you're not enough. Rowan had internalized that poison without realizing it. let it seep into his bones until isolation felt like wisdom rather than fear. But Holly had never suggested wanting anything different. Had lit up talking about her yarn shop, her customers, the community she'd built through magical crafting. Had shared her own insecurities during their cabin captivity, without ever implying that Tinselcroft itself was the problem. She chose this place. Every day she chose it, which meant he'd been protecting himself from a threat that existed only in his imagination, punishing Holly for sins she'd never committed. The realization broke something open in Rowan's chest. Or maybe it healed something that had been broken for years. Either way, the careful control he'd maintained all morning shattered like ice under sudden pressure. I need to explain why I pulled away this morning. The words came out rough, scraped raw from somewhere deep in his throat where he'd been keeping them buried. Holly's hands stilled in the water, moss forgotten, as she looked up at him with those expressive dark eyes that held more understanding than he deserved. Rowan forced himself to hold her gaze, despite the vulnerability crawling under his skin like ants. It wasn't about you. Or it was, but not the way you probably think. Eloquent as always. He grimaced, trying to organize thoughts that felt too large and chaotic for words. Holly waited with characteristic patience, her face soft with concern, but not demanding. Giving him space to find his way through this explanation at his own pace, which somehow made it easier to continue. Marcus, my ex. He grew up in Tinselcroft but always saw it as temporary, a place to launch from, not a destination. Rowan pulled his hands from the spring and dried them absently on his jeans, needing something to do with the nervous energy flooding his system. I thought we wanted the same things. Quiet life, connection to the land, community we could trust. But he saw my contentment as complacency. The word still tasted bitter 5 years later. He started talking about opportunities in Portland, Seattle, Vancouver. Bigger, magical communities where he could make a real difference instead of, how did he put it? Wasting his talents on a backwater town that time forgot. Rowan's laugh came out hollow. I didn't want those things. The city sounds like my worst nightmare. All that noise and concrete and crowds. But he said that proved I lacked ambition. Holly's expression shifted from patient to quietly furious on his behalf, but she remained silent, letting him work through the explanation. The last year we were together, everything I loved about this place became evidence that I was settling for less than I deserved. My grandfather's cabin was hiding from real life. My woodworking was quaint hobbyism. My bear shifting was wasted on a place where nobody cared about supernatural lineages. The accusations spilled out faster now, poison he'd been holding too long. He said anyone with real potential would want more than what Tinselcroft could offer. His hands clenched against his thighs, knuckles white with tension. And the worst part is, I started to believe him. Started questioning whether my happiness here was genuine or just fear of trying something bigger. Whether I was choosing this life or just too scared to want anything else. Rowan's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. He left 5 years ago, packed up and moved to Seattle without looking back. And I told myself it was proof that isolation was safer than connection. That eventually everyone figures out I'm not enough and leaves. The grove's magic pulsed around them, patient and ancient, bearing witness to his confession with the same reverence it had offered countless others over the centuries. Rowan knelt by the spring again, unable to meet Holly's eyes as he finished. This morning, when I woke up with you in my cabin and realized how much I wanted you to stay, it terrified me. Because I keep waiting for you to realize the same thing Marcus did, that I'm not enough, that this life is too small for someone with your gifts and warmth. The words hung in the crystalline air between them, raw and exposed, in a way that made Rowan want to shift into bear form and disappear into the forest. But the grove demanded honesty, and Holly deserved truth after he'd spent all morning hiding behind professional distance. Silence stretched, broken only by the gentle bubbling of the sacred spring and the whisper of wind through ancient branches overhead. Rowan forced himself to look up, to face whatever judgment or pity he'd find in Holly's expression. Rowan. His name on her lips sounded like a prayer, soft and reverent and achingly kind. She moved around the spring to kneel beside him, close enough that he could see the constellation of freckles across her nose and cheeks. I've never wanted to be anywhere but Tinselcroft. Her mittened hands reached for his, twining their fingers together with deliberate intention. This place, these people, this life. It's not settling. It's choosing what makes me truly happy. Holly's voice carried absolute conviction, her dark eyes blazing with certainty. I could have apprenticed in bigger magical communities. Had offers from Portland, actually, when my knitting magic first manifested. Grandmother Marigold encouraged me to explore my options. This was news to Rowan, and apparently his surprise showed on his face because Holly smiled gently. I visited for 3 weeks. Hated every minute. She squeezed his hands. Too loud, too fast. Too many people who wanted my magic without caring about me. I came home and opened the Gilded Skein within 6 months, because I realized everything I wanted was already here. The sacred spring bubbled beside them, its warmth radiating outward to combat the winter cold. But Rowan barely noticed the temperature. All his attention focused on Holly's face, searching for any hint of doubt or deception, and finding only fierce sincerity. Marcus was wrong about you, Holly continued, her voice gaining strength. About what matters and what constitutes a life well lived. Your contentment isn't complacency. It's wisdom. You know yourself well enough to choose authentically, instead of chasing what society says you should want. She released one of his hands to cup his bearded cheek, her touch gentle but grounding. You are enough, Rowan Thorne. More than enough. And this life you've built? Holly gestured at the grove surrounding them, but he understood she meant something larger. His cabin, his work, his careful stewardship of wild magic. It's not too small. It's exactly right for who you are. The words cracked something open in Rowan's chest that had been sealed since Marcus's departure. 5 years of accumulated hurt and self-doubt, bleeding out like poison from a lanced wound, leaving behind space for something terrifying and precious. Hope. I thought. His voice caught, rough with emotion he'd spent all morning suppressing. I thought eventually you'd realize you could do better. Find someone who wanted the same ambitious things you deserve. I don't want ambitious things. Holly leaned closer, her forehead nearly touching his. I want yarn and mittens and helping Mrs. Chen's arthritis with enchanted gloves. I want walking through snow to gather magical moss, with someone who understands why sacred places matter. I want, she hesitated, vulnerability flashing across her expressive features. I want you, Holly finished softly, exactly as you are. Your quiet strength and careful wisdom, and the way you see the forest like it's a living story you're privileged to read. Rowan's remaining defenses crumbled like sandcastles before incoming tide. He cupped her face in both hands, calloused fingers gentle against her warm brown skin, thumbs brushing across the freckles he'd spent 2 days memorizing by firelight. Holly's breath caught, her eyes widening but not pulling away, giving him space to choose this intimacy on his own terms. Holly, he breathed, her name a revelation and a promise. Then he closed the distance between them and kissed her. Her lips were soft and warm despite the winter cold, tasting faintly of the cinnamon tea she'd drunk at breakfast. Holly made a small sound of surprise that melted into contentment, her mittened hands coming up to grip his coat as she kissed him back with equal tenderness. The grove's magic pulsed around them like a blessing. Ancient power, recognizing and celebrating the connection forming between two souls, who'd both spent too long protecting themselves from exactly this vulnerability. Rowan poured 5 years of loneliness into the kiss, all the hope and fear and desperate longing he'd been holding locked inside his chest. Holly met him with equal intensity, her warmth dissolving doubts the way spring sunshine melted winter ice. Gradually, inevitably, leaving only nourishment behind. And they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard. Rowan rested his forehead against hers and felt something that might have been laughter or tears building in his throat. "I'm terrified," he admitted, because honesty seemed important in this sacred space where pretense died. "Me too," Holly whispered back, her hands still gripping his coat like he might disappear. "But maybe being scared together is better than being safe alone." Rowan kissed her again in response, softer this time, sweeter, full of wordless agreement and cautious joy. The ancient evergreens watched over them with patient benediction as the sacred spring bubbled its approval, bearing witness to the tentative beginning of something that had been growing since a determined witch climbed a mountain to ask for help. Chapter 19. Holly. Holly's boots slipped slightly on loose scree as she hurried down the mountain path, Rowan's steady presence beside her, both thrilling and steadying. The pack on her back held jars of luminescent moss, vials of sacred spring water, and carefully wrapped bundles of rare herbs from the ancient grove. Ingredients that represented their best hope for healing Tinselcroft's failing magic. Her lips still tingled from their kiss, and every accidental brush of their shoulders sent warmth flooding through her chest. The intimacy they'd shared among those ancient trees felt precious and fragile, something she wanted to protect and nurture. But growing anxiety about what awaited them in town kept crowding out the joy threatening to bubble over. "Watch the ice patch ahead," Rowan said quietly, his hand coming to her elbow to guide her around a deceptively clear section of trail. Holly appreciated the touch more than the warning. She'd walked mountain paths her entire life, but having someone who cared about her safety felt novel and wonderful. Marcus had left Rowan believing himself insufficient, but the careful attention he paid to her comfort demonstrated a generosity that had nothing to do with ambition and everything to do with character. They'd been traveling for 3 hours since leaving the grove, making excellent time despite the challenging terrain. The blizzard had dumped nearly 4 feet of snow across the upper elevations, transforming familiar landmarks into white-shrouded mysteries. Rowan navigated with the confidence of someone who knew these mountains in every season, occasionally pointing out animal tracks or interesting geological features, with the same understated passion he'd shown when reading his grandfather's journals. "How far?" Holly asked, though she could guess from the changing vegetation that they were approaching lower elevations. "Another 30 minutes to the ridge. Then we'll be able to see the town." Rowan's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Assuming the visibility holds." Holly glanced at the sky, which had remained mercifully clear since the blizzard's end. Late afternoon sun slanted through the evergreens, painting long shadows across pristine snow. Beautiful and peaceful, yet her stomach churned with increasing dread about what those 3 days of delay might have cost. "Tell me about the first time you came to the ancient grove," she said, needing distraction from spiraling worry. "With your grandfather." Rowan's shoulders relaxed slightly, and a small smile tugged at his bearded mouth. "I was 8. Thought I was incredibly mature and ready for wilderness adventures. And were you? Lasted about 2 hours before I got scared and wanted to go home. His smile widened at the memory. But grandfather made camp right there. Said we'd stay until I felt comfortable again. Took 3 days. Holly's heart squeezed at the image of a young Rowan being given time and space to overcome his fears, rather than being pushed through them. He sounds wonderful. He was patient, which I needed, given how stubborn I was. Rowan ducked under a low-hanging branch, holding it up so Holly could pass beneath without getting showered with snow. Still am, I suppose. I like your stubbornness, Holly said truthfully. It means you don't change yourself just to please others. You know what matters to you, and you hold on to it. Rowan's hazel eyes met hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. You matter to me, he said simply. The declaration landed between them with quiet weight. Not flowery or elaborate, but solid and true. The emotional equivalent of his beautifully crafted furniture. Built to last. You matter to me too, Holly whispered, reaching for his hand. Their mittened fingers intertwined, and Holly felt an echo of the magical warmth they'd shared during the blizzard. Different now, without active enchantment connecting them, but no less real. This was the warmth of genuine affection, freely given and gratefully received. They walked in companionable silence for a while, following the trail's steady descent through increasingly familiar territory. Holly recognized specific trees and rock formations from previous foraging trips. Landmarks that meant home was close. The path widened as they approached the final ridge before Tinselcroft's valley, allowing them to walk side by side rather than single file. Holly's pace unconsciously quickened, pulled forward by worry and responsibility. Then they crested the ridge, and the sight below made Holly gasp aloud. Tinselcroft lay spread before them in the valley like a wounded jewel, still beautiful, but clearly diminished. The Yule tree that should have been blazing with golden light sat in the town square like a dying fire, its magical runes barely flickering against the darkening sky. What should have been brilliant luminescence had faded to weak ember glow, each pulse fainter than the last. Oh no, Holly breathed, her free hand coming up to cover her mouth. The magical street lamps that usually cast cheerful pools of butter-yellow light were sputtering weakly, their enchantments clearly struggling. Some had gone dark entirely, leaving stretches of street in premature twilight. The cobblestones themselves seemed duller, as if the magic that usually made them gleam had retreated inward. Worst of all was the protective shimmer that typically crowned the entire town like an invisible dome, keeping temperatures comfortable and magical creatures undisturbed. Even from this distance, Holly could see that it had faded to an almost imperceptible suggestion of its former strength. A soap bubble, waiting for the slightest pressure to pop entirely. It's worse than I thought, Rowan said grimly. Much worse. Holly couldn't speak around the lump in her throat. 3 days. They'd lost 3 crucial days to the blizzard. And while she wouldn't trade those moments of intimacy and connection for anything, the cost to her beloved town was staggering. We need to hurry, she managed, already starting down the trail. Rowan kept pace beside her, his longer legs easily matching her rushed stride. His jaw was set with determination, but Holly could feel tension radiating from him. This was his fault, some part of him probably insisted. His responsibility, his knowledge that should have prevented this crisis. She squeezed his hand, wanting to reassure him, but lacking the breath for words as they practically ran down the mountain. The descent that usually took 45 minutes, they completed in half that time, boots sliding on snow-covered sections, both breathing hard by the time they reached Tinselcroft's outskirts. Passing the town boundary should have triggered the usual wash of magical warmth and welcome that every resident experienced upon homecoming. Instead, Holly felt only a faint tingle, like static electricity's distant cousin. The protective enchantments recognized her, but barely, their energy depleted almost to nothing. "This is bad," she panted, adjusting the pack on her shoulders. They rushed through Tinselcroft's streets, passing closed shops and darkened windows. The usual cheerful evening activity, neighbors chatting, children playing in carefully maintained snowdrifts, shopkeepers sweeping their stoops, was entirely absent. The town felt abandoned, as if everyone had retreated indoors to conserve energy. The painted paw sat dark and shuttered, Cleo's usually vibrant storefront looking tired. Holly's heart constricted with worry for her best friend. Between the Lines bookshop had a hastily written note on the door. Closed due to magical emergency. Research materials compromised. Holly's throat tightened further. If Felix couldn't access his carefully preserved books, that meant preservation spells were failing. Enchantments that had protected irreplaceable manuscripts for generations. As they neared the town square, Holly spotted a crowd gathered around the Yule tree despite the growing darkness and cold. Mayor Elderberry stood at the center, his usually jolly face drawn with concern as he spoke with various townspeople. His mayoral chain of office hung around his neck, but even it seemed dimmer than usual, its magical properties clearly depleted. "Mayor Elderberry!" Holly called out, rushing forward. The crowd parted to let them through, and Holly registered worried faces, illuminated by weak lamplight. Mrs. Chen looking frailer than usual. The Petrov twins huddled together for warmth. Other neighbors whose names she'd known all her life, suddenly seeming older and more vulnerable. "Holly! Rowan!" Mayor Elderberry's relief was palpable. "Thank the stars you've returned. We'd begun to fear the worst when the blizzard lasted so long." "We have the ingredients from the ancient grove," Holly said quickly, shrugging off her pack. "What's happened? How bad is it?" Mayor Elderberry's expression grew even more grave. "I'm afraid the situation has deteriorated significantly. The magical failures are accelerating exponentially." Dr. Willowmere stepped forward from the crowd, their face showing unusual strain. "Several residents are experiencing serious complications, Holly. The elderly especially. Their personal magical reserves are being drained as they unconsciously try to compensate for the failing protective enchantments." "Cleo?" Holly asked, her voice catching on her best friend's name. "Collapsed yesterday," Mayor Elderberry confirmed gently. "Magical exhaustion. She'd been maintaining warming charms for half a dozen shops whose heating spells failed, plus trying to keep the town's water system enchantments functioning. Pushed herself too hard." Guilt crashed over Holly like a wave. While she'd been kissing Rowan in the ancient grove, her best friend had been literally working herself into collapse, trying to hold their community together. "Is she resting at home, under my care?" Dr. Willowmere said quickly. "She'll recover, but it will take time." And more than a few other residents are heading towards similar exhaustion if we can't restore the town's primary magical infrastructure soon. Felix sent word that the library's preservation spells began failing this morning. Someone called from the crowd. Hannah, who ran the apothecary. Centuries-old text starting to deteriorate. He's been trying to manually preserve what he can, but there's too much material. Holly's mind raced, cataloging the cascading failures. Without the Yule tree's magical stabilization, every enchantment in Tinselcroft was drawing from residents' personal reserves instead. Like a house whose foundation was crumbling, forcing every individual wall to bear more weight than it was designed to carry. "We can fix this," she said, with more confidence than she felt, holding up the pack. "We have everything needed for the healing ritual." Rowan had moved to examine the Yule tree while she spoke with Mayor Elderberry. Now he straightened, his expression troubled as he looked at Holly. "The root system damage is worse than I thought," he said quietly. "The magical interference has spread deeper, affecting multiple layers of enchantment." Holly's stomach dropped. She set down the pack and approached the tree, placing her mittened hand against its trunk. Usually, the ancient evergreen thrummed with life and power, a presence that felt both gentle and immense, like placing your hand on a sleeping bear's flank. Now she felt only a faint flutter, weak and irregular, like a heartbeat struggling to maintain its rhythm. She closed her eyes and let her magical awareness sink deeper, following the tree's root system through soil and stone. The ancient grove ingredients could heal the damage they'd identified, but Rowan was right. The problem had metastasized. What had been a single point of interference had spread through the entire root network, creating dozens of smaller disruption sites that would each need individual attention. 2 people couldn't possibly address them all simultaneously. The restoration would require coordinated effort across multiple magical disciplines, each working in harmony with the others to re-establish the complex web of enchantments that sustained Tinselcroft. Holly opened her eyes and found Rowan watching her with understanding. He'd reached the same conclusion. She turned to face the gathered crowd, seeing her neighbors and friends waiting, with expressions ranging from hope to desperation. These were the people who'd welcomed her weird magical experiments, who'd supported her business, who'd made Tinselcroft feel like home long before she'd opened the Gilded Skein. And they needed her, not to fix everything alone, but to help them work together. "We need everyone," Holly announced, her voice carrying across the square with newfound authority. The realization settled into her bones like truth. This wasn't a problem for one person to solve, no matter how skilled or determined. This was a community crisis that demanded community response. The crowd stirred, confused murmurs rippling through the assembled residents. "The damage is too extensive for just Rowan and me to heal," Holly continued, her mind already racing through possibilities. "The tree's root system needs attention at dozens of points simultaneously, and each layer of enchantment must be restored in coordination with the others." She moved to stand beside the Yule tree, one hand still resting on its trunk in support and solidarity. "But we have something more powerful than any individual magic. We have all of us. Every magical tradition represented in this town. Every unique gift and skill." Holly's excitement built as the vision took shape in her mind. Craft magic, wild magic, healing magic, scholarly enchantments. What if we wove them together into a unified restoration effort? Rowan stepped up beside her, adding his voice to hers. "Holly's right. The interference damaged the tree because it tried to bear the entire magical load alone. The healing has to work differently, distributed across the whole community, so no single point bears too much strain." "But how?" Mrs. Chen called out, her voice wavering. "We've never attempted anything like that before." Holly felt the answer blooming in her chest like spring flowers breaking through snow. "I can weave it," she said, the certainty absolute. "That's what my magic does. Connects different energies into cohesive patterns. I can create a framework that lets everyone contribute simultaneously." She looked at Dr. Willowmere. "Your healing magic can address the root system's physical damage. You understand biological repair on a cellular level." The doctor nodded slowly. "If someone can show me where the worst damage sits, I can," Rowan said immediately. "My connection to wild magic lets me sense the disruption points. I can guide the healing energy to where it's needed most." Holly turned to where she'd seen Felix's shop. "We need Felix's research, the historical records of how the Yule tree was originally enchanted. Understanding the foundational spell work will help us avoid making the restoration worse." "I'll fetch him," Mayor Elderberry said, "and gather every able magical resident. If we're doing this, we're doing it together." Hannah from the apothecary raised her hand. "I have ingredients that could boost magical conductivity. If everyone's going to be channeling energy simultaneously, we'll need something to help stabilize the flow. Perfect, Holly said gratefully. Mayor, your community harmony magic will be essential too, keeping everyone synchronized so our individual efforts don't work against each other. Ideas were coming faster now, the pieces fitting together like a complex knitting pattern revealing itself row by row. This was what she'd been working toward her entire life without realizing it. Not fixing problems alone, but facilitating collaboration that let everyone's strengths shine. What about those of us who are weaker right now? Someone called out. My magic's nearly depleted from maintaining my home's warming charms, Dr. Willowmere answered before Holly could. That's actually helpful. Those who are depleted won't be contributing raw power. You'll serve as grounding points, helping channel and direct the energy others generate. Every role matters. Holly felt tears prickling her eyes as she watched her community transform before her. Despair was giving way to determination. Fear replaced by cautious hope. This was Tinselcroft at its best, a place where different beings with different gifts came together in mutual support. How long will it take to prepare? Rowan asked quietly, his hand finding Holly's. She squeezed his fingers gratefully. An hour, maybe 2. We need Felix's research, Hannah's conductive agents, and time for me to construct the connective framework that will let everyone's magic interface properly. Mayor Elderberry was already moving, his natural leadership skills taking over. You heard Holly. Everyone who can contribute, stay here. Felix, Hannah, and I will gather what we need. Dr. Willowmere, please assess who's strong enough to participate actively versus who should serve as grounding points. The crowd began organizing itself with the practiced efficiency of people who'd weathered crises together before. Mrs. Chen settled onto one of the square's benches, clearly conserving her energy. The Petrov twins began discussing what their combined magic might contribute. Others hurried off to fetch supplies, or inform neighbors who hadn't made it to the square. Holly watched them work together, her heart swelling with affection and pride. She'd spent so much time worrying that her help was unwanted, that her enthusiasm overwhelmed people. But this, facilitating collaboration while respecting everyone's autonomy, this felt right, in a way her usual problem-solving never quite had. You're brilliant, Rowan murmured beside her. She looked up at him, finding his hazel eyes warm with admiration. We're brilliant, she corrected. You're the one who understood the root system damage. I just figured out how to organize the response. Which is exactly what Tinselcroft needs right now. He brushed a strand of her curly hair back from her face. A leader who sees everyone's value and knows how to bring it together. The compliment settled into Holly's chest like hot cocoa on a cold day, warming her from the inside out. She'd never thought of herself as a leader, always just the helpful neighbor with endless yarn and good intentions. But standing here in the town square, surrounded by people ready to work together, she felt the truth of Rowan's words. Leadership wasn't about having all the answers or fixing everything yourself. It was about creating space for everyone to contribute their best gifts toward shared goals. Let's save our town, Holly said, squeezing Rowan's hand once more before releasing it. They had work to do. Chapter 20. Rowan. The weight of his grandfather's journals in Rowan's hands felt suddenly immense as dozens of expectant faces turned toward him. The leather covers, worn soft by years of use, had always been a comfort in the solitude of his cabin, tangible connections to wisdom and memory. But here in the town square, surrounded by neighbors he'd spent 5 years avoiding, they felt more like anchors, threatening to drag him under. His throat constricted. Too many eyes, too much hope pinned on his words. The familiar panic clawed at his ribs, whispering that he should excuse himself, retreat to the safety of the mountain, let someone else handle this, someone else who wouldn't inevitably disappoint them. But then Holly shifted beside him, and he caught sight of her encouraging smile, warm and steady as candlelight. She didn't look worried that he'd fail or flee. She simply looked like she believed in him, the same way she'd believed in him when she'd climbed to his cabin to ask for help, the same way she'd trusted him through the blizzard. Rowan pulled air into his lungs and opened the journal to the pages he'd marked during their journey back. His grandfather's precise handwriting covered the yellowed paper. Diagrams of magical flow patterns, interspersed with observations written in that familiar slanted script. Right. His voice came out rougher than he'd intended, thick with disuse and nerves. He cleared his throat and tried again. Wild magic doesn't work like craft enchantments. It moves through natural systems, the way water finds its level, following paths of least resistance, pooling in low places, flowing toward balance. His gaze caught on the diagrams, and some of the tension eased from his shoulders. This he understood. This made sense. The Yule tree's root system connects to every magical source in Tinselcroft, Rowan continued, tracing one of his grandfather's drawings with a scarred finger. Think of it as an underground network, like... He paused, searching for the right comparison, and found himself remembering Holly's knitting needles clicking away during their time in the cabin. Like yarn connecting individual stitches into a larger pattern. Each household's magic, every protective charm, all the enchantments that make this town function, they're all tied into the tree's network. But the interference disrupted those connections, Mayor Elderberry said, leaning forward with interest rather than impatience. Exactly. Rowan flipped to another page, showing a diagram of broken flow lines. The disruption created tangles in the magical currents. Energy can't move freely anymore, so it's backing up in some places and leaving others depleted. Holly stepped closer to see the diagram better, and her presence at his shoulder steadied him. She wasn't taking over or translating for him, just standing beside him as he did something that terrified him. So how do we untangle it? Mrs. Chen asked from her seat on the bench, her wizened face thoughtful. Rowan looked at the elderly witch, remembering how she'd always saved him the best apples from her tree when he was a boy. We recreate the proper flow patterns using combined magical efforts, but it has to be done in a specific way, like weaving strands together in the right sequence to create a stable fabric. He caught Holly's delighted expression at his use of her knitting metaphor, and something warm bloomed in his chest. Maybe understanding her craft magic helped him explain his wild magic better. Maybe their different perspectives complemented each other in ways he'd never considered. Dr. Willowmere moved forward, their long, silver-streaked braids swaying as they studied the journal pages over Rowan's shoulder. What about magical compatibility? If we're channeling different types of enchantment simultaneously, won't that create interference patterns of its own? The question was precisely the kind of technical detail his grandfather's journals addressed. Rowan felt his confidence growing as he flipped to a section dense with notes about magical interactions. Actually, that's addressed here. He ran his finger down a page filled with his grandfather's observations. Different enchantment types can interfere with each other if they're applied haphazardly. But when they're properly coordinated, they create resonance instead, each type amplifying the others. He looked up to find Dr. Willowmere nodding with understanding. Like harmonics in music, exactly like that. Relief flooded through Rowan. They understood. He wasn't explaining this badly after all. Craft magic provides structure and intention. Wild magic supplies adaptability and flow. Healing magic offers restoration and balance. Community harmony magic, he nodded toward Mayor Elderberry, synchronizes everything so the different types work together instead of against each other. Mayor Elderberry stroked his silver beard thoughtfully. But the timing must be precise, yes? When do we layer in each type of magic? Rowan turned to yet another page, this one showing a timeline with careful annotations. The sequence matters as much as the compatibility. We need to establish the structural framework first. That's where Holly's craft magic and the connective enchantments come in. Think of it as creating the loom before we can weave. Holly made a small sound of understanding beside him, and when he glanced at her, her eyes were bright with excitement. She got it. The metaphor wasn't just helpful for others. It actually captured how their different magics needed to work together. Once the framework is stable, Rowan continued, addressing the crowd but feeling more centered now. We layer in the wild magic to restore the natural flow patterns. That's my role, sensing where the disruptions are and guiding the healing energy to those specific points. Like directing water through channels, one of the Petrov twins said. Precisely. Rowan felt a smile tug at his mouth despite his nerves. Then Dr. Willowmere's healing magic works within those restored channels to repair the actual damage to the root system. And throughout all of this, Mayor Elderberry's harmony magic keeps us synchronized, so we're not working at cross purposes. Felix approached from where he'd been waiting at the edge of the gathering, his arms full of old books. I found the historical records from the tree's original enchantment. Would it help to know what the founding mages did? Absolutely. Rowan accepted one of the leather-bound volumes gratefully. Solid information, documented processes. These were things he could work with. My grandfather referenced historical workings several times. He believed studying past successes was essential to avoiding past mistakes. He opened the book carefully, aware that Felix was watching him with the particular intensity of a fellow scholar. The bookstore owner might be awkward around Cleo, but he clearly knew his way around ancient texts. There, Felix said, pointing to a passage written in faded ink. The original enchantment required 7 primary casters working in concert, each representing a different magical tradition. Rowan scanned the text, comparing it mentally to his grandfather's notes. We have more than 7 magical traditions represented in Tinselcroft now. That's actually advantageous. More diversity means better coverage of the damaged areas. But won't too many participants create chaos? Hannah from the apothecary asked, concern evident in her voice. Not if they're properly coordinated. Rowan looked up from the book, meeting her worried gaze directly. That's why Mayor Elderberry's harmony magic is so crucial. Think of it like an orchestra. You can have dozens of musicians, but they need a conductor to keep them playing together. Mayor Elderberry beamed at the comparison. I've conducted enough town ceremonies to handle that role, but I'll need clear guidance about when each group should contribute their energy. Rowan nodded, his mind already working through the sequence. The depleted residents serve as grounding points first. They'll anchor the magical flow and keep it from becoming wild or erratic. Then the craft magic users establish the structural framework under Holly's direction. He felt Holly's attention sharpen beside him, sensing her preparing to take on that leadership role. Once the framework is stable, I'll begin channeling wild magic to restore the natural flow patterns, Rowan continued. Dr. Willowmere, you'll need to watch for the moment when the channels are clear enough for healing magic to work effectively. Too early, and the energy will just dissipate. Too late, and the damage might become permanent. The healer nodded gravely. I understand. I'll monitor the magical currents and coordinate with you. Cleo bounced forward with characteristic energy, her spiky black hair currently streaked with determined purple. What about those of us who are younger and still learning? We want to help, but we're not as powerful as the older residents. Rowan looked at the cat shifter, remembering his own youth when his magic had felt too wild and unpredictable to be useful. His grandfather had taught him that every contribution mattered, regardless of magnitude. Younger residents often have more flexible magic, he said carefully. You adapt quickly, which makes you excellent at adjusting to changing conditions during the working day. I'd suggest positioning you between the grounding points and the primary casters. You can serve as magical relays, passing energy along while also stabilizing any fluctuations. Cleo's face lit up. Like magical telephone lines? Despite his lingering nervousness about public speaking, Rowan felt his mouth quirk into a genuine smile. Something like that. You'll need to stay alert and responsive, ready to redirect energy if one channel becomes overloaded. We can do that, Cleo said confidently. Felix, you're technically younger generation too. Want to coordinate with me? The wolf shifter flushed but nodded, pushing his trendy glasses up his nose. I can help organize the relay positions based on the historical precedents. There are diagrams here showing optimal spacing for magical conductivity. Rowan watched as Felix and Cleo moved aside to consult the ancient text together, their heads bent over the yellowed pages. Around the square, other small groups were forming as people discussed their potential roles. The initial chaos of panic was transforming into something more organized, more purposeful. Mayor Elderberry raised his voice to carry across the gathered residents. Let's formalize our working groups. Those who are magically depleted, please gather with Mrs. Chen to coordinate grounding positions. Craft magic practitioners, meet with Holly. Wild magic specialists and those with strong connections to nature, work with Rowan. Healing magics, see Dr. Willowmere. Everyone else, check in with me about where your particular skills fit best. The crowd began reorganizing itself with surprising efficiency. Rowan found himself suddenly surrounded by a small group of residents he recognized but had barely spoken to in years. Marcus, the groundskeeper, who maintained the town's gardens through earth magic. Sienna, the weather witch, who helped moderate Tinselcroft's mountain climate. And Thomas, the stone speaker, whose connection to the bedrock beneath the town gave him deep awareness of geological magic. Your grandfather taught me about reading seasonal shifts when I first moved here, Sienna said softly. I've missed his wisdom these past few years. Something tightened in Rowan's chest. Grief and pride tangled together. He documented everything. His journals have notes about how your weather magic interacts with the mountain's natural patterns. Could I see? Sienna asked hesitantly. Not to take them from you, but perhaps to refresh my memory before the working. Rowan hesitated only briefly before opening the journal to a section marked with a pressed oak leaf. Here. He noted that weather magic works best when it flows with existing atmospheric patterns, rather than forcing changes. Marcus leaned in to study the diagrams. These notes about root systems and mineral content, they're incredibly detailed. Did he document the entire valley? Most of it. Rowan felt a surge of pride in his grandfather's meticulous work. He spent decades observing and recording how magic moved through natural systems. He believed understanding the patterns was essential to working with them safely. That's exactly the knowledge we need now, Thomas rumbled, his deep voice thoughtful. The bedrock's been unsettled by whatever's affecting the tree. If I can see his notes about geological magic flows, I might be able to stabilize the foundation while you work on the root system. Rowan flipped through pages, finding the relevant sections and sharing them with his small group. As they discussed applications and potential coordination points, he realized something surprising. This wasn't as terrifying as he'd expected. These people weren't demanding that he perform miracles or fix everything alone. They were genuinely interested in understanding the principles so they could contribute their own expertise effectively. They respected his knowledge without expecting him to be infallible. The key is timing, Rowan explained, pointing to one of his grandfather's more complex diagrams. Wild magic responds to intention and need, but it can't be forced into rigid patterns. We need to create channels for it to flow through naturally, while maintaining enough structure to direct it productively. Like a riverbed, guiding water but not damming it, Marcus said. Exactly. Rowan felt his shoulders relax incrementally. Holly's structural framework provides the channel. My wild magic reading tells us where the flow needs to go. Your individual specialties, weather, earth, stone, give you sensitivity to specific aspects of the natural system that need attention. Sienna studied her section of the journal carefully. So I'd focus on the atmospheric interface, where the tree's magic meets the sky and weather patterns, making sure that connection remains clear and responsive. While I stabilize the root level, Thomas added, ensuring the foundation doesn't shift during the healing process. Marcus nodded slowly, and I'll maintain the connection between the root system and the rest of the valley's plant network. The gardens and forests are all tied into the same magical ecosystem. Rowan felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight for years. This was collaboration. Real collaboration, where everyone contributed their piece without anyone having to carry the entire burden alone. His grandfather had written about workings like this, but Rowan had never experienced one himself. Holly appeared at his elbow, her own group of craft magic users trailing behind her. Her eyes were bright with excitement and determination. We've identified the optimal positions for establishing the structural framework. But I want to make sure our timing aligns with your wild magic work. Rowan turned toward her, grateful for her presence even amid the crowd. Show me what you're planning. She unfurled a hand-drawn diagram on one of the benches, her fingers tracing the positions she'd marked. We'll form a circle around the tree at the points where the major root channels emerge. Each crafter will anchor one section of the framework, creating an interlocking pattern that distributes the structural load evenly. He studied her design, comparing it mentally to his grandfather's notes about magical flow patterns. This is good. The positions align naturally with the convergence points where wild magic tends to pool. If you establish your framework here, he pointed to several of her marked positions. It will create natural channels for the wild magic to flow through without forcing it into artificial constraints. Perfect. Holly's smile could have lit the entire square. Once we're in position and the framework is stable, I'll signal you to begin the wild magic channeling. Mayor Elderberry will be conducting the harmony synchronization, so watch for his cues about when to increase or moderate your energy flow. Dr. Willowmere joined their huddle, along with several other residents skilled in healing arts. We'll position ourselves inside the circle, close to the tree itself. Once Rowan's wild magic has cleared the channels and Holly's framework is holding steady, we'll begin the direct healing work on the damaged roots. The plan was coming together with a clarity that made Rowan's earlier panic seem almost foolish. These weren't helpless people needing him to save them. They were capable, intelligent individuals who knew their own strengths and how to apply them effectively. They just needed someone to help coordinate the wild magic aspects, a role he was uniquely qualified to fill. Questions? Holly asked, looking around at the assembled groups. Felix raised his hand tentatively. The historical texts mention something called magical kickback during large workings. If something goes wrong, what should we watch for? Rowan appreciated the scholarly concern. Good question. Magical kickback happens when incompatible energies collide instead of harmonizing. You'll feel it as a sudden pressure or discomfort, like pushing against a closed door. If anyone experiences that sensation, step back immediately and signal Mayor Elderberry. Don't try to push through it. And if the working starts to destabilize? Mayor Elderberry asked, his political experience making him consider failure scenarios. The grounding points will be your first indicator, Rowan explained. If they start feeling overwhelmed or overheated, that means too much energy is flowing without proper channeling. We pause, reassess, and adjust before continuing. Dr. Willowmere nodded approvingly. Safety protocols are essential. This is a community effort, which means we protect each other throughout the process. The groups began dispersing to prepare their positions and gather any additional supplies they needed. Cleo was organizing the younger residents into relay positions with enthusiastic efficiency. Felix consulted his historical texts while marking optimal spacing with careful precision. Hannah distributed her conductive agents to those who would be channeling significant magical energy. Rowan found himself standing in the center of the square, his grandfather's journal still clutched in his hands, watching his community prepare for something extraordinary. The weight of responsibility still pressed against his chest, but it felt different now. Less like drowning and more like carrying something precious that deserved his careful attention. Holly touched his arm gently. "You okay?" He looked down at her, this bright woman who'd climbed his mountain and refused to let him hide, and felt something shift deep in his chest. "I think I am. This is..." He struggled to find words for the unfamiliar sensation. "I spent 5 years believing I didn't belong here anymore, that I had nothing to offer." "And now?" Holly asked softly. "Now I think maybe I was just afraid to try." He touched her cheek with his free hand, marveling that she didn't flinch away from his scarred fingers. "Thank you for not letting me stay afraid." Her dimples appeared as she smiled up at him. "Thank you for trusting the community enough to share your gifts. This working wouldn't be possible without your knowledge, or without your ability to help everyone see how their individual gifts fit together," Rowan countered. "You're not just fixing things anymore, Holly. You're conducting a symphony." Her eyes went suspiciously bright, but she blinked the moisture away. "Then I guess we're both learning something today." Mayor Elderberry's voice carried across the square. "Positions, everyone! Let's save our tree!" The crowd moved with purpose now, each person finding their assigned place in the complex working that would, hopefully, heal the Yule tree and restore Tinselcroft's failing magic. Rowan watched them settle into formation, their faces set with determination rather than despair. He'd spent years isolated on his mountain, convinced that solitude was safety, and connection only led to pain. But standing here, surrounded by neighbors ready to work together toward a common goal, he finally understood what his grandfather had tried to teach him through those carefully documented journals. Magic wasn't just about individual power or perfect control. Real magic happened when different gifts wove together in mutual support, creating something far greater than any single person could achieve alone. Holly squeezed his hand once before moving to take her position at the head of the craft magic circle. Rowan walked to his own position, his grandfather's journal safe in his satchel now, ready to guide the wild magic that would flow through channels Holly created toward healing Dr. Willowmere would provide, all synchronized by Mayor Elderberry's harmony magic. They were all essential. They were all needed, and for the first time in 5 years, Rowan felt like he was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 21. Holly. The morning sun streaming through Mayor Elderberry's office windows felt deceptively cheerful considering the enormous task ahead. Holly spread her hand-drawn map of Tinselcroft across his massive oak desk, securing the corners with smooth river stones she'd pulled from her bag. The parchment crackled softly as she smoothed it flat, revealing streets and buildings rendered in her careful script and colorful ink. "The Yule tree sits at the center," she said, tracing the location with one finger. If we think of the magical working as a knitting pattern, the tree is our cast-on point. Everything flows from there and must eventually return to complete the circuit. Dr. Willowmere leaned closer, their long, silver-streaked braid falling over one shoulder as they studied the map. Show me where you're thinking for the healing practitioners. Holly had marked several locations with green dots, but now she hesitated. Her first instinct had been to position everyone based on proximity to the tree and optimal energy flow, as she understood craft magic. But Dr. Willowmere's healing magic worked differently than her knitting enchantments, following principles she didn't fully grasp. Actually, Holly said, catching herself before dictating positions, what would work best for your particular magical style? I marked these spots based on distance from the tree, but I don't know how healing magic flows. Dr. Willowmere's warm green eyes crinkled with approval. Healing magic needs clear lines of sight to what we're healing, and space for emotional energy to circulate without obstruction. We don't push energy toward the subject. We create conditions where natural healing can occur. They pointed to 3 of Holly's marked locations. These would work well because they're elevated enough to see the entire tree. But this one, they tapped a spot near the painted paw, would feel blocked. The building's emotional residue from Cleo's art studio would interfere with the neutrality healing requires. Holly pulled out a green pen and adjusted the marks, moving the problematic position to a clearer location in the square itself. Like this? Perfect. And if we position secondary healers here and here, Dr. Willowmere indicated 2 new spots, they can stabilize the energy flows while others work on the actual repair. Healing isn't just about fixing what's broken. It's about supporting the whole system so it can fix itself. The distinction settled into Holly's understanding with quiet revelation. She'd always thought of healing as active intervention, something done to a patient. But Dr. Willowmere described it as creating space and stability for healing to occur naturally. Maybe that was true of all help, not just magical healing. Mayor Elderberry bustled into the office carrying an armload of leather-bound volumes that he deposited onto a side table with a heavy thump. Dust motes swirled in the sunlight, glittering like tiny stars. The town's historical magical protocols, he announced, patting the stack affectionately. Haven't consulted these in years, I'm afraid. But circumstances demand we honor the old traditions. Holly approached the volumes with both curiosity and apprehension. She'd always worked intuitively with her craft magic, learning from her grandmother and through trial and error rather than formal study. The idea of following rigid historical procedures felt constraining. What sort of protocols? She asked, opening the top volume carefully. The pages were brittle with age, covered in elaborate calligraphy that made her eyes swim. Mayor Elderberry adjusted his spectacles and pointed to a section near the middle. Large workings require formal magical consent from all participants, not just agreement, but actual willingness, channeled into the spell structure. It's a safeguard against coercion or manipulation. How does that work? Each participant must consciously offer their magic to the working, usually done through spoken affirmation or a physical gesture that carries intent. He flipped several pages. There's also the matter of proper grounding protocols. Historical workings of this magnitude always included earth-touching elements, participants literally connecting to the ground to stabilize the energies. Holly studied the diagrams showing people standing in specific patterns with bare feet pressed to stone or earth. Her usual crafting approach involved sitting comfortably with her projects, needles flying, magic flowing through her fingertips into yarn. This was completely different. I'll need to adapt the framework, she said slowly, her mind already rearranging the ritual structure. If everyone needs to be standing and grounded, That changes how they can channel their particular gifts. Can your craft magic work that way? Dr. Willowmere asked, with genuine curiosity rather than doubt. I don't know, Holly admitted. I've always knitted sitting down, usually with my feet tucked under me. But the magic doesn't come from the position. It comes from the intention and the act of creation. Maybe I can adapt. She made notes in the margins of her own planning documents, sketching stick figures in various positions. What if she knitted standing? What if others who worked with their hands, weavers, painters, sculptors, did the same? The physical discomfort would be significant over the extended working time required. But honoring historical safeguards mattered more than personal comfort. Would modifying the positions damage the protocol? Holly asked Mayor Elderberry. Like if people need to use their hands but also stay grounded, could they kneel instead of standing? The mayor considered this with the careful deliberation of someone used to balancing tradition with necessity. The spirit of the protocol is earth connection and conscious participation. I don't believe the exact posture matters as much as the genuine grounding and intent. Let's make adaptations that honor both the tradition and the practical needs of our particular magical styles. Holly nodded, already sketching revised positions. She could kneel, as could others doing detailed handwork. Those channeling energy through voice or gesture could stand. Dr. Willowmere and the healers might need to move between positions for clear sight lines, so perhaps they could remove their shoes and work barefoot even while mobile. The door burst open without warning, and Cleo tumbled through in a flurry of color and barely contained energy. Her hair was streaked with electric blue today, and her eyes literally glowed with excitement. Meeting of the young business owners happened over coffee at the Paw, Cleo announced, dropping into a chair with theatrical flair. We have ideas. Holly felt her old instinct rise, the urge to smile and nod, and then gently redirect Cleo's enthusiasm into what Holly had already planned. But she caught herself, remembering Dr. Willowmere's words about creating space for natural healing, rather than imposing solutions. Tell me everything, Holly said instead, pushing her own notes aside and pulling out fresh paper. Cleo's grin widened. Okay, so Felix pointed out that the historical texts mention something about sympathetic resonance, using similar materials to strengthen connections. And Hannah suggested we could incorporate her apothecary preparations into the physical grounding elements. Like, what if people stood or knelt on stones infused with stabilizing herbs? Holly blinked. She'd been planning basic grounding through direct earth contact, but Cleo's suggestion would add another layer of magical support, without complicating the main working. That's actually brilliant, Holly said, and meant it. It would give the healers something physical to work with, while also helping ground the more unstable magical practitioners. Mayor, would that align with the historical protocols? Mayor Elderberry flipped through his volumes with increasing enthusiasm. There's precedent for enhanced grounding materials. The Great Working of 1847 used river stones blessed by water sprites. This would be similar in principle. We could prepare the stones tonight, Dr. Willowmere offered. I'll work with Hannah on herbal selections that support both grounding and healing. Cleo bounced slightly in her chair. And Maya from the Artist Collective suggested creating visual markers for the positions. Painted symbols on the cobblestones that people can follow when taking their places. She'll make them beautiful, but also functional, with colors corresponding to the type of magic being worked in each location. Color coding, Holly murmured, making rapid notes. That would help with organization and also add visual harmony to the working itself. The aesthetics matter for community morale. Plus, it's just cooler looking, Cleo added with unabashed pragmatism. People get more invested when things look intentional rather than chaotic. She wasn't wrong. Holly had learned through years of craft fairs that presentation affected how people valued handmade items. The same principle would apply to a complex magical working. If it looked purposeful and beautiful, participants would feel more confident in its success. What else? Holly asked, her pen poised over paper. Cleo consulted a crumpled list pulled from her pocket. Several people asked about whether non-magical residents could participate somehow. Like, we've got 3 humans living in Tinselcroft who know about the paranormal community. They want to help, but obviously can't contribute magic. Holly hadn't even considered that. She'd been so focused on coordinating magical practitioners that she'd forgotten about the handful of humans who'd married into magical families, or been trusted with the town's secrets. Support roles, Mayor Elderberry suggested. Runners to fetch supplies, coordinators to handle emergencies, observers to watch for signs of magical fatigue in the practitioners. Yes! Cleo pointed at him enthusiastically. That's exactly what Thomas suggested. He's married to that Selkie from the lake, right? He said he'd rather be useful than sit home worrying. Holly added a new section to her notes labeled non-magical support. Creating roles for those who couldn't directly participate in the magic would strengthen community bonds, rather than leaving people feeling excluded or helpless. This is really helpful, Cleo, Holly said. Thank you for gathering all these ideas. Well, you asked us to spread the word and let people know what was happening. People had opinions. Cleo shrugged, but her glowing eyes revealed her pleasure at being heard. Figured you'd want to know what they were thinking, rather than just telling them what to do. Felix arrived while Cleo was still explaining the younger residents' suggestions, his arms laden with even more books than Mayor Elderberry had brought. He navigated through the door with the careful precision of someone long accustomed to transporting precious texts, then arranged his volumes on a section of desk Holly hastily cleared. Historical tree healings, Felix announced, pushing his glasses up his nose. Found references to 7 major incidents across the past 3 centuries where communities needed to restore failing heart trees. Heart trees? Holly asked. That's the technical term for trees that serve as magical anchors for communities, Felix explained, already flipping to marked pages. The Yule tree is Tinselcroft's heart tree, which is why its failing magic affects the entire town, rather than just the immediate area. He spread open a particularly ancient volume, handling the pages with reverent care. The most relevant case was in 1763, when the community of Willowmere, no relation to Dr. Willowmere, different region entirely, experienced almost identical symptoms to what we're seeing now. Dimming runic lights, weakening protective enchantments, magical practitioners experiencing reduced abilities. What did they do? Holly leaned over the text, though the archaic script was nearly illegible to her modern eyes. Felix traced the text with one finger as he translated. They performed a restoration working that combined multiple magical traditions, similar to what we're planning. But the crucial element was timing. They aligned the working with the winter solstice, when natural magic flows strongest, and the community's historical bonds were first established. Holly's heart sank. The winter solstice is 3 weeks away. We don't have that much time. Actually, Felix continued, his scholarly excitement overriding her concern. The ritual took 3 weeks to prepare, with the actual working performed on the solstice itself. They spent the preparation period strengthening the community bonds and clearing old resentments, so that the magical collaboration would flow smoothly. So the 3 weeks isn't wasted time, it's essential preparation, Dr. Willowmere said thoughtfully. That aligns with healing principles. You can't rush genuine restoration. Holly's mind raced, recalculating everything. She'd been thinking they needed to act immediately, that any delay risked total magical collapse. But if Felix's research was accurate, trying to rush the healing might actually reduce its effectiveness. What kind of preparation? She asked Felix. He flipped to another marked section. Community gatherings where people shared stories and resolved conflicts. Collaborative projects that required different magical traditions to work together on smaller scales. Physical preparations like the grounding materials we've already discussed. He looked up, his brown eyes serious behind his lenses. They treated the preparation period as part of the healing itself, not just preliminary steps. Building strength before attempting the lifting, Dr. Willowmere murmured approvingly. Yes, that's sound methodology. Holly sat down heavily, her carefully organized plans suddenly feeling inadequate. She'd been approaching this like a knitting project. Figure out the pattern, gather materials, execute the design. But a community healing required something deeper than technical execution. I don't know how to lead that kind of preparation, she admitted quietly. I'm good at organizing supplies and coordinating schedules. But building community bonds and resolving old resentments? That's beyond my skills. Perhaps it's not about leading it at all, Mayor Elderberry suggested gently. Perhaps it's about creating space for it to happen naturally. Before Holly could respond, the door opened again and Rowan entered with Marigold. They were deep in conversation about something, Rowan's usual taciturn expression animated with interest, while Marigold gestured expressively with her earth-stained hands. Interconnected root systems, Marigold was saying. When one tree suffers, nearby trees provide support through fungal networks. The Yule tree's isolation from natural forest systems might be part of the problem. That aligns with what my grandfather documented about wild magic, Rowan replied. Natural systems resist isolation. Magic wants to flow and connect. Forcing a tree to stand alone, even symbolically, goes against fundamental principles. They both looked surprised to find the office crowded with people and covered in documents. Holly felt a flash of her old anxiety. She should have coordinated everyone's arrival times, should have scheduled formal meetings rather than letting people arrive whenever they wanted. But then she noticed how naturally Rowan and Marigold's conversation continued despite the audience, how their different expertise complemented each other's understanding. If she'd scheduled separate meetings with each person, she would never have witnessed this organic synthesis of wild magic and plant-based healing. Keep going, Holly said, gesturing them closer to the table. We're figuring out how to adapt the healing ritual to honor different magical traditions. Rowan approached the map, studying Holly's marked positions with the careful attention he brought to everything. You're thinking in terms of stationary positions, based on the historical protocols, Holly confirmed. Why? Wild magic flows, Rowan said simply. It follows natural patterns. Wind, water, root systems underground. Asking wild magic practitioners to stand still might be like asking water to flow uphill. Possible with enough force, but working against its nature. Marigold nodded agreement. Plant magic also needs room to move and breathe. We work with growth and cycle, which are inherently dynamic rather than fixed. Holly looked at Dr. Willowmere, who'd mentioned needing mobility for clear sightlines, then at Felix, who was already flipping through his books looking for references to mobile ritual patterns, at Cleo, whose entire being vibrated with barely contained motion, even sitting still, at Mayor Elderberry, whose harmony magic required him to move among groups rather than remain in one spot. Her carefully planned stationary positions suddenly felt wrong. What if? Holly started, then stopped. The old Holly would have immediately redesigned everything to accommodate what she'd just learned, creating a new plan and asking everyone to follow it. But that would just repeat her usual pattern of fixing rather than facilitating. She tried again. What would happen if we combined both approaches? Some practitioners in stable positions for grounding and anchoring. Others moving in patterns that honor their magic's natural flow. Rowan and Marigold exchanged glances, then both smiled, a rare expression on Rowan's usually guarded face. "That could work," Rowan said. "Fixed points for stability, flowing elements for dynamic healing. Like how a river needs both banks and current." "The craft magic practitioners could be the banks," Holly said, the concept clicking into place. "We create stable channels through which other types of magic can flow. Dr. Willowmere and the healers move between positions as needed. Wild magic and plant magic circulate according to natural patterns, and Mayor Elderberry's harmony magic weaves between everything," Cleo added, catching the vision. "He's basically the needle pulling thread through all the different elements." Mayor Elderberry chuckled at the metaphor, but nodded. "I've always seen my role as connection and coordination, rather than direct magical action. This would fit perfectly." Felix laid out another text, this one with elaborate diagrams. "There's historical precedent for mobile ritual participants. The walking meditation of 1522 involved practitioners who moved in specific patterns, while others maintained stationary positions. The combination was apparently quite effective." Holly pulled out fresh paper and started sketching a revised pattern. Fixed positions marked in solid colors, with dotted lines showing potential movement paths for mobile practitioners. Natural flow patterns, borrowed from Rowan's descriptions of how wild magic moved through forest and mountain. Clear channels between positions, so that different types of magic wouldn't collide or interfere. It was more complex than her original design, but also felt more alive. More like a genuine community working, rather than a rigid mechanical procedure. "This would require significant coordination," Mayor Elderberry observed, studying her sketch. "Everyone would need to understand not just their own role, but how they relate to others." "We have 3 weeks," Dr. Willowmere reminded them. "Felix's research suggests we should use that time for preparation and practice. What if we ran smaller collaborative workings in the lead-up to the solstice? Let people experience working together before the high-stakes main event." "Like rehearsals," Cleo said, "but also like actual community building, not just practice." "Exactly," Dr. Willowmere confirmed. "Each smaller working would serve a real purpose, maybe strengthening specific enchantments or healing minor magical disruptions, while also training people to collaborate across different traditions." Holly's hand moved rapidly across the paper, sketching out a timeline. 3 weeks divided into phases. The first week focused on individual tradition work, craft magic practitioners strengthening their techniques, wild magic users deepening their connection to natural patterns, healers coordinating their approaches. The second week brought small, mixed groups together for collaborative projects. The third week built toward the full community working, with multiple practice sessions using the actual planned positions and movement patterns. "What about resolving conflicts?" Felix asked, referencing his historical text. "The Willowmere documentation emphasizes clearing old resentments before attempting the main healing." Mayor Elderberry sighed. "Every community has its tensions. Tinselcroft is no exception. There are long-standing disagreements about property boundaries, disputes over whose family has seniority in certain traditions, hurt feelings from things said years ago that were never properly addressed." Holly's stomach tightened. Managing magical coordination was one thing. Mediating interpersonal conflicts felt far beyond her capabilities. "I'm not qualified to resolve other people's issues," she said carefully. "That's not my role." "No, but you could create space for people to resolve their own issues," Marigold suggested, speaking up for the first time since entering. "That's different than trying to fix the problems yourself." Holly looked at her grandmother, seeing the quiet wisdom in her amber eyes. "What do you mean?" "The community gatherings Felix mentioned. Those aren't about having someone come in and tell people how to feel or what to do. They're about creating safe space where people can have honest conversations without fear of judgment or escalation. Marigold's voice was gentle but firm. You're good at creating welcoming spaces, Holly. Your shop, your workshops, the way you organize community craft nights. People feel safe being themselves around you because I'm not threatening, Holly said, a bit bitterly. Because I'm just cheerful Holly who wants everyone to get along. No, Rowan said quietly, and something in his voice made everyone turn to look at him. Because you genuinely care about people without needing them to be anything other than what they are. Holly felt heat rise in her cheeks. Coming from Rowan, who'd resisted her help so strenuously before finally accepting it, the compliment carried significant weight. I could host community gatherings, Holly said slowly. At the shop or in the town square. Create space for people to talk and share stories, like the Willowmere community did. But I can't force people to resolve their conflicts. You shouldn't try, Dr. Willowmere agreed. Forced resolution isn't genuine healing. But providing the space and perhaps some gentle structure, that could allow authentic resolution to occur naturally. Mayor Elderberry beamed at Holly with avuncular pride. Your organizational skills are remarkable, my dear. The way you're coordinating all these different elements and perspectives is exactly what we need. Holly paused, surprised by the observation. She didn't feel particularly organized right now. Her original neat plan had dissolved into something far more complex and dynamic. But looking at the papers spread across the desk, she realized they told a different story. She hadn't organized people into following her plan. She'd organized people's ability to collaborate with each other. The distinction felt revolutionary. Every note she'd made included questions rather than directives. What would work best for your magical style? Instead of, here's where you'll stand. How can we modify this? Instead of, this is how it must be done. The entire planning process had become a conversation rather than a presentation, and the resulting plan was stronger than anything she could have created alone. Holly looked around the crowded office at all the people who'd contributed pieces to the solution. Cleo bringing input from younger residents, Felix providing historical research, Dr. Willowmere offering healing expertise, Mayor Elderberry explaining traditional protocols, Rowan and Marigold synthesizing wild magic and plant wisdom. Each person had added something essential, something she wouldn't have thought of herself. The magic that would save the Yule tree wouldn't be Holly's magic amplified by others' participation. It would be community magic, something greater than any individual contribution because it wove together so many different gifts into a harmonious whole. We should gather everyone tonight, Holly said, her voice steady with new understanding. Not to give them a finished plan, but to show them what we're building together and get their input on what we might be missing. Open forum rather than announcement, Mayor Elderberry agreed. Excellent approach. And I'll start hosting community story circles this week, Holly continued, ideas flowing naturally now. Create space for people to share memories of past Yule celebrations. Talk about what the tree means to them personally. Let those conversations surface any tensions that need addressing. I can provide historical context at those gatherings, Felix offered. Stories about previous healings and how communities came together. The Painted Paw can host some of the smaller collaborative workings, Cleo suggested. Give people a casual space to practice working together. And my garden is always open for plant magic practitioners who want to deepen their understanding before the main working, Marigold added. The pieces were fitting together not because Holly had arranged them perfectly, but because everyone felt ownership of the solution. They weren't implementing her vision. They were building a shared vision together. Holly looked at her map with fresh eyes, seeing not just marked positions and dotted movement lines, but the living community those marks represented. The Yule tree stood at the center, yes, but it wasn't the point. The point was all the people who would come together to heal it, bringing their different gifts and perspectives into collaboration that honored both individual tradition and collective purpose. She'd spent years believing that being helpful meant having answers. But maybe true leadership meant asking the right questions, and then getting out of the way, while people discovered their own answers together. The realization settled into her bones with quiet certainty, like the satisfying click of perfectly knitted stitches, creating a sturdy fabric through the interaction of many individual threads. Chapter 22. Rowan. The base of the Yule tree had never felt quite like this under Rowan's hands. The ancient bark warm despite the evening chill, thrumming with a desperate pulse that reminded him uncomfortably of a wounded animal's rapid heartbeat. Rowan pressed his palms flat against the trunk, feeling the rough texture against his skin, while the setting sun painted the town square in shades of amber and rose. Around him, the community moved into position with surprising efficiency, given the complexity of Holly's coordination. No one jostled or complained. The careful spacing she'd planned allowed each participant room to work while maintaining the magical connections necessary for the healing circle. Rowan closed his eyes and let his awareness sink deeper into the tree. The ancient grove ingredients rested in a leather pouch at his hip, rare healing moss that still carried the scent of sacred spring water, dried flowers that only bloomed under certain moon phases, bark shavings from trees older than Tinselcroft itself. He'd never worked with materials this potent before, never attempted magic on such a scale. His grandfather's journals had described community workings, but reading about them and actually coordinating one were entirely different experiences. The wild magic responded to his silent call, like old friends awakening from comfortable sleep. It rose from the earth beneath his feet, warm and alive, and completely unconcerned with human schedules or anxiety. Wild magic operated on its own timeline, followed patterns shaped by seasons and cycles, rather than clocks and calendars. Convincing it to work within Holly's carefully structured framework would require every bit of skill his grandfather had taught him. Rowan extended his senses through the tree's root system, following the familiar pathways he'd explored during his initial diagnosis. The damage was worse than he'd hoped. Magical interference had created tangles and knots throughout the underground network, disrupting the natural flow that connected the Yule tree to Tinselcroft's protective enchantments. But he could also feel the community forming their planned circle around the square. The air itself seemed to crystallize with magical intention as residents took their positions. Dr. Willowmere's presence registered first. Their healing energy flowed like cool water, steady and soothing, already beginning to ease some of the tree's distress. Rowan had seen them work before, marveling at how their magic seemed to instinctively find what needed mending. Tonight, that instinct would be crucial. Felix's scholarly precision came next, his magical signature carrying the careful methodology of someone who'd studied theory until it became second nature. The wolf shifter's magic felt like perfectly aligned text, each component measured and placed with deliberate accuracy. Rowan wouldn't have thought to include bookish Felix in a nature working, but Holly had insisted his precision would help anchor the more fluid contributions. She'd been right. Felix's careful structure created nodes of stability that other magic could flow around and through. Cleo's enthusiastic creativity burst into the magical matrix with all the subtlety of fireworks. The cat shifter's magic practically bounced, curious and eager, and completely unintimidated by the task's difficulty. Her energy wove between the more sedate contributions like a playful kitten, finding unexpected connections and highlighting possibilities others might miss. Rowan felt dozens of other magical signatures joining the circle: shop owners and craftspeople, teachers and healers, longtime residents and relative newcomers. Each brought their unique gift to the working up. Some contributions felt large and obvious, others subtle enough that Rowan had to focus carefully to detect them at all. But every single one mattered. Then Holly's craft magic swept through the gathering like golden thread catching sunlight, and Rowan's breath caught at the sheer artistry of it. She wasn't controlling the disparate magical contributions or forcing them into rigid patterns. She was weaving them together, honoring each individual thread's character while creating a coherent design from their interaction. Her magic moved with the practiced fluidity of someone who'd spent years creating beauty from separate strands. Rowan felt the moment when her attention found him at the center of the working. The golden thread of her craft magic wrapped around his wild magic like a warm embrace, not constraining, but supporting, completing. He opened himself to the connection, letting his wild magic rise to meet hers. The coordination required split-second timing and absolute trust. Wild magic didn't like to be rushed or scheduled. It moved according to its own rhythms, flowing like water finding its natural path. But Holly's craft magic provided structure without rigidity, channels that guided rather than confined. Her knitting needles began to click with steady precision. The sound carried clearly across the square despite the distance, each click marking a stitch that became part of the magical framework taking shape. She was creating an actual scarf while simultaneously maintaining the complex web of connections between all the gathered magical contributors. Rowan had no idea how she managed both at once. He drew the healing moss from his pouch, holding the precious material in his cupped hands, while his wild magic examined its properties. The moss still carried traces of the ancient grove's primordial power, earth magic, so old and deep that it predated human understanding of such things. The sacred spring water that had kept it alive during their journey home resonated with the same ancient frequency. These weren't mere ingredients. They were concentrated pieces of the fundamental magic that underpinned all life in this region. Rowan began feeding them into the magical matrix Holly had created, dissolving the physical materials into pure, restorative energy. The process felt like breathing, drawing in the raw power of the ancient grove, tempering it through his wild magic's understanding of natural cycles, and releasing it into the framework Holly maintained. The healing energy sought the tree's wounded root system with single-minded purpose, flowing through damaged pathways like water finding cracks in stone. But where water might worsen the damage, this magic actively repaired what it touched. Rowan guided the flow with careful precision, using his wild magic's innate understanding of growth patterns to navigate the tree's complex internal structure. Each root had its own character, its own preference for certain types of magical nourishment. What worked perfectly for one pathway might harm another. He felt Marigold's plant knowledge join his efforts, her hedge witch wisdom offering gentle suggestions about which roots needed attention first, and how to approach the most damaged sections without causing further trauma. His grandmother's friend had been tending magical plants for longer than Rowan had been alive. Her expertise filled gaps in his understanding that he hadn't even known existed. Follow the seasonal patterns. Marigold's voice drifted through the magical connection, warm with encouragement. Spring's renewal for new growth, summer's vitality for strength, autumn's wisdom for integration, winter's rest for healing. Let each root find its natural cycle. Rowan adjusted his approach, matching his wild magic's flow to the seasonal rhythms Marigold described. The tree responded immediately, its damaged pathways accepting the healing energy more readily when it arrived in forms that resonated with natural cycles. Mayor Elderberry's community harmony magic swelled through the circle like a rising tide, amplifying everyone's contributions while maintaining the delicate balance between individual expression and collective purpose. The mayor's magic didn't make anyone stronger. It made everyone work better together, smoothing out rough edges and highlighting complementary aspects. Under that influence, Dr. Willowmere's healing energy flowed more efficiently through the channels Felix's precision created. Cleo's creativity found purchase in unexpected combinations that became breakthroughs rather than chaos. The dozens of smaller contributions wove together into a tapestry far more intricate than simple addition could explain. And through it all, Holly's craft magic maintained the golden thread that connected everything into coherent purpose. Rowan felt the moment when her needles shifted rhythm, the clicking pattern becoming more complex. She'd finished the foundational structure of whatever she was knitting and moved into more intricate work. Her craft magic reflected the change, the golden threads weaving tighter and more elaborate designs through the community's combined efforts. His wild magic responded instinctively, matching her new rhythm without conscious thought. The synchronization happened so smoothly that Rowan almost missed it. One heartbeat, they were working in careful coordination. The next, they'd achieved something beyond coordination, perfect synchronization. Their different magical traditions moved as one, craft magic and wild magic, creating something stronger than either could accomplish alone. Holly's knitting needles clicked faster, the scarf taking shape with almost supernatural speed. But Rowan could see through the magical connection that she wasn't rushing. She was riding the momentum their synchronized magic created, letting it carry her fingers through complex patterns that her conscious mind couldn't have planned. He guided wild magic through the scarf's fibers as she knitted, infusing each stitch with the healing energy he drew from the ancient grove ingredients. The fabric became more than wool and enchantment. It transformed into a living bandage that could support the tree's recovery while allowing natural growth to continue. Traditional healing magic might repair the damage, but leave the tree dependent on external support. Wild magic alone could restore natural function, but might take seasons or years to fully manifest. The combination created immediate healing that would mature into sustainable health, magical intervention that worked with the tree's nature rather than against it. The scarf grew longer in Holly's hands. Golden threads shot through with green wild magic that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Rowan watched through his magical senses as she worked the final rows, preparing to bind off the completed piece. Around them, the community maintained their circle with admirable discipline. He could feel their growing fatigue. This level of magical contribution exhausted even experienced practitioners. But no one faltered. Everyone held their position and kept their unique magic flowing into the collective effort. They believed in what they were building together. Rowan drew the last of the ancient grove materials into the working, dried flowers that carried memories of moonlight and bark shavings from trees that had witnessed centuries pass. The concentrated magic dissolved into pure restorative energy, flowing through the matrix Holly maintained and into the tree's deepest wounds. The damaged pathways began to reconnect. Rowan felt it happening through his wild magic's connection to the root system. Magical interference clearing away like fog before strong sunlight. Natural channels reopening and resuming their proper function. The community's unified effort overwhelmed the disruption, their combined magic too powerful and too harmoniously coordinated for the interference to withstand. The Yule tree's pulse steadied under his hands, growing stronger and more regular. Holly's needles clicked through the final stitches of her scarf, binding off with a flourish that sent golden sparks dancing through the magical matrix. The completed fabric shimmered with combined power, craft magic and wild magic, woven so thoroughly together that they'd become inseparable. She moved around the circle with quick grace, wrapping the enchanted scarf around the Yule tree's massive trunk like a loving embrace. The living bandage settled into place with a soft sigh, its magic sinking into the bark and becoming part of the tree's structure. Rowan guided the final surge of healing energy through the scarf's fibers, directing it to the deepest wounds in the root system. The wild magic knew exactly where to go, following pathways Holly's craft magic had mapped throughout the working. The tree shuddered once, a full-body tremor that Rowan felt through every nerve. Then its golden runes flared back to brilliant life. Light cascaded across the town square in waves of amber and gold, each rune blazing with renewed power. The Yule tree's enchantment snapped back into full strength, with an almost audible shimmer, protective magic radiating outward in expanding circles that washed over every building and resident. Rowan opened his eyes to see the restored tree glowing magnificently overhead, its branches spreading wide and strong against the darkening sky. The golden light reflected off snow and windows, turning Tinselcroft into something out of a fairy tale. Around him, the community erupted into celebration. People laughed and hugged, crying with relief and joy. Cleo literally bounced with excitement, her cat nature making the movement more vertical leap than simple hop. Felix caught her mid-bounce with a laugh, spinning her around before setting her carefully back on her feet. Mayor Elderberry wiped tears from his eyes while clasping hands with residents and accepting congratulations, as if he'd personally healed the tree, rather than merely coordinating the effort. Dr. Willowmere moved through the crowd with quiet purpose, checking on those who'd contributed the most magical energy and offering gentle healing where needed. Their calm presence provided grounding stability amid the jubilant chaos. Marigold caught Rowan's eye across the square and nodded with satisfaction, her smile warm with approval and perhaps a hint of knowing amusement. His grandmother's friend had watched him grow from grieving child to isolated adult. Seeing him finally step back into community connection must feel significant to her. But Rowan only had eyes for Holly. She stood a few feet away, still holding her now empty knitting needles, and staring up at the restored tree with wonder written across her features. Golden light played across her dark skin, catching in her eyes, and making them shine with unshed tears. She looked radiant. Rowan moved toward her without conscious decision, his body responding to a pull stronger than magic. She turned at his approach, and the smile that spread across her face stopped his breath. "We did it," Holly whispered, her voice full of awe. "Rowan, we actually did it." "The community did it," he corrected gently, gesturing to the celebrating townspeople around them. "We just helped coordinate." Holly shook her head, curls bouncing with the movement. "No, yes, of course everyone contributed. That was the whole point. But you and I, what our magic did together." She trailed off, seeming unable to find words for what they'd experienced. Rowan understood completely. He'd spent years working exclusively with wild magic, comfortable with its rhythms and limitations. Tonight had shown him possibilities he'd never imagined. What could happen when different magical traditions worked in true partnership rather than isolation? What could happen when he stopped hiding from connection and allowed himself to be part of something larger? "Your craft magic gave my wild magic purpose," he said quietly. "Structure without constraint. I've never experienced anything like that." "Your wild magic gave my craft magic freedom," Holly replied. "Room to breathe and grow beyond rigid patterns. We balanced each other perfectly. The truth of it resonated through Rowan's chest like a plucked string. They did balance each other, her enthusiasm tempering his caution, his careful observation grounding her tendency to rush ahead. Her gift for seeing people's potential combined with his understanding of natural growth rhythms. Her craft magic's deliberate structure, enhanced by his wild magic's fluid responsiveness. They made each other better. Around them, the celebration continued with increasing energy. Someone had produced instruments from somewhere. A fiddle and flute began playing cheerful melodies that had people forming impromptu dance circles. Children ran between adults, their delighted shrieks adding to the general happy chaos. The Yule tree's restored light bathed everything in warm golden glow, its protective enchantments humming with renewed strength that Rowan could feel deep in his bones. Tinselcroft was safe. His community was safe. And for the first time in 5 years, Rowan felt like he belonged here completely. Not as a reclusive expert called upon during crisis, but as a genuine member of this warm, chaotic, wonderfully imperfect community. The fear that had driven him into isolation seemed distant now, its power diminished by the simple truth that Holly had shown him through her presence in his cabin and her partnership in tonight's working. Not everyone would leave. Some people chose to stay specifically because of who you were, not despite it. Some people saw your rough edges and quiet nature and decided that was exactly what they wanted. Holly was still looking at him with that radiant smile, golden light dancing across her features and happiness shining from every part of her. She'd done this. Not the magical healing exactly, but the framework that made it possible. She'd brought people together and helped them discover how to work as a unified community while honoring individual gifts. She'd brought him back into that community when he'd been certain he wanted nothing to do with it. Rowan reached out and took her hand, threading his fingers through hers with careful deliberation. Her warmth seeped into his skin, familiar now from the days they'd spent connected by her magical mittens, but still somehow new and precious. "Thank you," he said simply. Holly tilted her head, curls falling across her shoulder. "For what?" "For not giving up on me. For respecting my boundaries while also showing me I didn't have to stay isolated." Rowan paused, gathering courage. "For making me want to be part of this again." Her eyes went suspiciously bright, tears gathering along her lashes. "You did that yourself. I just provided the excuse." "You provided the reason," Rowan corrected. "There's a difference." Holly's smile turned tremulous, joy and emotion mixing in her expression. She squeezed his hand, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so petite. Mayor Elderberry's voice boomed across the square, calling for everyone's attention. "My friends, this magnificent success deserves proper celebration. Tomorrow we'll hold the Yule Festival as scheduled, with twice the usual festivities to honor both the tree's healing and the remarkable community spirit you've all demonstrated tonight." Cheers erupted from the crowd, people already making enthusiastic plans for the festival preparation. Rowan felt Holly's hand tighten around his, and he looked down to find her watching him with careful concern. "Will you come?" she asked quietly, pitched for his ears alone. "To the festival tomorrow?" The old instinct to refuse rose automatically. Crowds and noise and social obligation were exactly what he'd been avoiding for years. But looking at Holly's hopeful face and the community celebrating around them, Rowan found he genuinely wanted to attend. Not because he had to, but because he chose to. Because these were his people, and this was his home. And isolation had never actually protected him from pain. Only from joy. "Yes," he said firmly. I'll come. Holly's answering smile outshone even the Yule tree's restored golden glow. Chapter 23. Holly. Golden light pulsed across the town square in rhythmic waves. Each surge of the Yule trees restored magic, sending ripples of shadow and brilliance across cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Holly stood near the fountain, watching residents move through pools of radiance like dancers, responding to music only they could hear. The tree's runes blazed with strength she'd feared might never return, their ancient patterns weaving protective enchantments through Tinselcroft's air with renewed vitality. The impromptu celebration had spread outward from the tree's base in widening circles, residents producing bottles of spiced cider and plates of cookies from seemingly nowhere, sharing them with neighbors they'd barely spoken to before tonight. Laughter punctuated conversations, rising above the general happy chatter like exclamation points on a particularly joyful sentence. Holly's chest felt almost too full, emotions crowding against her ribcage in a pleasant pressure that threatened to spill over into tears of pure relief and happiness. Near the tree's eastern side, Dr. Willowmere stood with Cleo, their silver-streaked head bent close to Cleo's spiky black hair, as they demonstrated something with careful hand movements. Holly drifted closer, curious about what had captured her friend's normally restless attention so completely. See how the healing energy flows more smoothly when you give it a physical pathway? Dr. Willowmere's soothing voice carried to Holly's ears. They held a length of yarn that Cleo must have provided, weaving it between their fingers in a complex pattern. Your craft magic naturally creates channels and structures. We can use that to direct healing energy more precisely than traditional methods alone. Cleo's eyes literally glowed green with excitement, her feline nature showing through as it always did when she encountered something fascinating. So, instead of just sending healing magic generally at an injury, I could knit a compress that guides it specifically to damaged tissue? Exactly. Dr. Willowmere smiled, genuine pleasure in their expression. Your artistic eye would help identify the most efficient pathways. The combination of craft structure and healing intent could revolutionize how we treat certain conditions. That's brilliant! Cleo's hands moved through the air, already sketching invisible patterns. I could create different weave structures for different healing needs, quick knits for acute injuries, long-term patterns for chronic conditions. Dr. Willowmere nodded encouragingly. Come by the clinic next week. We'll experiment together. The easy collaboration made Holly's heart sing. Dr. Willowmere had always been somewhat apart from the community by nature of their role, trusted confidant and healer, but necessarily separate from social entanglements. Seeing them actively seek out creative partnership felt like watching flowers bloom in unexpected places. Movement to her left drew Holly's attention to where Felix and Marigold stood comparing notebooks, their heads bent together over cramped handwriting and detailed sketches. Felix's neat academic script contrasted sharply with Marigold's flowing naturalist's hand. But both pages showed the same careful attention to magical plant properties. I never realized you documented the lunar influence on lavender's soothing properties, Felix said, genuine awe in his voice. My research only covers the baseline enchantment potential, not the cyclical variations. Marigold chuckled, the sound warm and knowing. You scholars always want everything standardized. But plants follow the moon's rhythms, whether we catalog them properly or not. She tapped one of Felix's pages with a dirt-stained finger. Though your preservation techniques could help maintain lunar-charged properties past their natural window. I've lost more full moon harvests than I care to count because I couldn't store them correctly. We should coordinate our research. Felix's enthusiasm overcame his usual academic reserve. Your practical observation, combined with my preservation theory, We could develop much more effective magical plant cultivation guidelines for the whole community. Won't find me arguing against useful collaboration. Marigold's amber eyes twinkled behind her spectacles. Though, you'll have to get comfortable with dirt under your fingernails, young man. Felix laughed, the sound bright and unself-conscious. I think I can manage that. Holly felt tears prick her eyes, blinking them back before they could fall. Her grandmother and Felix had been friendly before, certainly. You couldn't avoid people in a town this size. But she'd never seen them engage like this, finding genuine common ground between their different magical approaches. Mayor Elderberry swept past, his mayoral chain gleaming as it caught the Yule tree's light. His usually florid face glowed with something deeper than exertion, pride and wonder mixing in his expression as he paused to speak with small groups of residents. Holly watched him stop beside a cluster of older witches who were teaching younger shifters about protective ward construction, nodding enthusiastically as they explained how different magical traditions could layer together for stronger defenses. The mayor moved on to where several artisans were sketching collaborative project ideas on scraps of paper, offering encouragement and practical suggestions about resource allocation. His administrative expertise served the community's creativity rather than constraining it, facilitating rather than controlling. Holly realized she was seeing Tinselcroft transform before her eyes, not returning to its previous state, but evolving into something richer and more interconnected. The crisis had cracked open walls between magical disciplines and generations, creating spaces for new conversations and unexpected partnerships. Wild magic practitioners who'd always kept slightly apart were eagerly sharing techniques with craft magic users. Scholars compared notes with healers. Young and old bridged gaps through mutual excitement about magical possibilities. Her gaze found Rowan near the tree's northern side, surrounded by a group of younger residents who listened with rapt attention as he gestured toward the forest beyond town. His usual reserved posture had eased into something more open, shoulders relaxed, and expression animated in ways Holly had only glimpsed during their private conversations at his cabin. The wild magic in the ancient grove responds to seasonal shifts, but also to emotional resonance, Rowan was saying, his voice carrying that particular intensity it got when he discussed magic he truly cared about. Plants and animals don't experience emotions the way we do, but they're incredibly sensitive to genuine versus false intention. You can't trick wild magic into cooperation. It either recognizes your authenticity or it doesn't. A young fox shifter named Jasper leaned forward eagerly. So when you were gathering the healing ingredients, you had to approach them with honest intention rather than just magical technique. Exactly. Rowan's smile transformed his face, making him look younger and lighter. Holly understood that instinctively. Her craft magic already works on the principle of weaving genuine care into physical creation. The wild magic recognized a kindred approach. Holly's chest went impossibly warmer, heat spreading outward from her heart in waves that had nothing to do with the Yule tree's restored enchantments. Seeing Rowan like this, engaged in teaching, sharing his knowledge freely with eager students who clearly respected his expertise, felt almost more miraculous than the tree's healing itself. This was what he'd denied himself through 5 years of isolation. What he'd convinced himself he didn't want or need. Community. Connection. The satisfaction of passing knowledge to the next generation. Holly watched him field questions about wild magic cultivation and forest stewardship, his answers patient and thorough, occasionally punctuated by dry humor that made his students laugh. He belonged here, completely, not as an outsider called upon during crisis, but as a valued member, contributing his unique gifts to the community's collective wisdom. The sight filled her with profound gratitude, mixed with tender affection, that made her pulse quicken and her breath catch. They had done this together, not the teaching specifically, but the framework that made it possible. His wild magic expertise combined with her craft magic structure. His careful observation balanced by her enthusiastic facilitation. His natural caution tempered by her optimistic belief in people's potential. They made each other better, made the whole community better by working together rather than separately. Holly let her gaze drift across the celebrating crowd, taking in scene after scene of connection and collaboration. The crisis hadn't just been solved. It had revealed new possibilities for how Tinselcroft's residents could support and learn from each other. Wild magic and craft magic weren't separate traditions that occasionally intersected, but complementary approaches that created stronger effects when woven together deliberately, just like she and Rowan created something stronger together than either could achieve alone. The realization settled into her bones with quiet certainty. Her entire approach to helping had transformed through their shared crisis. She'd stopped trying to fix Rowan's isolation and instead created space for him to choose connection on his own terms. She'd stopped trying to solve the Yule tree crisis herself and instead facilitated the community's collective problem-solving. She'd learned the difference between being needed and being genuinely useful. Being needed meant making herself indispensable, creating dependence rather than empowerment. Being useful meant helping others discover and employ their own capabilities, building collaborative frameworks that functioned whether she was present or not. The healing ritual had worked precisely because everyone contributed their individual gifts to a collective effort, not because Holly orchestrated every detail or provided the singular solution. Dr. Willowmere's healing expertise, Marigold's plant magic, Felix's research support, Mayor Elderberry's organizational skills, Rowan's wild magic knowledge, all of it, woven together through Holly's craft magic structure. But none of it dependent solely on her presence. That was genuine community magic, real mutual support rather than heroic individual effort. Holly felt lighter somehow, as if she'd set down a burden she hadn't fully realized she'd been carrying. The compulsive need to fix everything, to be the solution to everyone's problems, to prove her worth through constant helping. All of it had eased into something healthier and more sustainable. She could facilitate without controlling, support without fixing, care without creating dependence. Movement in her peripheral vision resolved into Cleo, practically bouncing toward her, green eyes sparkling with characteristic enthusiasm, and her temporary hair streaks shifting to celebratory gold. "Holly!" Cleo grabbed both her hands, squeezing tight. "That was absolutely incredible. The way you coordinated everyone's magic and created that whole framework for collaborative casting. You're a genius. We never could have saved the tree without your organizational brilliance." Warmth flooded Holly's cheeks, pleasure and embarrassment mixing in equal measure. But instead of accepting the praise automatically as she might have before, Holly found herself gently redirecting it. "The community saved the tree," she said firmly but kindly. "I just helped everyone realize they could work together effectively. But the actual magic, the knowledge, the individual contributions, those all came from people stepping up and offering their gifts. Dr. Willowmere's healing expertise, your artistic eye for magical patterns, Felix's research, Rowan's wild magic understanding, Marigold's plant wisdom." "Holly," Cleo's voice went soft, serious in ways it rarely did. "You can accept a compliment without diminishing your contribution. What you did was important. Creating space for collaboration is just as valuable as the collaboration itself." Holly blinked, caught off guard by her friend's insight. "I'm not trying to be self-deprecating," she said slowly, working through the thought as she spoke. I genuinely believe the community's collective effort was more powerful than any individual contribution. But you're right that facilitation has value. I'm just learning to distinguish between taking credit I don't deserve and acknowledging the specific gifts I actually offered. Cleo's smile returned, warm and understanding. That's growth, friend, and it looks good on you. She squeezed Holly's hands again before releasing them. Also, speaking of things that look good on you, you and Rowan? The way you two worked together during the healing, that was some serious romantic magic happening. Heat bloomed across Holly's face with renewed intensity, spreading down her neck and making her want to hide behind her curls. We're still figuring things out, she managed, voice coming out slightly strangled. Well, figure it out faster, Cleo winked, utterly shameless. Because the way that man looks at you when he thinks no one's watching, that's not figuring things out. That's already figured, and just waiting for the right moment to say so. Before Holly could formulate a response, Cleo had already bounced away toward where Felix stood, still deep in conversation with Marigold. Holly watched her friend join the discussion with characteristic enthusiasm, adding her artistic perspective to their botanical theorizing. The celebration continued flowing around Holly like a river finding new channels through previously solid ground. Residents shared food from seemingly endless supplies, cookies and pastries appearing from various pockets and bags, thermoses of hot cider and cocoa circulating through the crowd, someone producing a wheel of cheese that got passed around with appreciative murmurs. Stories began to flow as freely as the refreshments. Old residents shared tales of previous Yule festivals. Younger ones contributed more recent memories, and gradually, the conversation shifted to tonight's experience. What each person had felt during the healing ritual, what they'd contributed, what they'd learned, about magic they'd never considered before. Holly found herself drawn into a conversation with 3 residents who wanted to learn basic craft magic principles to enhance their own magical practices. She explained about intention and structure, about how physical creation could channel magical energy more precisely than pure will alone, about the patience required to let enchantments develop through the crafting process rather than forcing immediate results. They listened with genuine interest, asking thoughtful questions and making connections to their own magical traditions. Holly felt that familiar warm glow of sharing knowledge, but it felt different now. Less like proving her worth through expertise, and more like contributing one voice to an ongoing community conversation. When the group thanked her and moved on to ask Rowan about wild magic applications, Holly felt nothing but pleasure at their continued learning. She didn't need to be their only teacher or primary resource. She'd offered what she knew, and now they were gathering other perspectives to create their own understanding. That was how knowledge should spread through a community. Not hoarded by individuals or dispensed from singular authorities, but shared freely and built upon through multiple contributions. More magical demonstrations spontaneously erupted around the square. A water witch created elaborate frost patterns that caught the Yule tree's golden light and scattered it in rainbow prisms. A fire elementalist juggled colored flames that danced between their fingers without burning. Dr. Willowmere showed a group of curious children how healing magic could make flower buds open early, delighting them with sudden blooms of magical roses. Someone produced a fiddle and began playing cheerful melodies that had feet tapping automatically. Another resident joined in with a flute, and suddenly music filled the square, live and joyful and perfectly imperfect. People began to dance, not formal patterns but spontaneous movement, swirling and laughing and occasionally colliding in ways that just made everyone laugh harder. Holly watched it all with something approaching awe. This wasn't just celebration. It was community, creating new traditions in real time, born from shared triumph and mutual support. Years from now, residents would remember tonight, the Yule festival when the tree almost died, when the whole community came together and discovered they were stronger united than divided. When they learned that different magical traditions weren't competing approaches but complementary gifts that enhanced each other. The thought made Holly's eyes sting with happy tears that she didn't bother blinking away. She'd always loved Tinselcroft, always felt deep connection to this quirky, magical town and its wonderfully diverse residents. But tonight, she was seeing new depths to that love, understanding that community wasn't static, but constantly evolving through shared challenges and collaborative growth. This crisis could have broken them, could have created fear and division, could have made people retreat into familiar patterns and refuse to risk new approaches. Instead, it had cracked them open in the best possible way, revealing capacity for connection and adaptation that had always existed but never been fully tested. Holly felt profoundly grateful to be part of it, to have played a role in facilitating this transformation while also being transformed herself through the process. Her gaze found Rowan again, watching him laugh at something one of his students said, his whole face bright with genuine pleasure. He'd traveled the farthest of anyone tonight, from isolation to integration, from self-protection to willing vulnerability, from convinced solitude to chosen community. And somehow, impossibly, he'd chosen her too. Chosen to trust her with his painful history, to share his carefully guarded expertise, to build partnership that honored both their individual natures and their complementary strengths. The memory of their kiss in the ancient grove sent warmth spiraling through Holly's chest, sweet and tender and full of promise. Whatever came next, and she had no illusions that their relationship would be simple or free of challenges, she knew they would face it together. Supporting each other while respecting boundaries, combining their gifts while maintaining individual identities, growing through shared experience while allowing space for personal evolution, just like the community around them was learning to do. Mayor Elderberry's voice rose above the celebration, calling for attention with practiced ease. My friends, as this magnificent evening draws toward a close, I want to express my profound gratitude to each and every one of you. What you accomplished tonight wasn't simply magical healing. It was a demonstration of Tinselcroft's true strength, which has always resided in our unity rather than our individual powers. Cheers erupted from the crowd, residents raising cups of cider and cocoa in enthusiastic toast. Tomorrow we'll hold our Yule festival as scheduled, the mayor continued, eyes twinkling, with twice the usual festivities to honor both the tree's restoration and the remarkable community spirit you've demonstrated. I expect to see everyone in attendance, ready to celebrate properly. More cheers, louder this time. People already making excited plans for the next day's events. Holly felt anticipation bubble up in her chest, bright and fizzy as champagne. The Yule festival had always been her favorite celebration. The one night when Tinselcroft opened itself slightly to magical visitors from other hidden communities, sharing their traditions and strengthening bonds between different supernatural societies. This year's festival would be extra special, charged with tonight's triumph and the new connections forged through shared crisis. The celebration began to gradually wind down as residents reluctantly prepared to head home, though clusters of conversation continued well past when the formal gathering might have ended. People lingered, unwilling to break the spell of connection and community that tonight had woven. Holly remained near the fountain, simply watching and absorbing it all. The Yule tree's golden light pulsed steadily, its restored magic a constant reminder of what they'd accomplished together. The ancient runes carved into its trunk gleamed with power that would protect Tinselcroft for generations to come. Rowan made his way through the thinning crowd toward her, his students having finally released him from their enthusiastic questions. His smile when their eyes met sent Holly's pulse skipping, warmth flooding through her veins in delicious waves. "Ready to head home?" he asked quietly when he reached her side. Holly hesitated, then shook her head. "Not quite yet. I just want to stay a little longer, absorb this feeling." Understanding flickered across Rowan's features. He settled beside her without complaint, their shoulders brushing in comfortable proximity. Together they watched the last of the celebration, the Yule tree's golden light bathing everything in warm radiance as Tinselcroft's residents said their goodnights and drifted toward home, still buzzing with excitement about tomorrow's festival. Holly committed the scene to memory, the joy and connection, the new friendships forming and old ones deepening, the sense of community evolving into something richer and stronger than before. This was what magic was truly for. Not individual power or personal achievement, but creating the conditions for people to flourish together. Building frameworks that allowed everyone's unique gifts to combine into something greater than the sum of individual contributions. She glanced at Rowan, finding him already watching her with soft expression that made her breath catch. "What are you thinking?" she asked quietly. "That I'm grateful," he said simply, "for all of this. For you. For learning that isolation wasn't actually protection, just prolonged loneliness." Holly's throat went tight with emotion. She reached for his hand, threading their fingers together with deliberate care. "I'm grateful too," she whispered. "For growth, for partnership, for discovering that the best kind of helping is the kind that builds people up, rather than making them dependent." Rowan squeezed her hand, his calloused palm warm against hers. They stood together in comfortable silence as the last residents trickled away, leaving the square quiet, except for the gentle pulse of the Yule tree's restored magic. Holly felt complete peace settle over her. Not the end of a journey, but a beautiful pause before the next phase of ongoing growth and discovery. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and continued learning. The festival would test their new community bonds and reveal areas still needing attention. Her relationship with Rowan would continue evolving through the daily work of building genuine partnership. But tonight, standing in golden light beside the person who'd helped her grow in ways she hadn't known she needed, Holly felt profoundly content. Chapter 24. Rowan. The celebration continued to wind down around them, voices growing softer as residents reluctantly began heading home, their steps slow with the contentment that followed true community triumph. The Yule tree pulsed with steady golden light, its restored magic humming through the air like a constant benediction. Rowan watched Holly watching the town, her expression serene and reflective in the warm glow. He'd been building courage all evening, words forming and reforming in his mind, until they felt solid enough to speak aloud. The plan had been taking shape for days now, sketched in margins of his grandfather's journals, refined during quiet moments when Holly browsed his bookshelves or hummed while making tea. This wasn't impulsive. He'd learned too much about the importance of careful thought, of honoring both parties' needs in any partnership. What he was about to propose deserved that same thoughtful consideration. "Come with me," he said quietly, tugging gently at her hand. Holly glanced up, curiosity sparking in her dark eyes. "Where?" "Not far. Just somewhere a bit more private." She followed without hesitation, her trust in him evident in the easy way she matched his stride. They moved away from the fountain where the last clusters of conversation still bubbled with enthusiasm, crossing the square toward the far side where the Yule tree's massive trunk created intimate pockets of shadow broken by golden light. Rowan found the spot he'd noticed earlier, A natural alcove formed by the tree's roots, sheltered from the main square but still bathed in the warm radiance of its restored magic. The voices from the celebration provided a distant backdrop, joyful but unobtrusive. He turned to face Holly fully, taking both her hands in his. Her fingers were exactly as he'd memorized them over the past weeks, small and strong, marked with calluses from years of working knitting needles and other craft tools. There was a healing scrape on her thumb from catching it on rough bark during their journey, and a tiny burn mark near her wrist from an overzealous tea kettle. Her hands fit perfectly in his, not despite their differences in size and texture, but because of them. Her smaller fingers finding exactly the right spaces between his larger ones. Her warmth complementing his steady heat. Her creative strength balancing his protective power. Holly looked up at him with open curiosity, waiting. The golden light played across her features, catching the constellation of freckles across her nose, and making her eyes shine like polished mahogany. Rowan took a steadying breath. He'd faced down wild magic storms and dangerous predators without this level of nervousness. But nothing in his life had ever mattered quite this much. "I want to ask you something," he said, pleased when his voice came out steady and clear, despite the magnitude of what he was about to propose. "And I need you to know that I've thought this through carefully. This isn't some impulsive reaction to success or lingering adrenaline from tonight's ritual." Holly's expression shifted from curious to attentive, her full focus settling on him with the intensity she usually reserved for particularly complex knitting patterns. "Over the past few weeks, you've become essential to me in ways I didn't think were possible anymore," Rowan continued, the words flowing more easily now that he'd started. "Not because you fixed me or solved my problems, though you certainly challenged me to grow, but because you showed me that connection doesn't have to mean losing myself." Her fingers tightened slightly around his. Encouragement without interruption. "I want to build a life with you, Holly. A real life. Not just stolen moments or weekend visits." He watched her eyes widen, saw understanding beginning to dawn. "I've been thinking about how to make that work practically, in ways that honor who we both are, rather than requiring either of us to fundamentally change." Rowan had spent hours sketching plans in the margins of wood supply lists, refining ideas during solitary evening walks around the perimeter of his property. The vision had become clearer with each iteration until it felt solid and achievable, rather than wishful fantasy. "My cabin has good bones and plenty of surrounding land," he explained, unable to keep excitement from creeping into his tone. "We could expand it, add a proper workshop space, designed specifically for yarn storage and magical crafting. High ceilings for hanging dyed skeins to dry, wide windows for natural light, shelving systems that would make your current shop setup look cramped." Holly's breath caught audibly. Rowan could see her mind already spinning with possibilities, visualizing the space he was describing with the same creative clarity she brought to all her projects. "I'd build it myself," he continued, warming to the topic, "using techniques my grandfather taught me, incorporating natural magic into the structure itself so it would enhance rather than interfere with your craft work. We could design it together. Make sure every detail serves your actual needs rather than what I assume you'd want." He paused, making sure she understood this wasn't about pulling her away from her life, but creating space for their lives to genuinely merge. "I know you love being involved in town life, and I don't want to change that," Rowan said, addressing the concern that had kept him awake multiple nights planning this conversation. "Your connections to Tinselcroft's residents aren't something to compromise away or treat as inconvenient. They're fundamental to who you are. And I love who you are." Holly's eyes had gone bright with unshed tears, but she remained silent, letting him finish. "I want to find a way to balance my need for quiet with your gift for bringing people together," Rowan explained. "Not by forcing you to be quieter or making myself pretend to enjoy constant social interaction, but by creating a space that works for both our natures. The idea had crystallized during their time trapped in his cabin during the blizzard, watching how Holly naturally created warmth and connection even in isolation, observing how her presence enhanced rather than disrupted the peaceful sanctuary he'd built. "We could host small gatherings," he suggested, the vision playing out clearly in his mind. Teaching sessions about magical theory, sharing knowledge about different traditions. Your grandmother could come teach hedge witch techniques. I could demonstrate wild magic principles. Limited attendance, carefully planned so there's always restoration time between events. Holly's expression had shifted to wonder, her creative mind clearly already designing lesson plans and guest lists. "You could maintain the Gilded Skein exactly as it is," Rowan continued, wanting her to understand he'd considered every practical detail. "Keep your town presence, your morning coffee chats with Cleo and Felix, your tendency to spontaneously solve people's problems through knitted goods. The mountain workshop would be an addition, not a replacement. A space for the deeper work that requires quiet concentration." He squeezed her hands gently, emphasizing the importance of what came next. "I want to build a life with you that honors who we both are," Rowan said earnestly, pouring every ounce of sincerity into the words. "Not a compromise where either of us becomes less than ourselves, but a genuine partnership where we both grow stronger, where your community connections enhance my grounding solitude, and my quiet focus complements your enthusiastic engagement." The tears in Holly's eyes spilled over, tracking down her cheeks in twin paths that caught the golden light. But she was smiling, that brilliant, dimpled smile that transformed her entire face into pure joy. "Yes," she whispered, the single word carrying the weight of complete commitment. "Yes, Rowan. Yes to all of it." Relief and elation surged through Rowan's chest, so powerful it nearly knocked him breathless. He pulled Holly close, wrapping his arms around her small frame and tucking her head beneath his chin. She fit perfectly against him, her warmth seeping through the layers of flannel and cotton to settle directly against his heart. The Yule tree's golden light enveloped them, its protective glow creating an intimate cocoon beneath ancient branches that had witnessed countless partnerships and promises over the centuries. Rowan felt the rightness of this commitment settle into his bones like coming home after years of wandering. Not the trapped feeling he'd once feared, but profound certainty that he was exactly where he belonged. Holly's arms wrapped around his waist, holding him with surprising strength for someone so petite. He felt her heart beating against his chest, rapid with emotion and excitement. "I was so afraid," she murmured against his shoulder, her voice muffled by fabric, but audible in the quiet space they'd created. "Afraid that loving you would mean choosing between who I am and who you need me to be." Rowan's chest tightened. He'd carried the same fear, the same assumption that connection required sacrifice rather than synthesis. "I don't need you to be anyone except exactly yourself," he said firmly, pulling back just enough to look down into her face. "Your enthusiasm and your endless optimism, your need to help and connect and bring people together. Those aren't flaws to be managed. They're gifts that make the world brighter." Holly's fingers curled into his shirt, gripping the fabric like she needed the anchor. "And I don't want you to change either," she said earnestly. "Your quiet strength, your careful observation, your need for solitude and natural spaces, they balance me, ground me, remind me that not everything needs to be addressed immediately with knitted solutions and cheerful determination." Rowan felt something in his chest unlock completely. the last defensive barrier crumbling under the force of her genuine acceptance. She wasn't tolerating his nature despite preferring something different. She loved his nature, valued it, saw how it complemented rather than contradicted her own approach to life. We pledge to support each other's individual growth, Holly said softly, her words carrying the formality of true vow-making, to honor each other's contributions to our community without demanding those contributions look the same. To understand that our love works best when it enhances, rather than restricts, our authentic selves. Rowan nodded, recognizing the importance of speaking this truth aloud beneath the Yule tree that symbolized their community's resilience and renewal. I pledge to maintain my own connections while respecting your need for retreat, he added. To bring community concerns to you when your expertise is genuinely needed, while protecting your boundaries when requests stem from convenience rather than necessity. I pledge to honor your quiet without treating it as rejection,
Holly responded, the rhythm of their exchange falling into something that felt ceremonial and binding.
to trust that your presence is a gift, even when it comes with solitude attached, to stop trying to pull you into spaces where you don't want to be. They stood together in the golden light, making promises that felt more real and enduring than any formal ceremony could provide. These were vows built on genuine understanding rather than romantic idealism. Acknowledgement of their differences paired with commitment to making those differences work in harmony. Rowan cupped Holly's face in his hands, his thumbs brushing away the tears still tracking slowly down her cheeks. Her skin was soft and warm beneath his calloused palms, her expression open and vulnerable in ways that would have terrified him weeks ago. Now, her vulnerability called to his own, invited him into the kind of emotional intimacy that required courage from both sides. I love you, he said simply, the words no longer feeling dangerous or foolish. I love your optimism and your creativity and your ridiculous tendency to hum Christmas carols in July. I love how you see potential in everyone and everything, and I love learning to see that potential through your eyes. Holly's smile bloomed wider, her dimples deepening until his breath caught. I love you too, she whispered. I love your careful wisdom and your dry humor, and the way you notice details everyone else misses. I love your patience and your craftsmanship, and the quiet strength you bring to everything you do. Rowan leaned down slowly, giving her time to close the distance if she wanted, to participate fully in this moment, rather than simply receiving his affection. Holly rose on her toes to meet him halfway, her hands sliding up to curl around the back of his neck, fingers tangling in the hair that brushed his collar. Their lips met beneath the Yule tree's protective glow, and Rowan felt the kiss resonate through his entire body like the final note of a perfect chord. There was nothing tentative about it this time. No fear of moving too fast or assuming too much. This was mutual certainty, shared commitment, the physical expression of emotional promises already made. Holly tasted like cinnamon and hope, her mouth warm and welcoming beneath his. She kissed him with the same wholehearted enthusiasm she brought to everything else, holding nothing back, offering her complete self without reservation. Rowan responded with all the love and certainty he'd discovered through their shared challenges. No longer afraid of the vulnerability that came with complete emotional commitment. He'd learned that opening his heart didn't mean losing control or inviting inevitable pain. It meant choosing growth over stagnation, connection over isolation, the messy complexity of shared life over the sterile safety of solitude. He poured that understanding into the kiss, letting Holly feel how thoroughly she'd transformed his world simply by being authentically herself and inviting him to do the same. When they finally broke apart, both breathing harder, Rowan rested his forehead against Holly's, their breath mingling in the small space between them. "When do we start building?" Holly asked, laughter threading through her voice. Rowan chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. "Eager to begin expanding already?" "I'm already designing the workshop layout," she admitted without shame. Southwest-facing windows for afternoon light, built-in shelving that follows the wall curves, a separate space for dyeing that won't contaminate the clean fiber storage. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Rowan found himself smiling wider than he had in years, maybe decades. "We'll start planning properly after the Yule festival tomorrow," he said practically, though his own mind was already calculating lumber requirements and foundation logistics. "Draw up detailed specifications. Consult with your grandmother about magical considerations. Make sure we're building something sustainable rather than rushing into construction." Holly pulled back just enough to look up at him with mock severity. "You're being very sensible about this." "Someone has to be," Rowan pointed out, unable to keep amusement from his tone. "Otherwise you'd have the entire structure knitted from enchanted yarn by next Tuesday. Structurally unsound, but very colorful." She swatted his chest playfully. "Knitted architecture is a perfectly valid building method in some magical traditions, none of which are suitable for mountain winters," he countered, catching her hand against his chest and holding it there, feeling her palm warm against his heart. Holly's expression softened, humor giving way to tenderness. "We're really doing this, building a life together." "We really are," Rowan confirmed, the certainty in his own voice surprising him. He'd spent so long avoiding commitment, convinced that connection meant eventual abandonment. Now, standing beneath the restored Yule tree with Holly's hand pressed against his heart, he understood that real love didn't guarantee permanence through rigid control or emotional distance. Real love chose partnership every day, adapted to changing needs, honored growth, even when it led in unexpected directions. Real love looked like Holly's tear-bright eyes and dimpled smile, like the practical workshop plans already spinning through both their minds, like the comfortable way she leaned into his embrace, as though his arms were home. The celebration in the square had mostly dissolved now, only a few final conversations drifting across the distance. Tomorrow would bring the Yule festival with all its attendant excitement and preparation. They'd be busy with community responsibilities and seasonal traditions, but tonight, this moment, belonged entirely to them. Rowan kissed Holly's forehead gently, breathing in the familiar scent of cinnamon and wool that clung to her curls. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For what?" "For being stubborn enough to hike up my mountain and demand I help. For seeing past my defenses to the person underneath. For teaching me that community connection doesn't mean losing myself." Holly's arms tightened around him. "Thank you for being brave enough to risk connection again. For sharing your knowledge and your space and eventually your heart. For showing me that the best kind of helping is the kind that builds people up, rather than making them dependent." They stood together in comfortable silence, wrapped in each other and the Yule tree's golden light, grateful for the crisis that had brought them together and the growth it had demanded from both of them. Above, stars began emerging in the clear winter sky, their light joining the tree's glow to illuminate Tinselcroft Square with layered radiance. Magic hummed through the air, wild and craft, natural and intentional. Individual gifts, woven together into something greater than their separate parts, just like their partnership would be, just like their life together was already beginning to become. Epilogue. Sunlight poured through the southwest-facing windows of Holly's new studio like liquid gold, warming the polished wooden floors and setting the rainbow of organized yarn baskets aglow. She'd been right about the afternoon light. It transformed the space into something magical, even without enchantment, though of course, She'd woven protective charms into the very structure during construction. "No, like this," Holly demonstrated, her needles clicking in a steady rhythm as she worked through the intricate cable pattern. "See how the tension needs to shift just slightly as you move into the twist? Too tight and the cable pulls the fabric. Too loose and you lose the definition." Cleo leaned closer, her green eyes tracking the movement of Holly's hands with intense focus. "I always just muscle through the tight bits and hope for the best, which is why your cables look like they're fighting each other," Holly said with affection, examining the swatch Cleo had brought for troubleshooting. The work showed promise. Cleo's natural magical talent shone through even when her technique needed refinement. But the uneven tension created visual discord. Through the walls separating her studio from Rowan's workshop came the low rumble of masculine voices. Felix's precise academic tone, contrasting with Rowan's deeper, more measured cadence. They'd been at it since morning, documenting wild magic principles with the kind of careful attention that made Felix practically vibrate with scholarly excitement. "Try it again," Holly encouraged, returning her attention to Cleo. "But this time, feel how the magic wants to flow through the cable. It's not about forcing the stitches into submission. It's about guiding them where they naturally want to go." Cleo positioned her needles, tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. Her first attempt started promisingly, then wobbled as she approached the actual cable crossing. "Breathe," Holly reminded gently. "The yarn can feel your tension." That earned her a startled laugh. "You sound like Dr. Willowmere talking about patience." "Same principle," Holly said cheerfully, her own needles dancing through a demonstration repeat. "Whether it's yarn or people, trying to control outcomes just creates resistance. Better to understand what's needed and work with the natural flow." The words felt true in a way they wouldn't have 6 months ago, before the crisis with the Yule tree had taught her the difference between helping and fixing. Her knitting needles responded to her intentions with perfect sensitivity now, the magic flowing through them clear and strong, precisely because she'd stopped trying to force it into predetermined patterns. Cleo made her second attempt, and this time the cable emerged clean and defined, the stitches settling into their new configuration with satisfying precision. "That's it!" Holly exclaimed, watching her friend's face light up with pride. "See how much easier it is when you're not fighting the fiber?" "I actually felt it that time," Cleo marveled, examining her work with wonder. "Like the stitches wanted to move into place once I stopped yanking them around." Through the studio windows, Holly could see Tinselcroft's town square bustling with late afternoon activity. The Yule tree stood at its center like a benevolent guardian, its golden runes glowing with steady warmth. She'd checked the tree's magical signature just that morning during her walk to the Painted Paw for coffee. Healthy, stable, drawing strength from the community's collective magic while feeding protective enchantments back through the entire settlement. A family she didn't recognize was walking slowly around the square, taking in the shops and enchanted street lamps with the kind of careful attention that suggested they were assessing rather than simply touring. New arrivals, probably. Mayor Elderberry had mentioned expecting several prospective residents this week. "I've been thinking," Cleo said, her needles clicking more confidently now as she worked through the pattern repeat, "about teaching children's knitting classes." Holly looked up from her own project, delight sparking through her. "Really? That's wonderful." "Felix suggested it actually," Cleo admitted, a faint blush darkening her cheeks. "He said with all the new families moving to Tinselcroft, there might be interest in creative, magical education for kids. Something less formal than traditional apprenticeships, but still teaching practical enchantment skills." "You'd be perfect for that," Holly said sincerely. "You have the energy to keep up with children, plus your artistic eye would help them see knitting as creative expression, rather than just technical skill." Cleo's hands stilled on her needles, her expression vulnerable in a way Holly rarely saw. You really think so? I'm not nearly as skilled as you. You don't need to be, Holly interrupted firmly. Children need someone enthusiastic and patient who makes learning fun. They need someone who'll let them experiment and make mistakes without judgment. That's you, Cleo, not me. Her friend's face brightened. I could incorporate art projects, too. Teach them to dye their own yarn, create color palettes, think about texture combinations. See, Holly grinned, returning to her knitting. You're already designing curriculum. That's not someone who lacks qualification. That's someone who's found their calling. The observation filled Holly with deep satisfaction. The kind that came from watching people discover their own gifts rather than depending on her to solve their problems. Cleo didn't need Holly to teach those classes, or even co-teach them. She needed encouragement and belief in her abilities. Then space to develop her own approach. Boots sounded on the porch stairs, followed by Mayor Elderberry's distinctive knock on the studio doorframe. He appeared in the doorway carrying a tray with steaming mugs and a plate of what looked like Marigold's honey cakes. "Ladies," he greeted warmly, his mayoral chain glinting in the afternoon sunlight. "I come bearing refreshments and news, if you have a moment for an old politician." "Mayor Elderberry, you're not old," Cleo protested automatically. "Sweet child, I'm 58 and feeling every year of it after chasing paperwork all morning." He set the tray on Holly's work table, settling himself onto one of the comfortable chairs Rowan had built specifically for visitors. Though the tea should help. "Holly, your grandmother insisted I deliver it personally, along with explicit instructions about steeping time." Holly accepted her mug with a laugh, recognizing both the blend and Marigold's tendency to treat everyone like they needed plant-based intervention. "Let me guess. Calming herbs because she thinks I'm overextending myself again? Energy-supporting herbs because she says you're finally learning proper balance and deserve botanical encouragement," the mayor corrected, his eyes twinkling. Quite the compliment coming from Marigold Foxglove. Warmth spread through Holly's chest that had nothing to do with the tea. Her grandmother's approval meant the world, especially regarding lessons that had been so hard-won. "You mentioned news?" she prompted, settling back into her chair with her knitting. Mayor Elderberry's expression shifted to his official mode, though affection still softened the edges. 3 families have formally requested residency in Tinselcroft. 2 are magical refugees from the Coldmere Covenant. Their council recently enacted restrictions on mixed tradition marriages. The 3rd is a single parent with twin daughters, seeking a safer environment after their previous community experienced anti-witch violence. Holly's needles stilled. That's terrible. It's the reality many of our kind face in less tolerant regions, the mayor said sadly. Which is why Tinselcroft's reputation as a sanctuary matters so much. Word is spreading through magical networks about our inclusive approach and the successful integration of wild magic practitioners with traditional craft workers. He nodded toward Rowan's workshop, where the sound of friendly debate filtered through the walls. That collaboration particularly impressed the scholarly community. Felix has been corresponding with magical libraries across 3 regions about your partner's willingness to share wild magic knowledge. Pride swelled in Holly's heart. Rowan had been so worried about exposing himself to scrutiny or obligation, but the documentation project with Felix had proven that sharing expertise didn't mean surrendering autonomy. If anything, Rowan seemed happier working on the guide than Holly had ever seen him, animated by intellectual challenge and the satisfaction of preserving his grandfather's wisdom for future generations. "What do you need from me?" Holly asked, already considering how best to welcome the new families without overwhelming them. Mayor Elderberry smiled, like he'd been waiting for exactly that question. Actually, I was hoping you might share some thoughts about integration strategies. You and Rowan managed something quite remarkable during the Yule tree crisis, bringing together different magical traditions in collaborative effort, rather than competitive hierarchy. Holly considered the question carefully, sipping her tea while her mind worked through lessons learned. Cleo had abandoned all pretense of knitting, listening with the same focused attention she brought to gathering information. I think, Holly began slowly, the most important thing is creating opportunities for contribution without demanding specific outcomes. During the tree healing, we needed everyone's participation, but we didn't dictate how each person should help. We provided structure and coordination, then trusted people to offer what they could. She thought of the ritual itself, the beautiful chaos of different magical traditions weaving together because she and Rowan had facilitated rather than controlled. New residents probably arrive feeling vulnerable and uncertain about their place here, she continued. If we immediately assign them roles or responsibilities, we're essentially telling them who they need to be, rather than discovering who they are. Better to welcome them warmly, introduce them to community resources, then give them space to find their own way of contributing, creating belonging through invitation rather than obligation. Mayor Elderberry mused, nodding thoughtfully. Yes, I see the wisdom in that approach. Also, Cleo interjected, making sure they know it's okay to ask for help without feeling indebted. That was something you taught me, Holly, that accepting assistance is gift exchange, not creating obligation. Holly felt her cheeks warm with pleased embarrassment. I'm still learning that lesson myself. We all are, the mayor agreed, which is perhaps the best qualification for teaching it. The humility of ongoing growth rather than the arrogance of assumed expertise. They discussed practical details for a while longer, housing options, introduction schedules, community events that might help newcomers feel included without pressure. The mayor took careful notes in his elegant script, occasionally offering his own insights about magical integration from decades of leadership experience. Dr. Willowmere arrived just as Mayor Elderberry was preparing to leave, the healer's long silver-streaked braids swinging as they climbed the porch steps with characteristic grace. Perfect timing, the mayor announced cheerfully. I was just heading to the bakery for afternoon sustenance. Sage, always a pleasure. Cornelius, Dr. Willowmere replied with warm familiarity, stepping aside to let him pass. They exchanged brief pleasantries about the new families before the mayor departed, leaving the healer framed in the studio doorway, with late afternoon sunlight haloing their auburn hair. Holly, Cleo, they greeted, their voice carrying its usual soothing quality. I hope I'm not interrupting. Not at all, Holly assured them, setting aside her knitting. Cleo was just learning cable techniques, and we've hit a good stopping point. Cleo packed up her practice watch and supplies with the kind of careful attention that suggested she wanted to preserve the progress she'd made. I should get back to the painted paw anyway. Felix mentioned stopping by later, and I promised to have his favorite pastries ready. Her expression went soft and slightly dreamy in a way that made Holly smile. Whatever was developing between Cleo and Felix had been growing steadily sweeter over the past months, built on shared interests and genuine affection, rather than dramatic declarations. After Cleo departed with cheerful waves and promises to practice her cables, Dr. Willowmere settled into the chair the mayor had vacated, pulling a leather journal from their satchel. I've been experimenting with the healing compression technique we discussed last week, they began, flipping to a page covered in detailed notes and sketches. The results are promising, but I'm running into challenges with sustained enchantment duration. This had become their weekly ritual. Dr. Willowmere bringing healing magic questions, Holly offering craft enchantment expertise, both of them learning to blend their approaches into something neither could create alone. The innovations emerging from their collaboration had already helped several community members manage chronic conditions more comfortably. Holly leaned over the journal, examining the healer's careful documentation. What if we approached it like making a long-wearing sock? Layer multiple enchantments that reinforce each other rather than trying to create one extremely strong spell. Multiple lighter applications rather than single, heavy-handed intervention. Dr. Willowmere murmured thoughtfully. That aligns well with healing philosophy. Gentle, consistent support, rather than aggressive correction. They worked together for over an hour, Holly's needles clicking steadily as she experimented with different stitch patterns, while Dr. Willowmere tested magical resonance, using techniques Holly didn't fully understand, but appreciated for their elegant complexity. The collaboration felt like dancing, each partner bringing their own skills while creating something beautiful through coordination and trust. As afternoon melted toward evening, the quality of light shifting from golden to amber, Rowan's workshop finally fell silent. Moments later, male voices approached the studio, Felix's excited academic babbling punctuated by Rowan's deeper, amused responses. Her partner appeared in the doorway with Felix close behind, both men looking rumpled and ink-stained, but deeply satisfied. Rowan's eyes found Holly immediately, his expression softening in that way that still made her heart skip after 6 months of seeing it daily. "Successful session?" she asked, though the answer was obvious from their animated energy. "We documented 17 distinct wild magic principles, with historical precedents and practical applications," Felix announced, practically vibrating with scholarly enthusiasm. Rowan's grandfather's observations are absolutely brilliant. They fill gaps in magical theory that scholars have been puzzling over for decades. Felix wants to submit portions of the guide to the Arcane Academy's research journal, Rowan added, his tone carefully neutral, but something pleased lurking in his eyes. With proper attribution to grandfather's original work, of course. Holly felt her smile widen. "That's wonderful. Your grandfather would be so proud. Would have told me I was being foolish for wasting time on academic politics," Rowan corrected, but warmth colored his voice. "But yes, I think he'd approve of preserving the knowledge for future generations." Dr. Willowmere rose gracefully, packing their journal away. "I should leave you all to your evening. Holly, thank you as always for your insights. Shall we meet same time next week?" "Absolutely," Holly confirmed. "I'll have some samples worked up using the layered approach." Felix followed the healer out after exchanging shy goodbyes with everyone and mentioning something about meeting Cleo at her coffee shop. When the studio finally emptied of visitors, leaving just Holly and Rowan in the amber-lit space, the sudden quiet felt companionable rather than empty. Rowan crossed to where Holly sat, surrounded by yarn and half-finished projects, dropping a kiss on top of her curly head before settling onto the floor beside her chair. "Good day?" he asked, leaning back against her legs in a casual intimacy that still felt precious for its rarity in their pre-crisis relationship. Holly ran her fingers through his hair, enjoying the texture and the way he relaxed under her touch. "Really good. Cleo's making progress with her tension control. The mayor brought news about new families needing welcome support. Dr. Willowmere and I made a breakthrough on sustained healing enchantments." She trailed off, looking around her beautiful studio with its carefully organized supplies and perfect afternoon light. Through the windows, Tinselcroft's lights were beginning to twinkle as dusk settled over the valley. The Yule tree glowed steadily in the town square, its magic a constant reassuring presence. "I was thinking," Holly continued softly, "about how different this feels from 6 months ago. Back then, I would have tried to solve Cleo's knitting problems for her, inserted myself into the new family's integration process, and probably overwhelmed Dr. Willowmere with suggestions, instead of collaborating as equals." Rowan tilted his head back to look at her, his hazel eyes warm. "And now? Now I'm learning to work with people rather than for them," she said, the words feeling true all the way down to her bones. to facilitate instead of control, to offer help that respects autonomy rather than creating dependency. It suits you, Rowan said quietly. This version of helping that comes from confidence rather than compulsion. Holly leaned down to kiss him, tasting ink and honey cake and the particular flavor that was uniquely Rowan. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. "Thank you for teaching me that lesson," she murmured. "For being stubborn enough to resist my fixing attempts until I learned a better way." "Thank you for being persistent enough to break through my defenses," Rowan countered. "For showing me that community connection doesn't mean losing myself." They sat together in comfortable silence as evening deepened outside, the studio's enchanted lamps gradually brightening to compensate for fading natural light. Eventually, practical concerns reasserted themselves. "We should start dinner," Holly said reluctantly, not quite ready to move from this peaceful moment. "We should," Rowan agreed, making no effort to rise. Finally, laughing at their mutual reluctance, they disentangled and made their way to the expanded kitchen that now accommodated both their cooking styles and entertaining needs. They'd designed the space together, blending Rowan's preference for efficient workspace with Holly's love of cheerful color and abundant natural light. Working side by side had become their favorite part of most days. The comfortable rhythm of chopping vegetables and stirring pots while discussing community news and personal projects. Tonight, they prepared a simple stew with bread Rowan had baked that morning, their movements coordinated through months of practice. Rowan settled into his favorite chair, pulling Holly down onto his lap, despite her laughing protests about having a perfectly good seat of her own. She curled against his chest, cider warming her hands while his arms warmed everything else. Below them, Tinselcroft's lights twinkled like earthbound stars, golden and welcoming against the darkening valley. The Yule tree glowed at the settlement's heart, its magic a steady pulse that Holly could feel even at this distance. "I'm grateful," Holly said softly, watching the town she'd always loved and now appreciated with deeper understanding. "For everything. The crisis that brought us together, the lessons it taught us, the community that supported us through it." "I'm grateful you were stubborn enough to hike up my mountain," Rowan replied, his breath warm against her temple. "And persistent enough to keep coming back even when I was determined to stay isolated." "I'm grateful you were brave enough to risk connection again," Holly countered. "And wise enough to teach me the difference between helping and controlling." They fell quiet, wrapped in each other and the comfortable peace of home. Above them, stars emerged one by one in the darkening sky, their ancient light joining Tinselcroft's magical glow to illuminate the valley with layered radiance. Holly thought about the journey that had brought them here, from her compulsive fixing and his defensive isolation to this balanced partnership that honored both their authentic selves. She thought about the community below, growing and evolving as new families arrived seeking sanctuary. She thought about the magic flowing through everything, wild and craft, woven together into something stronger than either tradition alone. Whatever challenges lay ahead, and there would be challenges, because that's how life worked, she felt confident they could face them together. Not by trying to control outcomes or predict every possibility, but by working collaboratively, respecting each other's gifts, and trusting that community connection would provide strength when individual ability faltered. That was the real magic, she realized. Not the enchantments woven into yarn, or the wild power flowing through ancient trees, but the choice to build something together, to work with rather than for, to facilitate rather than control, to love with open hands that supported without smothering, that offered help without demanding gratitude, that created space for authentic growth while maintaining steady presence. Rowan's arms tightened around her as if sensing the direction of her thoughts, his lips brushing her curly hair in wordless affection. Holly smiled into the gathering darkness, her heart full of contentment and hope, grateful for the journey behind them and excited for whatever lay ahead. Together, they watched the stars emerge over Tinselcroft, their shared future as bright and full of possibility as the magical community twinkling below.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.